Me, you, Toby, me, you. Toby has no idea that reference. I'm not sure, frankly, any of you do. Landfill's my best hope. Landfill, do you know the reference? Thank you, buddy. It is Scotty's Vodka Rebel Friday. Start the celebration at 11 a.m. Responsibly, of course. We're going to give away some HF Festival tickets at 11:45. Our friend John Keim will join us at 11. We got Steve Wino from Edmonton. Wino, if you're listening, the Winettes, if they're listening, you know that Steve has like a fan club, the Winettes, people that just follow him around.
Really?
He's an accomplished author, Brian. We need Wino to find the Edmonton lady. If he's in Edmonton, find the lady, Wino.
Yeah.
That's our request. You have 2 hours before you're joining us on this show. So get to work, buddy.
Yeah, bring her with you.
We haven't had phones all week, I don't think. So phone lines will be open at 1 o'clock. Ask me, Mitch, anything. I think we'll keep the phones open the whole last hour.
I'm with that.
I'm also going to make sure CK knows I'm going on vacation, but I'm letting the world know. Now, here's how I've made it up to you. I will be gone for a few days next week. But
you're going for 4 days next week.
It's a few days. But
few is 3. Just so you know.
I do have Omaha Steaks hamburgers in the refrigerator, and
I have to cook them?
They're thawed out.
I have to cook them?
They're thawed out.
Let me see.
I thought that's a big step. Now, we are counting on the Roosters. The Rooster has an air fryer somewhere. I also have no seasonings before the season police show up. All right. I also have no buns or cheese. Okay. So Tobo might have to go to CVS.
Wait, you bought burgers or steaks?
Burgers.
Okay, cool. Slap your mom and some cayenne pepper is good enough.
Well, do we want buns and cheese? Got buns, hon.
We'll take cheese. I don't want no buns, but y'all, you can get Landfill some buns. Landfill want bun. Toby want bun.
I'm fine with a fork.
Okay. No, forget the buns. Landfill, do you know that for the 3 days of minicamp in the truck, me and B-Mitch were eating ham and cheese out of containers?
One day.
I ate it multiple days.
I ate one day.
It was good.
And I had just 2 pieces of ham and 1 piece of cheese.
What day did you have the ham and cheese?
That was Tuesday.
He ate it when I bought it that morning. I ate it Tuesday and Wednesday.
Yeah, I ate it Tuesday.
Yikes.
You know what I had for lunch yesterday, Landfill?
What's that?
Well, no, let's be clear about the ham. I had a cooler in my truck that I refreshed with ice each night. So the ham and cheese were properly pasteurized or refrigerated or whatever the hell the term is.
It's not pasteurized.
It's definitely not pasteurized.
I don't really know what that means.
Why use the word if you don't know what it means?
Cosmetology. The other part of this thing is, you know what I had for lunch yesterday, Landini? Brian ordered wings. And when I got there, he said, I got some wings left. You want them? I said, yes. I had 3 buffalo wings for lunch yesterday, Landfill.
But they were thick.
They were big and they were awesome.
They looked like
they were like breaded a little bit, but not.
They look kind of like some damn turkey wings, man.
Those were great.
They
Dude,
were big.
Raspberry was on it.
Yes.
Okay. There's a lot I want to get to, including this new Trevor Lawrence contract. But I feel like Landfill's been hanging out with Greg too much because his spelling is really taking a hit.
Yesterday, what was it?
Instead of show sheet, it said SHWO.
Yeah, it was a shrow.
The shrow sheet.
Shrow suite.
That's like how I say 12. And today we're going to discuss Trevor Lawrence's massive contract extension. But I do want to recap kind of the last couple of days, Brian. I was talking with the cluster buster when I walked in. And he was like asking me, how is it out there? How does it look? And
it looks like a construction site.
It does.
And construction workers don't know how to damn park.
They do not. But beyond that, the only thing that was like very definitive, because, dude, I don't know that Bobby Wagner still has the speed in his 14th or 15th season to cover tight ends. I don't know that Brandon Coleman can play left tackle. Nobody is hit. I don't know that are Eckler's ankles all the way healthy. Is Quan Martin ready to make this jump like he appears ready to make? We don't know. Nobody's got pads.
That was a hell of an interception.
That was a hell of a play. But what I know is this time last year, it was too early to see the fracturing that eventually occurred. They had a terrible season. But there was not the same enthusiasm surrounding practice and hanging out. They concluded yesterday's events. They concluded minicamp yesterday with a family picnic. And I saw a ton of the guys, the players, the coaches, the staff. It wasn't just in the past, they have tried to in the past, especially in the Snyder era, there was a ton of delineation, right? Like, okay, players are over here. The players Dan is cool with can come over here. The executives can be here, and everybody else is kind of over there. It was very cordoned off, very separated.
And that's why they had the success they had.
The lack of success.
No, that's why they had the success.
Right.
Nothing.
Right. And I think with these dudes, everybody was kind of just hanging out. And the fact that staffers got to have their family there, you know what kind of morale boost that is? Like, because a lot of times, man, frankly, the staffers are kind of, they don't get all the cool stuff. And it was just a cookout. It was hamburgers and hot dogs, just like we're going to do. But it was a really good way to kind of uplift and finish it off. And Tony Dungy, I think, was famous for doing that. I think, what's my man's name in Tampa that won the Super Bowl and retired? The big fella. Arians? Arians always did that.
Bruce?
Yeah. Dungy's in the Hall of Fame, won a Super Bowl. Arians, I don't know if he's a Hall of Famer, but won a Super Bowl. Like, you try to create this family feel. And I think when you have that, it can pay off in ways that, listen, I don't think a family picnic is going to take them from 6 wins to 7 wins.
Yeah.
But, like, there's a willingness to go the extra mile that over time matters and builds.
It's just the simple fact that everyone seems to be involved with everything. They're treating people. Listen, we all know that every player will not be treated exactly the same, but they're going out their way to promote and present that type of mindset. And you don't have players thinking, oh, yeah, we don't deal with them over there. See what I'm saying? That's what you had previously. And that chemistry that's being built may just make more wins happen. When you have people being put on a pedestal and separated from the other guys, that creates separation on your football team. And I people can say what the hell they want. I know it does. That is why when I got to us, I can remember very clearly, I had a very good game, and Jack Kent Cook came to the practice one day. He said, Brian, you can come sit over here with me, man. You don't need to do any practice. I said, nah, Mr. Cook. I said, I got to practice, man. I got to lead these guys. That's why I love you, man. It's just a lot of times the player himself, and I think we look at this with athletes, we always say that they're kids. I don't say that because I see it differently. Those athletes are presented more opportunities than the average human being. So they should know more. You know what I'm saying? And they also are mature. They should be able to know when to say no to somebody. If you're putting me in a position to where my team going to feel like you put me on a pedestal and I'm separated from them, I don't want to do that. And the players have to do that. And I notice a lot of guys on this team now can care less about being pampered by somebody. They want to win football games.
One thing I couldn't. I like Dan Quinn. I've interacted with him a fair amount now, on record, off record, just kind of BSing. He's super likable. I understand why he has the reputation he has around the league. Remember, I talked about this on our show, like when the season was lost late last year, probably after they fired Jack, after the Thanksgiving in Dallas, I had coaches texting me from other teams like, yo, DQ should be the guy in Washington. There was a groundswell of support from coaches around the league for Dan Quinn to get the Washington job. And he's not a young offensive guy, right? That's okay. But yet he gets peppered. A lot of the questions that get asked about him are just about the offense. And I wanted to make a point to ask him about the defense yesterday, because I think that's where he's going to make a big impact, frankly.
On the defense?
Dan specifically,
Yeah.
and then I like Witt a lot too. He gave me 3 names specifically.
Yeah, I heard that.
When you get specific praise from the coach,
Luvu?
that's good news. So,
Chin?
Jeremy Chin, Quan Martin, Frankie
And
Luvu.
Martin.
And he was talking especially about their versatility and how they can do different things at different times on the field. And I think that's really encouraging because the best pieces for DQ are guys he can move around a lot.
Yeah.
And I think.
And he also mentioned something, and I'm glad he said it because I was watching some stuff over there. We have receivers that can go into the backfield.
I think
And
it's happening with McCaffrey.
I watched that. I watched that both days. Well, 2 days I was sitting there watching it. I watched them taking him. Lynn was working with him. And then smart dude, little man.
Rodriguez?
No, the little return guy.
Kaz Allen?
Kaz.
Yeah.
Kaz went over and started working with him. Bruh, if you could do something, show it.
Well, dude,
you don't hold talent hostage.
It has seemed. It appears that Jamin Davis is with the DNs more than the linebackers,
But
or at least the work he gets on the field.
I really believe, and I said this when what was my guy name in Denver, only 5'11", had like
Doomerville?
Doomerville.
Yeah.
Elvis.
Yeah.
He had almost
Elvis
he had 20 sacks or 18 and a half, whatever it was. I always feel like a 6'5", 6'6" guy, to get to the level of a guy that's 6'2", 5'11", 6 feet, you got to bend way down. And guess what you can't do when you bend too far down? Can't explode. Can't hit no power. And if you lean over at your waist, you lose. So if you have a guy who has enough strength to be and quickness to get around those guys and to mess with them and be an advantage, you let him pass rush.
I know this much. I know that Anthony Lynn was, I'm going to give you the specific title here. Anthony Lynn was in San Fran, assistant head coach, running backs coach.
Yeah.
When they traded for Christian McCaffrey in 2022.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that Anthony Lynn was the run game coordinator, running backs coach in Washington when they drafted Luke McCaffrey.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's going to work, but.
Yeah, but I watched some things. You can see some of the things. What I was seeing, you can see where he needs some work at certain things. But just some of the instinctive stuff, that's there.
Pedigree ain't bad.
Man, listen, Luke was a quarterback who moved to receiver. He can probably become a running back.
He was probably a running quarterback. And like when the horse wins the Kentucky Derby, the kind of stud fees they get, the McCaffrey family should start charging. Here's what we're going to do. Dan Quinn did not want to name a starting quarterback yesterday, Landfill. Doesn't matter. B. Mitch's answer when we return.
No.
now. This is a banger. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to be irresponsible. We're going to start Scotty's Vodka Rebel Friday right now. 10 minutes early, Landfill.
Let's do it, baby.
Vodka Rebel Friday is powered by Scotty's Handcrafted Vodka.
I got
Scotty's
ice.
Vodka is Maryland-made, amazingly smooth, and loved throughout the DMV. You know what? My case is in the Cluster Buster's office. 1:30, going on vacation. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. It's Friday. It's a beautiful day.
I'm on my way to Cantlers.
You're going to Cantlers? Damn.
Go golf weekend.
Right. So are you staying in Annapolis tonight?
We don't know if it's going to be Annapolis or Baltimore because we're supposed to go to the game too. But you know me, I'm not really big on the game.
Yo, that game up in Baltimore tonight is like a big one. Philly's coming to town.
I understand all that, but you know, baseball for me is better watching it at home.
Phillies, I think
Because when I get sleep, I could just go to sleep.
Phillies have the best record in the National League. Orioles have the second best record in the American League. The Yankees are ahead of them. Damn Yankees.
Jeff people.
But dude, that series is going to be wild. I think Bees is going. My boy Bennett will be there. You got quite a weekend lined up.
Kinda.
Dude, I'll also say this. If you're going to Cantlers and you can sit at the bar and have the game on TV and pick crabs and drink beer all night.
But Cantlers will be right after work.
Damn. I have to go home and pack. I would love, dude, that sounds perfect going to Cantlers right after work. Shout out to Cantlers. Anyway, Dan Quinn yesterday, I thought Tischler did a really good job in how he framed this question because there are those that will try to make this like a gotcha thing.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't do that. But to everyone that watched training camp, a mini camp the last few days, it was obvious that for the first time, Daniels got all the work with the first team offense, Jaden Daniels. And so when you say, hey, you know, Jaden Daniels is now getting all the work with the first team, is he your starter now? You know, Dan Quinn, I think, answered it well. He said, well, in true competition, that's why we set it up as we did to have Mariota have some and Jaden to have some. So no great declarations other than like being true to who we are as competitors. There's no doubt that Jaden's making unbelievable progress here and will have a really fun camp. But he's earned that opportunity to go compete. We wouldn't have given him those spaces and those times and those reps if he hadn't. But it was really clear that he's put in the work and he was ready to do that. So it was by intention for sure that he was able to do that. So did he get to the first team work? Yes. They had to see some stuff from him, which he showed. But if you know Dan Quinn, if you know that Seahawks tree where competition is everything, where, I mean, throw this in reverse, however long ago this was, 20 years ago or whatever, when they allowed Russ Wilson, a third-round pick, to beat out, what was my man's name they signed? Matt Flynn from Green Bay. They gave a whole bunch of guaranteed money. And they said, yo, this guy beat you in competition. Pete Carroll's school of football is constant competition at all times, and it has to be embraced. So if you know that, no way was he going to declare him the starter.
You want people to feel like they earned something anyway.
Sure.
I think just handing something to somebody, you know, it may be the way of the damn world, but you know what? That's why the world's so screwed up, because you got a bunch of people that don't understand the true work it takes to be something.
Leadville, do you care that Dan Quinn did not declare Jaden the starter?
No, it's this kind of thing. We all know Jaden Daniels is going to start week 1 unless there's some kind of injury or something. He'll be the starter. It's just kind of this weird thing that football teams do. I think that if you just come out right after you draft a guy and say, well, he's our starter, maybe it could rub some people there the wrong way. You got to kind of at least have him show up to the camp and prove to everybody that he's working and capable of doing it, and then they'll name him. But you know, obviously he's going to be the starter, so I'm not worried.
And I also like that with off of landfill, when you allow them to go through it and you let them work for it, hell, he might get a better hold on the team because they see this guy worked his ass off.
Right.
You know, he's putting in the work. He wouldn't hand it. One thing professional players hate, they don't care who it is. when you hand somebody a job. If I got to fight for mine, he should have to fight for his.
There was some discussion last training camp about if Jacoby got a real chance to compete for that job.
We know that wasn't no competition. We know they did what they wanted to do.
It's a different mindset. Jaden, also, I mean, just having watched.
You know, and I care about them telling me who the starter is?
September 5th.
A little bit before that.
Yeah.
The week of that, I want that dude all week to be the starter. Because in preseason, who cares who the starter is? He don't play anyway.
The other part of this, Landfill, if it is a competition, Jaden's winning. He looks like the way better quarterback.
I watched a lot of that, and you're right.
So,
Yeah,
like,
if it's a competition, Marcus Mariota's the other guy. Jaden's got it in the
right,
bag.
right. So that's why Toby, do you care?
No, as long as he's not stealing like meaningful work, I don't really care. So you name him whenever you
Bro,
want.
there's enough work. It's June. Like, everybody's getting work. We're good.
Yeah, exactly.
I think they're handling it right. I don't think there is any doubt it's going to be Jaden, and I don't think there's any doubt that John Keim joins us next. Bow, bow. Back to Ohio. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. When you hear that song, you know it's time to talk to Commanders Insider for ESPN, Mr. John Keim. You can hear him and watch him on the John Keim Report on YouTube or wherever you get your podcast. Johnny, what's up, buddy?
What up, guys?
What up, Jay?
How was the golf?
Golf was great for me yesterday.
Sure.
I had a hole in one.
You saw that,
No.
right?
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had a hole in one yesterday.
Really?
Yeah.
Yep.
It's
Would
good.
you buy JP for it?
Yeah, he didn't buy me nothing. I brought in hamburgers for the group.
Yeah. There you go.
I want to take
Awesome.
everybody behind the curtain a little bit. And John is so all the people that cover the Commanders, or maybe not all, but most anyway, are members of Pro Football Writers of America. And John is our, like, what is it, chapter president or something like that? Okay.
Yeah.
The old dude, yeah.
And obviously, you know,
I'm not going to make any political jokes. I had a couple. I was like, no, don't even go there because people would take it wrong. You're just joking. So,
well, we know Nikki Javala just had a baby, and John organized. We all threw some money in. We got our gift card, and John organized a nice event yesterday just to say congratulations to Nikki.
The matured guy.
That's the football. That's the best a bunch of football guys can do for a baby shower. That's what we did yesterday.
I told my wife too. I think I told Nikki, is like, that's the male sports reporter's version of a shower. It's going to place in Ashburn and having some burgers and all that, and giving some baby gifts. But yes, and it was perfect for her. So, but yeah, it was fun.
I mean, for Nikki, that's probably the ideal baby shower.
It's 1,000%, 1,000%. Yes, 1,000%.
All right, dude. It's nice of you to do all that and set it all up and deal with all. Like, you try to get one thing done on a text thread with a bunch of jokers, and it's just 50 jokes, and then finally somebody's like, "Oh yeah, we can do that too."
But it actually turned out really well. I mean, I thought for a group of male sports writers, we did pretty well.
And just for full disclosure, I didn't go. I went and played golf with B. Mitch instead.
But he got a hole in one, and you still didn't get anything.
Right, exactly. I also wasn't there for that. It's a whole thing.
You left early.
What are your biggest takeaways from minicamp?
So I think the biggest thing is the foundation that's being laid more as much for building long-term success rather than I don't know what they're going to be like this year. I think there's still things that we just don't know. We don't know how, and it's not like with the offensive line, it's not just that there were obviously questions, whatever you want to call it last year for a variety of reasons. It's also that they've put a new group together. And, you look at continuity is the best thing on an offensive line. And you look at 2 years ago, one guy on that starting group is back, and that's Sam Cosmi. So, that's tough to build a good group like that right away. So while I think they've improved the interior for sure, we don't know how that's going to manifest itself or when it's going to do that, right? There's a new system on offense. There's a rookie quarterback. Do they have enough around him? We don't know those questions. Those will be answered this fall. And the same defensively, we don't know how it's going to look at corner, right? We don't know, how this is all going to look. I do think it's going to be better for sure.
Yeah.
I think so I say that, like, I separate, when I talk about the spring, I separate the here and, like the immediate future versus the long-term building for success. And I think they're in a better spot in that area than they have been in a long time. And because I do think, setting the tone for how you do things in a building, how you practice, how you want to do X, Y, or Z, I just think it's better. And so I think like that. So when you're building, when I'm looking at it like long-term, I like the approach. Short term, I don't know where it's going to go.
I think what they are actually doing, the way that they're doing it, is what we were told was going to happen in the previous regime. They brought in people that basically will help them get there quicker. But this is something that they're trying to establish that's going to last forever. I would always tell Every time a coach came to this team, everything changed up.
Yes.
Every time a coach came. So they always wanted to say, "Oh, we got to bring."
Totally reversed course.
Yeah, but you look at other teams, and other teams do the same stuff for decades because the GM is running things, not necessarily the coach.
Correct.
And I think that's what they're trying to do: set this thing up to where, as it moves forward, you're not going to be down very long.
Correct. And I think that's why I say I think that's the biggest difference, the biggest change, and the best change.
Yeah.
And I think you're right. And it's not just whether it's a coach. You have an organization. The number one thing they had to get right finally was the organizational setup, and that starts with the owner.
Right.
Like it always starts there, and then do you get the right people after that? And with Adam Peters, I mean, they certainly got a guy that a lot of people liked, right? And then I think with the coaching staff, I think what you've seen with that is, I know people have heard a lot about this, but a great deal of energy. In the past you'd have like, well, this coach has energy, but the staff, you didn't feel that. This staff has energy. I mean, you go watch like Daryl Tapp's group work and just how he gets them going. And it's not because he's sitting there, he's energetic, he's juiced, but it's the way your approach and like how you're teaching them, the way you're getting to compete. And like, those are the things that I'm watching these guys the other day doing a drill, it's a competition drill, hitting the sled. It's two guys at a time, and they're jumping in like John Allen and Deron Payne jump in to go against each other, right? They're pairing random guys, but it's a competition thing. I'm like, it's June 12th, and it looks like these guys are having fun at practice. And not that this isn't about having fun and getting orange slices at halftime, but when you're having fun there, you want to do more and you like to
motivate,
be there.
Right.
Yes. I think that's the long-term building stuff.
Totally. I think you cannot make any bold declarations from June minicamp, right? They're not wearing pads. To your earlier point, we have no idea what this line's going to be.
Right.
We don't know what the secondary is going to look like. I don't know who their pass. I think Armstrong's pretty clearly locked in, and then is Farrell first and second down, and then is it Davis? Is it Luva? Like, there's a lot of questions.
Right. There's a lot.
But undeniably, the enthusiasm surrounding just the mundane. I mean, June minicamp is pretty damn mundane, and the enthusiasm surrounding it seems legitimate and sincere and not going anywhere. And that's
But
difference.
The enthusiasm is coming from the players out there doing it, and not us have to generate something.
Sure, agreed.
Right? No, that's a good point. And the other thing is, so it's the spring, right? And in the spring, on June 12th, I'm watching Bobby Wagner go through special teams drills. Do you know what I mean?
That's
like
crazy.
And it's just like a little thing, but he's going through them. He's not mailing it, and he's going through them. I'm watching Zach Ertz working off to the side during some of that special teams work, where he's just like talking to the coach about releases and coming off the line, et cetera. Like, when you see guys like that doing stuff like that, I think it has an effect. And, you would like to think it has an effect. So I think like there's some of that you see, but there's a lot of guys, and like Terry McLaurin certainly seems to be energized by this change. By a lot of the changes, whether it's the offense in general, Jaden Daniels. I definitely think that he was as praiseworthy of a young quarterback as I've ever heard him. And but I think I know Terry well enough to know when he doesn't BS, but like when he's trying to say something without saying something, you can tell sometimes.
Terry is a master of politely throwing serious shade.
Yeah. I mean, yes, exactly. He's like, and
late last season, we heard a lot of stuff.
Oh, yeah. And like, but even after the Giants game up in the Meadowlands, like he said himself, like, if this were a different player, that's a headline. With him, it's a good insight in a story, right? And that's good. But like, so he's effusive with that. So I think you have guys coming back, Sam Cosmi, who are energized by this change. We could rattle off a long list. Right. And then you mix it with having a lot of new guys coming in, and then you mix that with the staff. And being mixed, like I think there's like 13 ex-players on this staff, something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
I think with that, players, not every player is going to have that, right? I mean, some players aren't as energetic, but it does bring a different level of energy to it. Because, so I think you mix it all together and you create a situation that was more conducive to guys. I mean, guys were talking about enjoying going to the building. And who is it? I think with JP, was it Wiley or one of those guys, lineman was talking about, oh no, it was Wiley, because the day we waited for him.
Yeah. Just you and I did. Just you and I did, John. Right. Committed to the job.
Yeah. Shout out Ben and Nikki. But remember what he said, that he goes, this is like 3 hours after practice ended. He goes, half the guys are still in the locker room.
Yeah.
Those
things make a difference. And I know so many times we get so caught up in the hustle and bustle, but veteran players, like you said, Bobby Wagner doing that. When I was in Philly, Troy Vincent and Bobby Taylor were your starting corners. They were both on special teams. Al Harris was your nickel. He was on special teams. Brian Dawkins was your starting safety. He was on special teams. So nobody else on the team could complain.
Right.
You know what I mean? And I think we went through decades, not a decade, but decades here, where if a guy was starting, he wasn't touching those, he wasn't going to ever look at special teams. And the special teams started to suck for a long time around here.
They had a guy, there was one safety years ago who was a low round pick who was starting, and you can go back and figure it out, who did not like being on special teams. I'm like, listen, man, Sean Taylor played special teams.
True.
Period.
Right.
Yeah, man. But it's like you have to expect that from your players and demand it from them.
Correct.
A lot of these coaches never demanded that.
Right, and I don't know that Wagner's going to play special teams in the season. I just know that in the spring he's here taking part in the drills. And you know what I mean? Like he could have said, I'm just going to work off to the side on drops or coverage or whatever.
Right.
But he's in there doing that.
Or he could just be like, I'm going to stand off to the side and just stand there for a couple minutes.
Yeah.
And he's not doing that.
Because I'm Bobby Wagner, damn it. And you know what I mean? Because it's funny to listen to guys talk about him. Like they get this look in their eyes like, I mean, it's Bobby Wagner.
Terry said that.
Terry said that. Tressway was like that. Like a number of guys have been like that. But the good thing is that Wagner himself does the work and he understands his role. And so I don't think he, there probably have been guys here in the past who would have viewed themselves the same way. I think Bobby Wagner knows exactly who he is, but I also think he knows why he is who he is, right?
Yeah.
And so I think that makes a difference. But, I think, I don't know, it's a good mix. And again, they could be a 7-win team. I don't know. I
kind of think they are, but it's still, it's about long-term growth.
Yeah,
exactly. And I think that's why I say for the first time, and it's hard for a fan base to be as patient as this one and have to go be patient again. But I think even for them, if you see growth and you see you can see the plan, the approach, and especially in the quarterback, you see that in him, I think you say, okay, maybe this year was like this, but that's the last year. It may be like that for a while.
Yeah, I think that's what they're looking for. Definitely.
Talking with our friend John Keim here on the BetQL guest line. Sports betting has come to the DMV. Don't place that first bet without checking with BetQL. You can follow John at John_Keim, Keim. The other part of all this, Johnny, watching it unfold is, I said this to, I don't know, it might have been, I was talking with CK this morning, how Dan Quinn went out of his way to recognize Ken Norton yesterday, who's the linebackers coach. That just stuck with me as there is no grandstanding stuff. You know what I mean? I asked Wagner the other day, hey man, I know it's only June, but what do you think of this team right now? And he's like, man, it's June. Ask me after the preseason games. And I loved that DQ didn't try to make some grand statement about the really good attendance. He's like, yeah, it might help a little bit when we get to camp. There's an honesty to it that feels important.
Well, and I think that goes back to everything we said. It's when you're trying to establish something here and build a foundation. And I think if you're just trying to win this year, you'd sell certain things harder. I think they know exactly what they're trying to do and the approach they're taking, right? So, yeah, I mean, even with Jaden Daniels, and I mean, people have been effusive about him, just as much about what they've seen and again, his approach. But Austin Eckler was like, yeah, we're really not going to, like, I'm proud of what he's done so far, but we're not going to really know until the preseason to see, well, what's it going to look like and how long things might take. And that's fine. Like, and that's why when, we've all talked about Jaden Daniels, and you can't help but praise a lot of what you see, but you don't know what that means for this year. I just think that, for the way he approaches it is the right way.
Yeah.
Now, you can't sit here and wonder, you don't know about health down the road. We don't know, because then it's also up to the organization to then, all right, this player is doing this. This quarterback is taking this approach. Now the organization now has to do its part around him, and that's building the roster out around him and not just relying on him to be that guy, like build the roster. And how long does that take? And so, like, there's still so many questions, but I do know that his approach is the right one. Like, you can't be good without taking that approach. I mean, you may not be great, but you can't be good if you don't do that.
I tell you,
and because we've seen that here.
Well, if he wasn't doing the things he was doing, he damn sure wouldn't be good.
Right. Exactly.
So we don't know what it would be, but I think he's doing it the right way, like you just stated. And if he keeps doing that and, keep getting that praise from his veteran players and things of that nature, he'll be okay, because guys work for people that they see work.
Oh, listen, that's why, like, I mean, you hear the Baltimore players talk about Lamar Jackson. I remember a few years ago, guys talking about, like, I'd do anything for this guy because they see what he does and puts into it.
Yeah.
And I also think when you have a level of humility, I think it also goes a long way, especially when you're the number 2 pick and a Heisman Trophy winner. That humility helps.
Yeah.
And, and I think, I mean, he's very clear that, he's got a long way to go, and he doesn't view himself as, hey, I'm here to be this or that. He's here to play his role. Now, his role is to be a really good quarterback, but to get there, how do you do that? And I think that's where what he, I think, understands very well, because it's all the stuff that he's done before. You don't get here and start working. You get here because, for what he's done is I mean, this, B. Mitch, you get here because of the work you put in for him, right?
Definitely.
And so, I don't know, like, but again, we don't know what it's going to look like for him because there are other factors that go into it. How does this offense evolve around him? But this is where, like, I like that they have Ertz and Eckler here, veteran guys who are safety nets for a young quarterback. But we don't know. We don't know how it's going to look. But, again, the behind the scenes stuff has been all really good.
Yeah.
Did either of you happen to see any of Tom Brady's speech the other night at Foxborough?
No.
He just talked about how hard it is to be great.
Yeah.
And that, greatness is really, really hard to achieve. And I think it's just such an honest message. And I think that's what clicked for Jaden at LSU, is he realized, like, the work that has to go in.
I would guarantee you he's talking more about the work that you put into it than he is the football game.
Well, listen, and
you know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, he's not talking about Sundays.
Like I tell, and that's what people don't understand. The games are easy. What the hell you do before the game? Anybody would show up and play on Sunday in front of the lights and get paid for it. But most people don't want to get to Sunday. You know what I mean? They don't want to put that same work in when the cameras aren't on.
Well, and I think that goes to what are you here to do? Are you here? Is it the money and the fame? Is it to become a really good player? And, like, you don't become. I don't hear a lot of great players coming in saying, I'm going to be great. It's like, you're going to put in the work to get there, and you're putting in a certain amount of work every day. And maybe you've been blessed with a certain level of talent and you work a certain way, then you do become great. But guys don't come here saying, like, well, I'm going to be I don't think Tom Brady or Peyton Manning went to their teams and said, I'm going to become a Hall of Fame quarterback. I think they understood, like, my goal, Tom Brady's goal is to make the team. So how do you do that? You have to outwork everybody. Then suddenly you're outworking everybody. Suddenly you're getting first team snaps. now, and so and then you work harder to stay there. So but it all starts with that. Like, if you don't take that approach, then you flame out.
Totally.
and then, that's why I do believe Jaden Daniels, while he's a guy that has electric running ability, is considered more of a passer than a runner, because that's, and you hear the guy, one of the best things that you hear, and you hear this publicly and privately, is just the anticipatory throws he made during practice. And Terry McLaurin talked about that. He's like, after a couple of crossers, he's telling guys, you got to make sure you're looking, because he's going to throw it even if you don't think you're open, even if you're not open yet. Right. So that's from work.
Johnny, we got to bounce, bro.
All right, Jay,
Enjoy your
appreciate
weekend.
you, bro.
Happy Father's Day,
All right,
man.
guys. You too, guys.
All right, bro. Appreciate it.
That's our friend John Keim. You can follow him at John_Keim, Keim. A number of updates coming your way. U.S. Open update. How freaking dirty is this air fryer update? And we're going to give away HF Festival tickets. Nobody go anywhere. Party Rock crew. All drinks are free. All right, anybody wants to get rich? Our boy Mike Beasley's joining us at 1:30 with some picks for the weekend. He's been kind of hot. Speaking of kind of hot, I brought in Omaha Steaks hamburgers for the boys. B has now seasoned them up. And my man Chris Russell, the Roostizzle, told me last time when we did the steak cookout when Nucci came in and we had the terrible rap battle because Jeff mailed it in, that I brought my own air fryer from home. He's like, hey, man, I got one you can use next time so you don't have to bring it from home.
He didn't tell you it was awful.
So I located it. I texted him, hey, man, where do you keep your air fryer? He said, LOL, it's plugged in wall near where Doc usually holds court outside studio. That was accurate. That's exactly where it was, where Doc hangs out over there. I went and got the air fryer. To start with, Rooster's a large man, small air fryer. Hey, draw your own conclusions. You know what they say about small air fryers, Landfill. But I picked it up. I unplugged it. I brought it over here, at which point where'd Toby just go? I opened it, and it's the dirtiest air fryer I've ever seen in my life. Landfill, I know that Toby showed it to you. What did you think of?
Is it what you expected?
I was kind of shocked and a little bit horrified at just how much stuff.
Yeah, what was Toby? How's the cleaning of the air fryer going?
I did my best. I don't feel great about it, but I did my best.
Do you have it with you? Where is it located?
It's right outside.
Let's let Brian see it. Let's let Brian get now. B Mitch is getting a look at this thing post cleaning, post Altizer cleaning. I don't know. The Toby Altizer sterilization process of Chris Russell's air fryer.
I don't know if it's just paint chipping off.
Pull this out.
I pulled it out. I can.
Yeah, it's paint chipping.
Here, show the stream.
Don't show the stream. They're gonna say don't use that.
Listen, I'll be clear. I'm cool with it. Toby
cool
cleaned
with
it.
Jay, you cool with anything? You see stuff been sitting for 7 months. You just grab it and eat it.
Yeah, I'm good with it. Toby, thank you for your efforts.
Any way I can help.
Put it at 450. We're gonna burn some stuff off of it.
That was my thought. Yeah, like we're gonna
hey,
crank that, soldier boy.
In about 20 minutes, put it on the hottest thing and let it go for like 5-10 minutes. You'll kill everything in there.
But on the bonus side, if we do all get food poisoning, we can hold it against Chris Russell for the rest of our lives. So that'll be awesome.
Sure. Always good to hold things against Chris Russell.
He has to work.
Where is Russell? Vacation?
Who knows what he's up to?
Where is a man like Chris Russell vacation?
Man at what?
Where do you think Rooster?
Probably going to Lake, like Como's, something like that.
It's Italy? It would be something absurd.
Stuff he'll do.
Lake Anna.
It would be an absurd spot that he would get just irrationally angry at all of us for not knowing about or
I could
visiting.
see Rooster being a Myrtle Beach guy, or what's that joint in Arkansas? Like
in Arkansas?
Like Branson, Missouri? Is
Yeah,
that in Arkansas?
Branson, Missouri. It is in Arkansas.
How stupid
Are you kidding me? Did you just say that?
Listen,
I think
man,
it's right next to it.
First of all, that's why
Lake of the Ozarks?
Hey, yes, he would have screwed up the whole Holy One yesterday.
Yo, Branson, Missouri.
He thinks Missouri is in Arkansas.
Is that in Arkansas?
I believe it's like D.C. to Arlington.
I don't care.
It's not
in
if
Arkansas.
that's accurate. I also don't know if that's accurate.
You know, Rooster probably went.
Pontiac, Michigan.
What's the little place everybody go down to in Virginia there?
Virginia Beach.
No, not Virginia Beach.
Lake Anna.
It's further up this way.
Lake Anna.
No, it's not. It's the name.
Richmond.
Starts with a C.
Fredericksburg.
Starts with a C.
Starts with a C.
I think it starts
Cape
with a C.
Cod.
It's not in Virginia, Jay.
The Northern Neck. Kokomo. Curacao. There's a place in Virginia. These two live in Virginia. Ask them.
Like a little, I'm not gonna say beach area, but like a resort
Chesapeake?
area. Not Chesapeake.
Virginia Beach.
I said that.
Oh, with the place with the horses?
No, it's like
Assateague.
If you go 301 and you cross the little bridge.
Oh, dude. Like Charles City or Cape. There's on the eastern shore of Virginia.
It's, yeah,
Cape Charles, maybe?
Not Cape Charles.
think Cape Charles is my first real
it's
guess.
something around that name.
Branson, Missouri. There was one thing. There was one thing yesterday that alarmed me a little with Jaden Daniels.
What's that?
I'm going to tell you when we come back. It's B. Mitch and Finley. And we're giving away HF Festival tickets.
It's Brian Mitchell here.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Friday's also a great day because the tech exec, Cody Betts, joins us. What up, Kodo? How you doing, buddy?
What up? What up?
What up, Code?
Me and B. Mitch were in the field in Ashburn, a stone's throw from your apartment for 3 straight days, and you came and saw us 0 days.
Well, I had to go into the office 2 of those days, and then I wanted to come over today, but y'all aren't there.
Well, I mean, take that up with Dan Quinn, dude. We don't set the schedule.
Well, I mean, you guys can still do the show from the parking lot.
Just with no practice going on?
Yeah.
I
I was going to bring you guys Popeyes. I mean, it was going to be a day.
I don't know if that would be a good decision.
I mean,
I don't think CK will buy that one.
Yeah, dude, that's a tough sell. If we're doing the show from Fields, I'd rather just do it from the field at B. Mitch's house because he has a field and just hang out.
You know
there.
what? We can have a pool party at the same time.
We should have a pool party show, B.
We just opened it.
See? Everything's happening
Great.
for a reason.
I'll see you next week.
Oh, Lord.
All right, Kodo, explain what we're about to do.
All right. I'm going to read y'all some headlines, and you guys are going to determine whether they are real or I made them up.
Okay.
All right.
Let's do it.
All right. First one. Missing mother found dead, swallowed by 5-meter python in Indonesia.
Whoa.
I'm going to go fake.
Now, I believe, hold on now. Toby, have you ever played Real or Fake with us?
I have not, no.
And aren't we on a streak of new people going perfect and winning Real or Fake?
I went perfect last time, and I'm not new. So
You did not. It was
I went perfect
Jay,
the
you weren't
last
there.
time we did. What the hell? You weren't
I
here.
wasn't here. Okay. That means it's 3 straight weeks of perfect because B went perfect.
Yeah.
Somebody went, was it Heavy Metal Chris? And then I think Doc. the
Doc
week
went
before.
4-1.
Yep.
Wow. All right. So B says fake.
Yeah.
B says fake. Landfill.
I also think fake.
Toby.
I'm going to go fake.
I will zig.
He going real.
Listen, man. Maybe Indonesian people might be quite small and a snake can eat them. I don't know. But it's
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know. All right. Next one, Kodo.
All right. Number 2, Mississippi school district under investigation after serving students lower quality food than local prison.
Yeah, that Mississippi definitely did that. That is real.
I'm going to go real as well. Sounds like something they would do.
Yeah, that's real.
It's a clean, well, this is where I would zag, but I've also been awful at this lately. So we'll go with a clean sweep of
Awful
real.
addition, too.
Yeah, sure. All right. Clean sweep for
All right.
reals.
All right, next one. Waitress fired for posting viral video of man dining with blow-up doll.
I'm saying fake just because I feel
I'm
like
gonna
I
go
would have
false on
seen
that.
it.
I'm gonna say real.
Yeah, I'm real with that.
Don't you think we would have seen that video?
There's so
You
many
probably would
videos.
because you on social media 23 hours and a half a day.
What did you say? Be real or fake?
I said fake.
Fake. All right. What else, Cody?
All right, next one. 77-year-old homeowner arrested for murder after shooting a burglar who broke into his house in Oakland, California.
Real.
Real.
You should not be arrested
You
if
shouldn't
somebody
be, but
breaks
that
into
is
your
the law.
house.
You can't
Is
be
that
arrested.
that's the law?
You can't just shoot anybody.
If they broke into your house?
Bruh, they can break in your house and fall down. They can sue you if you don't have something fixed.
That's absurd. Is that for real? That's civil.
So if anybody break in your house, you think you could just shoot them any kind of way you want.
Yeah.
And you could be in jail too.
That doesn't make any freaking sense.
That's what everybody says. Maybe you should pay attention to something other than what you call
Sports
it?
and gambling.
No.
Beer and vodka.
Yeah, the capitals of states.
I am good at that.
Yeah.
Branson, Missouri. All right. I'm saying
All right.
real. B,
I'll
are
go-
you saying real?
That one I said real.
Okay.
I'll zag. I'll say fake.
Toby's zagging about Landini.
He went real.
I said real like 4 minutes ago.
Okay, bro. I got a lot going on. Okay. I got a marker. I can't find a pen. I'm using a marker. I got B-Mitch constantly physically harassing me. I got Cody on the phone. I got a lot going on. All right, Kodo. Next one.
All right, last one here. Woman didn't know she was pregnant, gives birth at Golden Corral, and names baby after restaurant.
What did she name the baby?
Golden Corral, bro.
Maybe just Golden or Corral.
It could be like Golden Tate.
Yeah.
That's real.
Golden Corral Tate.
I'm gonna.
That can't be real.
That sounds real as hell.
That's
man.
too much. I'm going
My
fake.
buddy's sister didn't know she was pregnant
That's
and then
a
had
lot
to go to the hospital and
That
have a
would
baby.
be a lot for Cody to make up. I'm gonna go real on that, Cody.
You were real, Toby?
Real.
B is real, Landini?
Fake.
I'm going real. I think that's real, which is wild. That's
All right.
Hey, talk about all you can eat buffet.
All right, let's
right.
go back through them here.
Let's go back through them. The first one is the snake,
missing mother.
right?
Yep, missing mother found dead, swallowed by 5-meter python in Indonesia. That one is real.
Boom! Zagged on your ass.
All right,
All
next
three
one.
of you got that wrong. I got it right.
Mississippi school district under investigation after serving students lower quality food than local prison. That one is fake. I made that one up.
Damn, we all got that wrong.
I mean, see, the thing is, he used Mississippi, so we'd all believe it.
Also, the streak of a new guy going perfect is over. Toby is
Yeah,
over.
I'm terrible. I'm terrible.
All right.
All right, third one here. Waitress fired for posting viral video of man dining with blow-up doll. That one is real.
Damn. All right. Toby and Landfill got that. Point for the aquarium. Me and B both said fake.
All right, 77-year-old homeowner arrested for murder after shooting a burglar who broke into his house in Oakland, California. That one is real.
All right, everybody but Toby. Listen, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a police officer. I'm not a constitutional
Maybe you should know some
analyst.
stuff.
That's bananas.
If someone breaks in your house, they have to be a certain way for you to shoot them, or they have to be really threatening you for you to shoot them.
If they break into your house, you should be allowed to shoot them.
Well,
What's the point of all the guns?
But you're not allowed to shoot.
Why? And whatever. That's a different topic. That doesn't make any sense. All right. Golden
All right,
Corral
last
tape.
one. Yep, Golden Corral. Woman didn't know she was pregnant, gives birth at Golden Corral, and names baby after restaurant. That one is real.
Okay. Landfill said fake. The rest of us said real. All right, we'll go through the results.
I was 2 and 3.
Toby was 2 for 5. B. Mitch, 2 for 5. Landfill, 2 for 5. Number 1 in your program, number 1 in your hearts, JP Finley, 3 for 5. Winner. Boom.
All right, congratulations. You owe B. Mitch a beer for his hole-in-one.
That's not how it works. He actually owes me a drink for the
Actually,
whole one.
you owe
At least
me.
the rest of us knew what state Branson, Missouri is in.
Arkansas.
Actually, you owe me many beers because you've been saying if you made it this far, you owe me a beer for like 3 years now, and 3-4 years, and I've been here a lot. So,
Kodo, will we ever see you again?
Yeah, well, I ain't going nowhere.
well, it's not like you're stuttering, Cody. No, you're stuttering, you're lying.
It could be the end of us
I'll,
after we eat something out of that air fryer, though.
That's true. Cody, do you want to drive downtown and eat out of Chris Russell's air fryer?
Absolutely not.
Do you have a guess where Chris Russell takes vacation? My guess is Branson, Missouri, Arkansas.
Feels like an Atlantic City guy to me. Kind of trashy up there.
Thanks, Cody. Later,
right,
buddy.
Cody.
Have a good one.
That's
Based on Cody's recent experience in Atlantic City, that's like the meanest thing you could say about somebody.
When we come back, we got to give away some tickets. You want me to do that right now? Is it too late?
Yeah.
All right, caller number 10 right now. You win 2 tickets to HF Festival, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. HF Festival is a legendary festival that they're bringing back. Nats Park, Saturday, September 21st, featuring the Postal Service, Death Cab for Cutie, Incubus, Bush, Garbage, many more. The ticketing lottery system is open now through Sunday, June 16th. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. Tickets are courtesy of IMP. Strong vibes, landfill, for a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Tell you what, I don't know if this is legal or not, Toby. There's going to be some Scotty's Vodka in my truck driving to North Carolina. I'm taking alcohol over state borders, all right? Send Al Capone or whoever the good guy was, Kevin Costner and Sean Connery chasing Al Capone. Send them after me. Come get some.
You ever get arrested for something, they'll have all the proof they need.
Shout out to Chris Russell.
You will give yourself up.
I'd love if everybody right now could pull out their cellular device, pull up the Twitter app, and just at WrestleMania621, just ask, where are you? Because we're dying to know.
I know where he is.
Branson, Missouri, Arkansas.
He's in Florida.
Where?
Western
Orlando.
Florida.
Western Florida.
Yeah.
Pensacola?
I guess that's all. I didn't dig any deeper.
Can we call him at 12:45?
I could try. He seems like he's a busy guy.
Shout out to Grant Paulson.
He could be in Panama City.
Spring break, baby. Rooster at spring break.
Hold on. Rooster going to spring break chasing young people?
I gotta guess that I damn near feel like is a guarantee. Rooster is the type of dude that goes to the beach with a purchased cut off t-shirt. You know how they sell, like, most people just cut it off yourself if you're going to the gym or whatever. Rooster buys the pre-cut off t-shirt, and he definitely wears shoes and socks on the beach.
Yeah.
It's a lock.
White shoes and
It's a
black
lock.
dress socks.
I wanted to just shout out America real quick. We live in turbulent times, and I understand that inflation is high, and apparently you can't shoot somebody breaking into your own house, and the NBA Finals and the Stanley Cup Finals kind of suck. We are facing these societal ills together, but occasionally, what do we have to rely on, landfills, ourselves, right? American ingenuity. It's what built this GD country. And I was just confronted with a crisis, landfill, and I looked that crisis in the eye, and I conquered it.
You called somebody to take care of something for you?
No, I bought this yogurt at the marketplace, and there's not a damn spoon in this entire building, so I ate it with a fork. And I'm looking at the people on YouTube. If I can do this, you can do anything. Okay? We're all in
I
it
really
together.
think something wrong with you.
We're all in it together, Brian.
You're mentally out there, dog.
One thing from minicamp that is minuscule but needs mentioning.
What is it?
Jaden, by and large, looked good. There's going to be some rookie stuff. Shocker, he's a rookie. But there's one thing that I really think can't happen. And I think once it happens once, hopefully all parties will understand this can't happen. Damn, Scheffler just had a double bogey.
Scheffler's not looking like Scheffler.
No,
today.
That haircut got him, like Samson and Delilah. Or no, who was the dude where they cut his hair and it like, was that Samson and Delilah?
That was Samson, yeah.
Yeah, all right, boom.
It was just Samson, not Delilah.
Okay. Jaden, it looked like a designed quarterback run during 11-on-11.
Yeah.
It was like a rollout, I think, to his, if I was standing here, that would have been to his left side. And I'm standing there, and there's some veteran players on a knee in front of me watching the play unfold. And Jaden got the edge. It looked like it was well blocked, but again, it's all fake blocking. Nobody's got pads on.
Yep.
But it looked like easy 5-7 yard gain, run it out of bounds. Only Jaden cut it upfield.
Yeah.
And I heard a veteran player right in front of me say, "Don't do that." That's the only thing that worried me. Like, did he have some interceptions and some bonehead rookie stuff? Yes.
Just like you said, it's June. He cut upfield. But the question I would ask, he cut upfield and go 80 or go 40 or go 50 and score a touchdown. Who's going to say something's wrong with it?
It looked like he cut upfield into traffic. I don't want him cutting upfield into traffic.
Gotta let him be who he is.
I know, but I think.
And he will learn that this level is different than the other level. And if he get caught one way, he'll change it up some.
I agree with you. I'm just saying that was the only thing that kind of gave me a little pause was when I saw that happen. The other thing that gave me some level of pause was this contract Trevor Lawrence just got.
Yeah. You didn't think he was going to get it?
No. Would you have paid Trevor Lawrence based on what you've seen?
Based off of what I've seen, yes, because they paid Daniel Jones. So I'm saying you have to look at the league as it is right now. Everybody automatically assume that you're going to have to pay a Joe Burrow type. But if you have a quarterback who's above average, he's getting paid above average money. And the quarterbacks get a high percentage of the salary cap. So there's nothing new that's happening. Because when you start really breaking it down, of the 32, it's damn sure not 16 damn good quarterbacks. You know what I mean?
Totally.
So they're going to get paid just because of the position more than anything.
But
he's done enough at the position to think that he's capable.
I think he tried to gut through the high ankle sprains last year, and I think he was kind of hurt last year.
Mm-hmm.
Something seemed a little off with the Jags last year after they had the really good season the year before.
Yep.
If you look at the career numbers, they're somewhere between like fine and decent, I would say. They've flipped OCs every year he's been there. I kind of don't understand why Doug Peterson's not just calling the plays, but what do I know? So Trevor Lawrence, 5 years, $275 million contract extension.
Yeah.
55 per.
55 per, 200 guaranteed.
I mean, that is major money. That brings him now to the same AAV as Joe Burrow at 55 per. Burrow has more guarantees. Burrow has almost 220 guaranteed.
Yeah.
He's a little ahead of Goff, a little ahead of Herbert. The next person coming up where you'd expect to really reset this thing, I think will be Stroud, and they can't even talk to him for another 2 years.
Yeah.
But Lawrence, career numbers, 3 seasons in the NFL, 20-30 record, completing 64% of his passes, 58 touchdowns to 39 picks. If you dive a little deeper, his rookie year with Urban Meyer grabbing, everything went sideways. Urban was a disaster there. If you pull that year out, because Lawrence was bad, but everything was bad, in the last 2 seasons, which have included a divisional weekend playoff run for Jacksonville. Now, granted, that was 2 years ago, but it happened. He's averaged 66% passing, about 4,100 yards per season, about 23 TDs against, what's the middle of 8 and 14? 11? Against 11 picks. Good numbers, not great numbers. He's obviously getting paid great money.
You don't have to be great to get paid as a quarterback in the NFL.
Sure. He takes a fair amount of sacks. The running ability, I think we saw more of it in college. He can run. He had 339 rush yards last year, 4 TDs on the ground. The only things that would alarm me is 2 out of 3 years, fairly high interception totals. And he takes a lot of sacks. Last year, he got sacked on 6% of the snaps. You know what I mean? Like, that's a lot.
But still, they get paid.
Would you have paid him? Because I think the worst thing you can do is pay a good quarterback great money, because then it just messes up your cap. Where does Lawrence land
So
for
what
you?
do? You don't pay anybody. You let him go, and you get somebody else that may not be the quarterback either.
I don't know. I mean, we saw that here. Washington didn't want to pay Kirk because Kirk is okay, not great. He's good, not great.
But the whole thing about it, if they had paid him, would they be in a better situation than what they've been?
It would have been way more stable.
So, in other words, sometimes you have to bite the bullet and be stable, because I think they feel what he's shown, he has that ability. Maybe, just maybe, all of the different changes has been causing them some issues. But would he have gotten paid? Yes. Once I saw him pay Daniel Jones, I'm paying anybody that's better than him.
He's better. I would have paid Trevor Lawrence because I still think you're betting on upside there.
Yeah.
I think, this is a young man with So he's only 24. Think about that. Like, he's played in the league 3 years, and he's a year older than Jaden.
But think about it. So he's been in the league 3 years, going to his 4th. He has a breakout year this year. Next year, it's going to be paying him $60-something million.
Totally.
So
I mean, you get these done as early as you can.
They probably got him cheap now because, like you said, that doesn't kick in for 2 more years.
Right.
So when he starts to get the $55 million, the average might be 60, 62.
Well, and if you average it out, so they now have Lawrence locked up for the next 7 seasons, right? This is where it really becomes advantageous for the teams. They've got 2 years left on the rookie deal. Now, the 5th year will have some serious comp to it because it's the 5th-year option. But going into this season, his cap number's 11 mil. Round up, call it 12.
Mm-hmm.
Next year, that number jumps to 25, fully guaranteed. So you've got 1 year at 12, 1 year at 25, and then it's 55. So that 12 and 25 is 37. So 37 plus the 275 is, call it roughly 300.
Mm-hmm.
What is 300?
300 plus.
What is that divided by 7? Right? Because that's your real number here.
Yeah, but I mean, that's how it is. I mean, the whole thing of it, you get the extension. The real number is 275, 5 years, because he's still getting paid the money he's getting paid right now.
But if you're the team and you look at, okay, we now have this quarterback under team control for the next 7 years, averaging out to 44 mil a year, that's value.
Yeah, but every quarterback ends up with something like that when they sign those deals after 3 years. I don't think that changes much at all. I just think that if you can get your guys, when a guy gets a contract after 3 years, he just told you I'm good enough. So you're gonna pay him anyway. Because if they wait 1 more year, they still paying him.
Up.
Yeah,
right.
But the price goes up.
Landini, would you have paid Trevor Lawrence the 275, 55 per?
I don't think so. I know how badly it can go, obviously. It went, here when they didn't pay Kirk Cousins, it was kind of a mess for 5 years, but I just can't deal with the fact that they're now paying Trevor Lawrence, who's just been pretty average, more per year than 2-time NFL MVP Lamar Jackson. And it's not like Lamar signed a contract 6 years ago or something. Like, he signed a contract last offseason, and Trevor Lawrence, who's just been average as hell for 3 years, if even that, is making more. Like, hell, you could have just gone and signed Jacoby Brissett or somebody off the street who wouldn't be that much of a downgrade from Trevor Lawrence, if any at all.
Pat Mahomes makes 45 a year.
Now, Mahomes did sign kind of a weird contract.
Josh Allen makes
but
43
Pat Mahomes,
a year.
See, that's the difference. Pat Mahomes is not trying to be the highest paid person, because he could be if he wanted to be.
I think he will be soon.
Pat Mahomes basically said it on TV. He said, "Listen, I'm here to win championships." He said, "I don't need to necessarily get the contract to be the richest, the highest guy." You know why? Because he's getting paid off the field as well. But the thing it comes down to is not Joe Burrow, not Lamar's fault. He got more than the guy before him. It's not Trevor Lawrence's fault. He got more than Lamar. That's the salary cap going up. And if the salary cap goes up and you're still saying a quarterback gets this percentage of it, it's going to be bad quarterbacks making more money than very good quarterbacks.
Toby, would you have paid Lawrence? That's a lot of dough.
It is a lot, but it's just so bad when you don't have a quarterback. So I probably would have done it. He's, sits right around the outside of the top 10, but he shows all the potential. It's just about getting, that top level of play from him. And I wouldn't move on from him. So you're going to have to pay him or move on. And if you gave me that choice, I'm going to pay him like they did.
I think you only do this because you're betting that the best is still coming.
Yeah.
I think.
But that's what sports is, in essence, everywhere you go. We just had a conversation with John Keim. We can say all we want about Jaden Daniels. We don't know anything.
Right.
So no one knows. Hell, listen, right now, the 49ers look great. They didn't know anything about Purdy. You got what's called. They saw something in Pat Mahomes. Did they know he'll be this good? No. They felt, oh, he'll give us a chance. But he's being better. So Buddy also came in with the mindset like, okay, he's a little goofy, but he's funny. People like him. He likes it. He gets great commercials. So he, in a sense, don't have to be the highest paid to still make way more than the rest of those guys. Because you don't see most of those quarterbacks on commercials, right? But you see Pat Mahomes on everything.
Right. It's kind of interesting. Landfill sent me this list of the highest paid players at every position in the NFL. Who do you think's the highest paid tackle and has the highest guarantee?
Highest paid tackle. Whoever signed last year?
Penei Sewell, who at least for half of his career has played right tackle too. It's kind of interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just surprised that Trent's not in the top 4.
Trent's deal was signed how many years ago?
I think he signed an extension like 2 years ago, though. Tunsil, I know, just signed, so I'm not surprised to see Tunsil on there. Andrew Thomas just re-signed, so I get that. Ronnie Stanley similarly.
So if a tackle signs 2-3 years ago, and then 4 to 10 other tackles come up, he is not going to be in the top 5.
I get it. I understand how it works. Highest paid edge rusher, B.
Highest paid edge rusher. I would think based off of the talent, I would go up to Cleveland Browns.
So Myles Garrett is making $26.7 million per. Myles Garrett has the second highest guarantee of $100 million, but Nick Bosa just redid his deal, making $35 million.
Mm-hmm. If Myles Garrett come up right now, he'll probably make 36.
Sure. Chris Jones just moved to the top of the D tackle charts at $31.7 million. He also has the biggest guarantee at $101 million. It's interesting to watch this. Like, you can tell what the league values from an AAV standpoint. Nothing touches quarterback, right?
Mm-hmm. But that is why when a player is holding out and doing things, I don't complain at all. Do your thing. Because you know what? Whatever you sign is only there until the next big person signs.
Sure. Who do you think's the highest paid punter in the league?
Tressway.
No.
Who?
Michael Dixon, Seattle
that?
Seahawks. Who do you think is the highest paid long snapper in the league?
Hell, I don't know.
Luke Rhodes, Indianapolis Colts. He makes $1.6 million per season. Who do you think has the highest guarantee at long snapper in the NFL?
Cheeseman. Nah, I'm joking. I don't know.
It's the guy they just signed, Tyler Ott. Washington Commanders. It's the only commander on this list.
He just signed.
True. Yes, Landini.
I mean, based off how last year went, it kind of makes sense that they go out there.
Yeah.
Spend some money.
Pay some money. Get better at the position.
I mean, it did. I know it sounds absurd, but like the long snapping failures did cost them like a couple touchdowns last year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a problem all year. It impacted the kicking game. I mean, it was a problem.
Long snap was bad. How about just the snapping to the quarterback?
That was also
in
a
different
problem.
spots too.
We gave Steve Wino a very significant and serious task. I don't know if he's achieved it, but Steve Wino is in Edmonton, and we've asked him to find the Edmonton fan. We'll see if he has achieved that goal when we return on B. Mitchell Finley. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Getting loose on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. This is pretty cool, B. The Wizards just announced, the Washington Wizards, they got a regular season game against the Miami Heat on November 2nd in Mexico City.
Okay.
Let's go.
Let's go where?
To Mexico.
Nah, we're not going there.
Is it possible?
What day is it?
November 2nd.
What day?
I have no idea. Am I just supposed to know what day every day
Well,
is?
I mean, when you're throwing it out there, you should know the day.
All right.
It's on a Saturday. No, you're not going.
Who does the Washington have a game on Sunday?
Probably so.
I think they play at the Giants, as a matter of fact.
You're not going.
There goes my dream of going to Mexico City.
Anytime it's something in football season, you should ask that question first. What's the
Landfill,
day?
is it possible Chris Russell's in Mexico City getting a little exploration of where the Wizards should stay?
I have a hard time seeing Chris Russell in Mexico City. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. He'd find an endless number of things to complain about.
I do think that's accurate.
He kind of does that here, but I feel like there'd just be so many things that he wouldn't be used to. He'd just wind up screaming at people, and eventually they'd just kick him out of the country.
Well, I also read that there's a massive drought issue in Mexico City. Like, I don't know if it's a drought or clean water or what, but they don't have enough water. So that's another factor that
a drought will cause you not to have enough water.
Russell does love really large beverages too, so that could be a problem for him.
You ain't lying. You ain't lying. All right, our guy Wino's not going to be able to join us, so I'm going to give you my hockey preview myself. Apparently, the Florida Panthers just announced a media availability, and he's in Edmonton to work for the Associated Press. You got to do what you got to do.
That's his job.
I got home from the swim meet last night. Got to see our buddy Tony last night from Over Under. Yeah, he's got 2 kids that are swimmers for Lakewood. Both his kids were in the first heat, which means they're pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Brett Sullivan was there. It was fun to see him. Sully's boys may or may not have swam. I never got a real answer on that.
Didn't want to tell you, Jay.
Well, I was announcing it. I gave his son Bo a big pop, but then he wasn't actually in the race. So, whatever.
See, that's why I keep telling you, ask questions before you start talking.
You can't, man. It happens so fast. But so I got home, get the girls to bed. I put the hockey game on. It's 1-1, right? Score is 1-1.
Mm-hmm.
Then I realized, like, we still had a load of laundry going. And being just the benevolent husband and father I am, I said, "Hey, you don't get to sit here and just watch this game. Let's go crank out this laundry. Let's go fold the 8,000 school uniforms my daughters have." And when I came back, it was 4-1. Florida, I don't know what happened, which maybe kind of undermines my own analysis here, but Florida just kicked their ass real quick. Were you watching? Do you know what happened?
I remember
they scored 3 goals in like 5 minutes.
But it just in hockey sometimes it's depending on the momentum. How does it flow, and do you capitalize on the chances you get?
Florida's just so good.
Like watching Edmonton play the other night. What they did was pass and pass and pass and pass and pass and pass. Oh, turnover. Florida goes down, fires a shot, somebody gets a rebound, boom, in the net. Edmonton comes back, pass. McDavid looking like the great one he is. He won't even take the shot. He'll pass to somebody else. They'll miss it. They don't get a shot off. They go back down, boom, 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 in the net again.
Well, and the goalie Bob is just outrageous. So Edmonton tried to climb back in it. I think the final was 4-3.
Yeah.
Edmonton scored, I think, twice in the third period. But Bob just makes these saves after saves after saves. And dude, Barkov is so good. Florida's just. You think Edmonton they're not getting back in.
No.
The series is over. Do you think they cannot get swept?
It's possible. I mean, they're still in their home venue, but still, they're not winning the thing.
No. All right, let's go around the room.
So if they
We got
push it to
hockey
game
tomorrow
5 and
night.
then lose like they did last night and the night before in game 5, what sense?
All right, so we got hoops tonight.
Yep.
The Mavs are a 1-point underdog. Game 4, they're down 3-0. Hockey's tomorrow night. Edmonton is a slight favorite, which I find bizarre, but what do I know?
It's just because they're at home.
And hockey's crazy. Does anybody, left hand up, if anybody is willing to stand on this island, does anybody think either the Oilers or the Mavericks are coming back?
I don't think either one of them coming back. I think one of them might get a win, but they're not coming back.
Nobody believes they're coming back, right? We're all in
No chance.
unison? Okay. Who has the better chance of not getting swept? Toby.
Oilers.
Because hockey's wild?
Yeah, I mean, the Celtics are just so much better than the Mavericks. Like, Luka and Kyrie were playing well in that first half in game 3, and they were still only up by 1.
Because they don't play defense.
Well, that's true.
Landini?
Yeah, I think I got to agree there. The Mavs are just totally done. They got nothing.
I think the Mavs have a better chance because I don't believe in refereeing in the NBA.
And it could just be.
And I think they can just get out there and do one of the things they normally do, and they just swallow their whistle on certain side and call it on the other side, and they just throw the balance of the game off, and they can get them back in it.
Well, dude, Awful Announcing had a story this morning.
Because Luka Floppage, I mean, that's his name to me, Floppage.
Dude, it's funny for a guy that had such a great playoff run and now is just getting buried because all the stuff he kind of stopped doing for a couple weeks, he's just doing more recklessly and more annoyingly than before.
Yeah, because that's normally how he gets his way. He does that, and they feel sorry for him.
You know, I was listening to Doc driving home yesterday, and he had an interesting question. Like, you've always said this, right? If guys aren't delivering, at some point it's on the coaches to do something to change it. Do you think Jason Kidd needs to do something with Luka? Like, you've got a guy out there that's an incredible offensive playmaker that just gives you zero effort defensively.
But that's the majority of the NBA.
Not this time of year, but yeah, you're
that's
right.
the majority of the NBA. What is Jason going to tell him to do?
Try.
If Jason gets on to him real bad, what you think the owner going to do?
Yeah. I mean,
listen, bro. They make more money off of Luka than they make off of Jason Kidd.
But also on the offensive end, like, everything is on Luka and Kyrie. So if he tried harder defensively, not to say that he can't play any defense, but literally everything is on it. Versus when you watch Boston, they're moving the ball, they're getting the open shots. Whereas
maybe he should get in a little
Boston's
better shape.
so good.
If he's going to be an all-around player, he has to get in better shape.
100%, but they got to move the ball as well. Like,
Yeah,
it's all
that's-
on Luka and Kyrie.
But
I think Toby is a Luka stan. Do we have a Luka stan in our midst?
I like Luka.
They got those two guys because they can play that type of ball and they can take over games. But when you play against a team that's going to pass it around, you need to be able to play defense too. They don't play defense. When they're scoring 30-something a game, everybody love that, But if they're not stopping the other guy, they still could lose. And Luka and Kyrie are unbelievable offensively. And that is probably why Dallas got them. But you're not going to beat teams that can play offense and then they play defense. Because Jason Tatum and Brown plays defense.
Brown is
And
all
they can
dog.
put the same amount of scores up as Luka and Kyrie. Then stop them. The other players on their team, they kind of were looking around, waiting. But that's what happens in a one-on-one style offense.
What do they call it? Heliocentric. The world revolves around Luka.
Mhm.
Landfill, as the chief BS officer of the program, I did want to ask you, do you believe Toby is a Luka stan?
Yes.
It's troubling. The Luka stands out there, There's Pakistan, Afghanistan, Uzbekistan, Lukistan.
Tajikistan.
Yes. Lukistans to me are the worst because it's almost like politics to a Lukistan, right? Like if somebody's a hardcore political believer on either side of the spectrum, they will not hear anything but that opinion. And we live in a place where it's so easy to exist within your own echo chamber that anything with a other viewpoint has to be wrong. Toby, I don't think you're in the dark place yet with the Lukistanitis, but I think you're headed there.
I wouldn't say I'm that bad. Like, I just think that he needs to play defense. There's no doubt about it. I just think that Jason Kidd, like to your point, isn't doing him any favors by the offense is literally all on them. That's how they built it as well. But I think they have to move the ball. Otherwise, if he exerts himself, he needs to be in better shape and all these things. You bring up valid points. Is what I'm saying.
Don't you think that's the offense he wants? Everything is built for
Absolutely.
him.
Well, there's a reason that James Harden hasn't won a championship as well because he plays similarly.
But when Luka takes the ball and he starts dribbling on this one guy and then doing all the stuff he's doing, don't you think he could pass the ball? Sometimes that him passing the ball when he's being double passing to the open guy, that's moving the ball, and that gets people involved and get them. Joker. The Joker passes the ball, rebounds, plays D, scores because he is not trying to do it all himself. If I start dribbling and two people come to me, I got an open guy. He doesn't find the open guy. He tries to dribble between both of them.
And like get a foul.
Yeah, and then he'll shoot a shot, don't get touched, and fall. Didn't they say that was something that was illegal in the NBA now? Hell, he could get him every play. He always flailing. But the thing of it, if you are that great of a player, how can he not find open play and get his teammates involved?
The other side of Pakistan, Afghanistan, Tajikistan, Lukistan is Brian, who appears to be a Luka op. I don't think you like Luka.
No, I don't like any player that has exceptional hype, but all they could do is just score.
They're in the finals. I mean,
they're in the finals. That's understandable. But when you're getting to the finals, you need to be doing more. If he broadens his game and get his ass in shape, he could be a better basketball player. Right now, he don't play defense, and he's dribbling.
He
He turns over the ball a lot.
I could do without the drama. He reminds me of like a
JP.
Terrell
You are with me more or less.
Oh, I'm way closer to you than Toby for sure.
But what I'm saying is like
he is fun to watch, though.
I have always been this way. The guys who get the most love, who's supposed to be the best athletes and the best players, I expect more out of them. I don't give them excuses. And I think a lot of people, when a guy is great, we just automatically, he needs more help. If he's great, he should be able to help himself. He should make the people around him even better instead of just freezing them, which he does. Kyrie does it too. You know, Kyrie, instead of going up just do a layup, Kyrie got to do a high floater off the top of the damn backboard.
If you can't respect that, your whole perspective is whack. Yo, here's what you got to do. You know what I'm going to do tonight? Gamble. I don't know what I've been taking the unders in this basketball series. I'll probably do that. Whatever it is you're into, every shot, every goal, ESPN Bet has fans covered for the biggest moments on the road to the championship. The exclusive sportsbook of ESPN is the only place to find special offers and promotions from your favorite ESPN shows and personalities throughout the playoffs. New users can get a bet reset up to $1,000 in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win. Download ESPN Bet today. What a play. Must be 21 plus and present within the state of Maryland or Virginia to participate. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See the app for details. right now is the exact reason we need cameras for the stream in the aquarium. Landfill was getting after it. We got a lot going on. All right?
Landfill need to be on the damn camera.
We need landfill cam. Where the hell did Toby just go?
He
Toby
went
turned
somewhere
it into
for me.
Jeff.
I told him to go get my phone.
All right, Toby's back. We got burgers cooking. Things are happening, man. We're getting ready. Vodka Red Bull Friday, Father's Day weekend. Things are happening. Now, boys, there's an international sporting event going on today. The eyes of the world are watching.
Yeah.
What event is that?
U.S.
Cricket?
Open.
U.S. Open is partially right. Live look at the leaderboard. Patrick Cantlay still in first at 5 under. He doesn't tee off for about another 45 minutes. A German dude named Detry is in second. He's 4 under today. Detry, maybe. He's 5 under. Aberg, Swedish dude, 4 under. Rory McIlroy, 4 under. He's about finishing up his round. I think he's on 18 right now. French dude, Pavone at 3. Pair of Americans, Bryson DeChambeau, Tony Finau.
JP, what country do you think that guy's from? Detry?
Detry?
Mm-hmm.
Is that Belgium, maybe?
Yeah, it's definitely not Germany.
Pretty freaking close.
It's not close.
Mm.
Yo, the flags are pretty close. And I'm seeing it on like a quarter, like a 2 millimeter speck of what the flag
That's why I tell you need to start pausing before you speak. You can't just say stuff wrong and then have a 5 million excuses.
Belgium and Germany are the same colors, just one's vertical, one's horizontal. I'm not that far off.
Okay, vertical and horizontal. Those are 2 different
things.
things.
Those are fairly different.
There you go.
I prefer the horizontal mambo.
Prefer it.
All right. There is another event today. Toby, do you know?
Euros?
The first ever B. Mitch and Finley European Cup preview commences now. So the European Cup is like the World Cup, but just for Europe. We'll start at Euro Cup 101. First match is today, 3:00. Germany, who's hosting the tournament, playing Scotland. We will be rooting for Scotland if you're uninformed.
Who they playing?
Germany.
I'm going for Germany.
That's messed up, man.
I'm only going for Scotland because of your dad, not because of you.
That's fair.
You don't know nothing about Scotland. You haven't been there but once.
I've been a bunch. When I was a kid, we used to go like every 2 years.
Yeah, you're a kid. You don't know much about it.
I bet I know more than you.
You should. I went once. I just played 7 days of golf. Got the hell out of there.
I
drank a lot of scotch.
It's just whiskey over there.
Yeah.
So the European Cup goes on for a month. That starts today. Germany playing Scotland. In a month from now, July 14th is the final. These games will be on Fox and FS1. All right, here are the groups. Landfill, give me a word to describe each group. Group A, Germany, Hungary, Scotland, and Switzerland. Germany's bad now, right? Didn't they used to be awesome and now they're not good anymore?
I don't know if they're bad anymore, but they're better than the other teams.
Could Scotland get through from that group?
Yeah, I think 3 teams can get through from some groups, so sure.
Okay. Group B, Albania, Croatia, Italy, and Spain.
Sucks to be Albania, man.
Yeah, that's... You know that Albanians have taken over, like, the European mob world? Like, Albanians are dangerous, dog. I read a pretty messed up article.
I see a lot of stuff, too.
Italy might not be good anymore either. They used to be nasty, and now they might be bad.
They did win the tournament 3 years ago, though.
Okay, that's
3 years ago.
Useful information. Group C, Denmark, England, Serbia, and Slovenia. Who do we like? The Brits?
Yeah.
Denmark, who else?
Denmark, England, Serbia, and Slovenia.
I go to England.
I think Slovenia is where both Joker and Luca are from.
That's right. So Toby's going to be on their side. Pretty hard.
Luca, Stan, Toby. Group D, Austria, France, Netherlands, and Poland.
I'm going over here to Group B real quick.
I think France is loaded, and I like the Dutch. I've always liked the Dutch.
I'm about to go to Group B.
For the Albanians?
Group burgers.
Oh, I
You're
like
starting
that.
to go overtime anyway.
Group E, Belgium, Romania, Slovakia, and the Ukraine. Group F, Czech Republic, Georgia, Portugal, and Turkey. Who are the favorites, Landfill?
I believe it's England.
England is the favorite, followed by France, Germany, Portugal, and Spain. And that was your European Cup preview. When we come back, phone lines open. First time all week. He's an NFL legend that had a hole-in-one yesterday.
Ask me anything.
Ask him anything you want. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. It's time for Ask Me Mitch Anything. Scotty's Vodka Rebel Friday, baby. We got burgers cooking. Case of vodka in CK's office. A lot could happen here. I've just been told I have to take my daughters to the library, though.
What you gonna do Sunday?
I'll be at the beach. So beach and then chill and watch golf. What are you doing to do Sunday?
Whatever I feel like doing.
Yeah, I wish.
Father's Day.
I imagine someday I'll get that sort of treatment, but this ain't it. This ain't the year.
Could be.
Scotty's Vodka Rebel Friday, powered by Scotty's handcrafted vodka. Scotty's Vodka is Maryland made, amazingly smooth and loved throughout the DMV. And don't you dare forget, B. Mitchell Finley is brought to you by Rude HVAC. Head over to rude.com to find a contractor near you and any available tax credits and rebates. Caught him sleeping.
It ain't rude. It ain't right.
There it is. Now, Landfill, if you had to guess between me and B. Mitch, if there was a segment titled After One of Us, who wouldn't be there when the segment started? Who would you guess?
First of all, I'm out trying to do some burgers, and you just sitting in here looking at social media.
I am not.
Yes, you were.
I'm not. I was trying to get the golf on.
You were looking at social media.
I think the golf just started at NBC. This isn't social media. These are text messages.
B-Mitch, the segment starts when B-Mitch shows up.
It's a good point, too.
Tell him again,
you can't ask B-Mitch anything without B-Mitch. It's fairly simple.
I'm listening.
Let's start in Connecticut. Tim, ask B anything.
Yeah. Hi.
How you doing, man?
Thanks for taking my call, and congrats on your hole-in-one, B-Mitch.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
For the past 15 years, the NFL has cut down on physical contact and tackling in preseason activities. My question for you, B-Mitch, is once contact is reintroduced sometime in August, have you noticed a drop-off in performance by some players and a marked improvement by other players? Or does everyone seamlessly kind of flip the switch?
I don't think everyone flipped the switch. I think the guys that are naturally physical and violent, in a sense, on the field, they are still those people, even when they don't have pads on. So they go at a different speed. There are guys that have developed this mindset that they're protected by the rules. And those are the guys that get welcome to a quick rude awakening when the season starts. And I think a lot of those guys do back up until they get back into it.
Thanks for the call, Tim. Appreciate you, buddy.
Thank you, man.
I got a submission via Twitter, B. Captain Todd wants to know if you will go shark diving with him.
No.
Landfill?
I'm not doing that. Why would I go jump into his feeding tank?
I've gone shark diving. It was awesome.
You were inside a cage?
I was inside a cage.
Yeah. Okay, so that's not shark diving. Shark diving is when you dive. Going in the cage, you're protected.
I don't know that I'm doing it without the cage. But it's cool
I'll let you know right now, I'm not getting in it without the cage.
It's cool to see sharks like in front of you.
I don't go anywhere near sharks for any reason.
What about the San Jose Sharks?
Nope.
What about the Jets and the Sharks?
Nope.
Okay. Glad we settled that. Anthony is in D.C. Anthony, ask me anything.
Hello, how you guys doing today? This is Anthony calling from D.C.
Yep.
Okay, what's up, man?
What's up?
Hey, so I got a question to be Mitch, man. So our names have been changing. They're talking about going to a different name. What do you think about the Washington Skins? Because 99% of Redskin fans only say Skins anyway, and use the circle with the feathers in the back that have the Indian head in it, but use the Washington W as the logo. What you guys think about that?
I don't think they're going nowhere close to that.
Yeah, dude.
Skins
is out.
Skins, I mean, you can't fool nobody.
Thanks for the call, though.
But
we appreciate you listening,
but the
Anthony.
whole thing was Redskins was derogatory, so they say. But skins could also be used as pigskin, like a football. It don't necessarily have to do.
You know
with,
what they could do?
I ask you a question though. If they call them a skin, are you gonna be thinking anything about a pig skin or a potato skin?
They could put a redskin potato on the helmet.
No, we're not
no,
doing that.
Not. No, I'm not being Mitch.
That's what I'm saying.
Thanks, dude.
So let's just do this. As the name is concerned, the team starts winning, whatever their name is,
Pink
we'll
tulips.
start liking.
I'm
not gonna go there anymore.
We have an important caller
Who is that?
Brittany. Hello, Brittany. How do you do?
Hi, good afternoon. I actually don't have a question for B. Mitch, but I have a short story to tell you because I met Chris Russell this past weekend.
Wow.
And you guys just always give him such a hard time. So I just was calling to kind of say he was very nice in person. I am from Fredericksburg, and I met him at like a celebration of life for someone that my husband is related to. But he was very surprised that I knew who he was. You know those like cartoon characters that like have the big eyes and like their head flies back? That's what he did when I said, "Are you Chris Russell?"
Yeah.
That's awesome.
He had a pretty lady speaking to him. He was shocked.
He was very shocked. Like he did not, well, and I don't know if it's because I'm like a female, and he was like, "Why would you know?" He literally said, "How do you know me?" And I was like, "Well, I listen to the radio."
That's Russell is afraid of women.
But
That's
you know
true.
what? Everything that we say about him is true, though, Brittany.
He's
I don't doubt that. I know. But he was very kind to me. He was very like thankful that I listened to the radio. And he said, "Well, just because you listen to the radio doesn't mean you know what I look like." And I said, "Well, I also have social media." So
Lord knows Chris Russell posts a lot of videos of himself on Instagram. And they're awful, but they're there.
A lot of poorly lit videos.
He was very recognizable, and his voice was very recognizable, but he was very kind. He was very thankful that I, said hello and, listened to everyone on the Fan and 980. So
That's great.
I thought you would enjoy that because,
I do.
you guys give him a hard
Brittany,
time.
can I ask you a question since you live in Fredericksburg?
Uh-huh.
My plan is to leave to drive to North Carolina tomorrow morning early. If I'm trying to get through Fredericksburg by like 6:30, will I be all right?
In the morning?
Yeah.
You'd be good in the morning.
Okay.
Yeah. Especially if you're going south.
Yeah, you'd be good in the morning. But don't let 7:30
If you were to try
catch
to like
you not
leave right
passing.
now, no go.
Yeah, that was our plan, was to leave after the radio show. and I was
Unless you're
like,
me.
Yeah, well, it's good to be B. Mitch.
I'll fly. JP trips.
Brittany, thank you for the call.
Absolutely. You guys have a great
Thank
weekend.
you for
Happy Father's
listening.
Day.
All right, thank you. Rooster, ladies man, clearly. Brian, I have a question for you.
What's the question?
It's about my hose.
Talk about your hose pipe. Come on.
My hose in my backyard.
Yeah.
So we're gonna be out of town, and the weather's supposed to get super hot.
Uh-huh.
So I got this thing. I got this like timer to set the sprinkler off.
Mm-hmm.
But the hose is like so. I can't get it off the spigot or whatever you call that thing.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell do I do?
Why you want to take it off the spigot?
Because I got to get this like timer thing in between the spigot and the hose, because that lets the water go.
So how about you just go get you a pair of pliers and do it?
I tried pliers and a wrench this morning.
So
the joint wouldn't move.
How about you get somebody that really has strength to do it because you're too weak?
Do you want to come over?
No.
Who else has strength? Cody?
You got your boy next door. He can handle it for you. You got those soft hands.
Who's
you always,
my boy next door that can handle it?
What's
Greg?
You always at his house.
Papa?
Yeah, Papa could do it.
Papa.
I guarantee you Papa will get it done. And then you come back and tell us when you get back that he get
Papa's
it done.
playing golf. He's in the member that I'm not in, because all I do is work.
Dog, please. The thing you don't do is work. You're a complainer.
So
you're kind of like Rooster a little
You're
bit.
officially just giving me no expertise.
How did it get
I'm
on
asking
so
B. Mitch something.
How did it get on so tight?
I don't know. I honestly think Lauren did it.
Well, maybe get Lauren to take it off.
I did spray it with WD-40.
Okay, it may come off when you get home.
Landfill,
did you turn the water off before you tried to unscrew it?
Yes.
Sure?
I tried a wrench, Greg. I tried a wrench. Now, I did watch a YouTube video. Apparently, I need a vice grip wrench, which
That's
I don't.
what I'm saying. You need the
I
pliers.
might go to the hardware
The pliers
store.
I'm telling you to get should be something that could clamp and you can really turn, that has some length to it. Instead of having a little pair of pliers, you're not going to be able to.
No, I had a legit wrench that like opens up, but it doesn't lock.
So that's the type of wrench you was trying to open it with?
First, I tried my hand.
I think every time you say stuff like that, Georgetown and Maryland want their
I tried a real wrench.
But you can't.
It didn't have a vice grip,
You
though.
can't do a real wrench on a circular thing with the real wrench that goes in the kind
It's
of
not
square.
circular. It's like hexagonal. Hexagonal.
Okay, and it wouldn't work?
It has hard edges.
But it wouldn't work?
I couldn't get it to twist, dude.
You weak, dog. You need to start running and start lifting instead of running all
I've
the
been
time.
lifted. Look at this for the stream. Look at that thing.
Looks terrible, dog.
Landfill, what'd you think of my hose question?
It was wild.
Do you think I'm going to be able to get this fixed?
Yeah, if you get somebody else get a manly man to come do it for you.
Do you think, what is the dollar amount I would have to pay Stallion to go by my home and water the grass? $7 a day?
Hey, I know who could do it for you. Cody. Cody's strong enough, and he wants to hang out at your house.
Nah, Lauren won't be
We're
there.
out of wine. We're out of wine, and he's not invited. Find out how much I would have to pay Stallion to come by my home and water my grass. Because
I'll find out.
I may do that.
How many days would you need it? Every day? Realistically, you probably only need like every other day or every third day.
It's not supposed to rain. It's supposed to be like 95.
All right.
And my boy from Simply Turf did a great job with this sod in my backyard. It's actually sticking, and I don't want to mess it up.
Yeah, you got to water that.
Toby, are you available for grass watering? I start the bidding at $7.
Cody,
Toby.
say yes.
Available.
Toby, say yes. Go over because you probably go over and just unscrew it, put the thing on, and then all of a sudden he got to pay you because you watered the grass.
That's true.
You want $35 a day.
How much would it cost, Toby? My house is roughly on the way in from your house to the office.
I don't know that that's roughly on the way in. I don't know that.
Where do you live? Chantilly?
Yeah.
Paul Henry said, just let your wife do it.
That's tough coming from Paul. That one hurts. I'm not going to lie. Bethesda's definitely on the way from Chantilly to downtown.
No, it's not.
It's definitely out of the way.
It's not even remotely close.
I'm closer to on the way from Landfill's house.
No, you're not. Nobody has to cross that damn bridge.
Landfill,
but you.
What is the dollar amount it would take you to come water my grass?
$25,000 a day.
If you give me $115 a day, I'd do it.
$115?
However many degrees it is outside, that's how many dollars you owe me that day.
Let's go to Vinny in Seat Pleasant. Vinny, ask B anything.
How you doing, JP? What's going on? How you doing, B-Mitch?
What's up, brother? How you doing, man? All right.
All right. Just got a little scenario for you, B-Mitch. Now, I know you're a great punt returner, but in this case, you're the coach.
All right.
Now, you have, it's fourth quarter, 18 seconds left. You have 3 elite returners on your team. I'm going to give you the 3. You have Deion Sanders, Devin Hester, and Dante Hall.
Mm-hmm.
Who are you putting out there to get at least into field goal position to win the game?
I'm going to put Devin because Devin going upfield. Dante and Deion did a lot of dancing.
Can we be frank here? Deion's arguably the greatest corner of all time, certainly. But even Deion and D Hall, both good players, both good returners, don't touch Hester in the return game.
He said Dante Hall.
Dante Hall, okay. That's why I thought he said D'Angelo.
Your ears are a little too big for you not to listen to.
I have headphones on.
Yeah.
They block my
I would put in
Hester
Hester
too.
Because like when he gets the ball, what I always loved about him, he was always moving upfield. You know, it wasn't a ton of dancing with him. And the other 2 guys can get you a lot, but they can lose a lot with all the change of direction that they did.
Okay.
Thanks for the call, Vinny.
Yeah, I was more.
Appreciate you, brother.
Thank you, no problem.
Take care, bro.
Good question. I like that question.
I think Landfill.
But ultimately, I would have put myself in there, though. Seriously.
I think you deserve to be in that conversation. Frankly, I think.
Well, you can't ask a man. So if you don't choose yourself.
And Dante Hall, he had that incredible run where I think he had a return for like 10 straight weeks for a touchdown or something. But weren't more of his returns on kickoffs?
He did punt and kickoff.
Okay. But okay, so you had dead even 6 career punt return touchdowns, 6 career kick return touchdowns.
Mm-hmm.
But I would put you ahead of everybody but Hester. Scott,
I put me even with Hester out there. JP.
Fine. I put you with Hester.
Hello?
Come unscrew my hose.
Catching all of them.
Scott is in Falls Church. Scotty, what up?
Hey, JP, just wanted to know, when was the grass installed?
Brother, I don't know.
Last month ago, 2 months ago, 21 days ago?
I think last fall.
Okay, so
the roots have taken.
You need to just water it every other day. We'll be fine for an hour at a time, and you just need to make sure you get everything done.
An hour?
Yeah.
He tried to water for how long?
Well, the whole yard. You need to get at least like an inch to a quarter of an inch of water down.
All right, but listen, Scott, I appreciate you calling. I appreciate you listening to the program. My issue is not how much to water, how often to water. I can't unhook the hose is the problem.
I told you, get a manly man to come do it for you.
It's because you got a vasectomy.
Thanks, dude. Are there any manly men available to come to my home and service me, Landfill?
Are you turning it the right way?
That's a fair question.
Are you going left or right?
Left.
You sure?
It needs to be left, right?
It needs to be left, but knowing you probably doing the wrong thing.
I hope so badly that he's just turning it the wrong way.
Just tightening the hell out of it.
He doesn't really know what he was doing.
I believe I was turning it the correct way. It's also hard. Like, how do you determine left versus right when something's like down at your feet? Like, it's kind of weird.
If it's at your feet and it's going up, you got to think, move it to your left, huh?
Here's what we need you to do. When you go home, try turning it the other way.
Yeah, and if that works,
we're going to make fun of you forever.
You can't go on vacation.
Charlie's in College Park. Hello, Charles.
Hey, you got me there?
I got you, bud.
JP, Chantilly ain't nowhere near Bethesda, man. I don't know what's going on with
you. It's on the way to D.C., though.
Yeah, if you want to take the
nothing to do with D.C.
Here's the thing. Here's JP. Go to your neighbor, go to somebody, first ask for a pair of vice grips, like Brian said. If nobody has vice grips, see if they got a pair of channel locks, which are adjustable pliers.
That's what the dude on the YouTube video had. I need some of those.
All right, now, where do you live in Bethesda about? I'm giving your address away and everything.
Chuck, I'm not going to say that on the radio, buddy.
You say without
okay, now I just want to say, like the neighbor, because I said, if I come to your house, it's going to cost you $20.
To water the grass?
Well, if you want me to do that too, yeah.
$20 a day for somebody just to come water the grass and then me not have to deal with getting the hose off might be worth it.
No. If I come here, I'm getting the hose off.
All right. Give Toby your phone number. You might have a deal, Charles. Thank you for calling. Demarius is in Maryland. What up, D?
What's up, D?
Hey, what's going on, B. Mitch and Finley? Love the show, long time listener.
Thanks, buddy.
Hey, so you had a caller a few calls ago saying that the name should be Washington Skins, and we know that's not going to work. But it got me thinking. We could bring all the logos back, even do the logo he said with the circle with the feathers and the W in it. But instead of Washington Skins, call them the Washington Originals. And you can even have a nickname, the Washington OGs. That would be hard.
It would be. I just think that all the stuff, we are all trying to change it by keeping what was, and I think what was is not coming back. Seriously.
Thank you for the call, D. Appreciate you listening.
But I like the OGs.
I kind of like the OGs.
I like that.
That's all
sweet.
The suggestions. I like that one. Let's do this. A lot of people want to talk about watering the lawn and what I need to do. We said we're going to keep the phones open. We'll keep the phones open. Plus, Mike Beasley, MGM National Harbor, going to make us all some money. Nobody go anywhere except me to get a hamburger.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here.
Shout out to B Mitch. I just ate a burger that he seasoned up. Omaha Steaks makes really good burgers. And then he put all this cayenne pepper or whatever on it. Thing was banging. I generally like cheese on my burgers. I didn't even need it. Toby, how good was that burger?
Had a little kick to it. Seasoned nice. Meat was really good. Yeah, it was awesome.
Have you had a burger yet, Landini?
No, I hear Chris Russell's air fryer takes like a half an hour to cook them, though.
Yeah, Chris Russell has a very small and terrible air fryer. All right. We got bees on the line. I got a couple people that want to help me with my hose. Let's start by asking bees about my hose. Hello, bees.
Yeah,
have you heard about my hose?
I've heard about your hose. I thought I'd get at least a song to come in and I got to talk about your hose. This is fantastic. What a day. What a day.
Do we have a song for bees? You usually play Playing with the Boys, or Boys Are Back in Town for Vegas Boys.
Yeah, that's all right. That's okay.
Well, today
I'm just glad to be part of the show.
Today is a Vodka Red Bull Friday, so we got to keep it up tempo today. I hope you're not offended.
I love it. Hey, congratulations to my buddy B Mitch, 185, hole in one. Congrats, buddy. So good for you. I knew it was around the corner.
He's saying congratulations to you.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother.
Yeah, man, it was. I have now been hole in one adjacent twice in the last 2 weeks. Do you think I am due?
Yeah, I got. I'm going to put the number probably 6.5
years.
6.5 years before you actually get a hole in one.
Sadly, I would.
And I'm going to do one better. I'm going to say you're not going to put a ball within 18 inches over the next 18 months.
I would take that. I think.
No, of course you would. I mean, honestly, when's the last time you hit a ball 18 inches on a par 3?
I did. I got to play this awesome course, Frederica, down in Georgia. That's the last time I put it to like 3 inches. I thought it was actually going to roll in. It was leaking back down the hill, but that may have been like 3 years ago.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I had some great shots recently. Oddly enough, the worst golf in the DMV, but the same thing. I'm still 2.5 feet away. I mean, and then it is what it is.
You and I 3 putt, and it's a bogey.
Yeah.
All right, dude.
God, you just rocked a Red Bull Friday. Let's do it.
What? Where are we gonna get rich?
What do you want to talk? We can talk all kinds of stuff. So I'm going to go off a limb and I'm going to say 2 teams win the. So I'm going to take Florida to win the hockey finals.
If you parlayed right now the Panthers and the Celtics to win it all, would that be minus 20,000?
No, it's minus 2,500, minus 3,500. Oddly enough, there's a way to go ahead and create a little extra juice on it, and I'm tying it into the U.S. Open. I'm taking some guys. Since if you look at this field after like a round and a half, a lot of people are still really in it. So I'm taking some guys and I'm looping them in with Florida, the Celtics, both to win their championship. I'm going to add the Phillies, which oddly is a short number based off of where they stand. They're 9 games in front of the Braves. It's only minus 360, but if you look at other numbers, they're like minus 550 and minus 600, and they don't have nearly as big a lead. But so I'm going to take those 3, and I'm going to add it to 4 different golfers. One of the guys that I like is I took him yesterday as well. I like this Pavon. You can catch him at plus 7,000. But if you add those 3 pieces to it, you'll add another 25%, basically a profit boost. That's how I look at it. Yeah. And you can get 96 plus 9604. So I did that. I took Corey Connors. I like the kid out of Canada a lot. He is plus 4,500. And Matsuyama, he got there quicker than what I thought. I tried to get him at plus 35. I missed it. He's 4 under as last I saw. He's plus 16 now, but you still get that little profit boost of it makes him plus 22, 23. So that's what I'm doing when it comes to this U.S. Open.
Okay.
Is just playing to extend it out a little bit. So here's the thing, right? So Tiger Woods is actually leading a stat at this year's U.S. Open. Guess which one it is?
Putts.
Yeah.
Hasn't his putting been really bad?
So it's actually sand saves. He's 2 for 2 in sand saves. Him and Sergio Garcia.
Wow.
And so I always look at these different numbers and see who's doing what. And fairways hit. I also like this Oberg, which I'm sure you're aware of in the past.
He was 14 of 14, right?
Yeah, 14 of 14 in fairways. And you look at Corey Connors yesterday was 13 of 14. He's 1-1 for today. Early numbers, right? But I look at that. Yeah, but one of the things that I think is really curious out there, I'm looking at driving distance, average driving distance. Guess who's leading the longest drives? I mean, you probably won't guess. Want me to say?
Yeah.
Two
Bryson?
amateurs. Sargent had 338 actually average between both rounds 342.5, and Parker Bell, the other amateur, 342.3. You go all the way down. We also know it's DeChambeau, right? That's all we think. He's 334.7. So, I mean, all big numbers, but I mean, look at these young kids nowadays just going out and whacking the ball. I mean, you
that
get
guy
way down.
That guy Gordon Sargent's like famously long. Maybe I should ask him about my hose.
And Roy's 14th actually. So he's he's averaging 328. But I mean, I like seeing these numbers. I'm kind of a nerd when it comes to all this different stuff. Potty, you got Russell Henley, Dietrich. That's why he's up where he is right now. I don't think this kid can hang on just because I don't think he hits the ball far enough. And Fairway said I'm not seeing him up the top 15, 20. So those are little numbers I look for when it comes to the U.S. Open.
All right.
What else you want to talk about? You want some bases?
Yeah, give me some bases.
Give me some bases.
Especially with this O's Phillies series. Who's favored to win it?
So I'm pretty sure it's I'm taking a guess. It's still going to have to be the Orioles.
Just because they're at
these
home?
two teams. Yeah, that's it. I mean, Phillies have been on a long road trip. So here's what I love about this game. Phillies ERA 3.09, O's ERA, team ERA 3.10. It's unbelievable.
I mean,
they're
even.
They're both just pitching like there's no other. I keep going back every single time I get on here. Phillies against the first 5 against righties. The number's now 29, 6, and 3. It's just astronomical. You got to favor them, I guess, a little bit in this game tonight. You got Ranger Suarez that was invincible, the first 10 games. Had a little hiccup, but not much. In a Baltimore team that does hit lefties okay, but over the last 5, they kind of simmered a little bit. They're only hitting 243. So I got to favor the Phillies in this game. But the one play I really like is the guy going for the hitting title now, Schwarber. 3 for 4 last night. He's just been on fire. He's hitting oddly.
I thought he struck out all the time. He hitting the ball that much now?
249 batting average, which you see this guy almost every single year struggling to get over the Mendoza line. Kid is whacking the ball. So I like him over total bases tonight, over 0.5. It's minus 150, but I like Schwarber to go ahead and get at least one hit.
I kind of like that.
I think it's just cheap. It's cheap.
If he takes a walk, does he get on?
No, walk doesn't count.
Okay.
So it's got to be a base hit. Base hit, double, triple, home run. So hit by pitch doesn't count as well.
I like that bet. Now, Bees, I have something else I need you to set odds for, if you don't mind.
Tell me.
You're elite at setting odds. I can't get my hose disconnected from my spigot. I tried for like 20 minutes this morning, was unable to get it.
You should just ask Lauren to do it. I think you don't want to ask Lauren.
It's possible.
If she unscrews it, you're going to be pissed.
It's possible I was turning it the wrong way. We have not confirmed nor denied that. Got to talk to more sources. What do you have the odds of me actually fixing this hose issue on my own?
Today? This afternoon?
Yeah.
I got you as not being able to fix a hose at minus 220. I think you'll get frustrated. I think the kids will be home and they'll distract you, and you'll just say, forget it, I'm leaving it on there. Only if you get the right tools. If you go to your neighbors and get the right tools, I got to market it, you're still an underdog. You still can't get it off. I mean, it's still going to be too much for you. So
there's a really good hardware store by my house with very helpful people. My plan is to go there following the radio.
Are you going to spend $15 on a tool that you don't probably know how to work? And you probably need 2 of them because you're going to probably have to put one in.
He needs to just ask his wife to do it.
I know.
Yeah.
I really think, and here's the odds, I got a minus 160 that he was turning it the wrong way. So he gets left.
I guarantee he was.
Bees.
Righty, loosey, tighty, lefty, something like that. And he gets all mixed up after 4 words. Yeah.
So how much would I need to pay you to come to the house and water my lawn?
Since you live about 45 minutes away, it's going to be about, it's fairly reasonable, but I'd say 200 for the weekend.
Bethesda is right on the way from Alexandria to Fort Washington. Like it couldn't be more in the direct route from those two locations.
I'll tell you right now, I'll put my address in, or let's put even the MGM address into your house. I will say it's over 31 miles.
Well over.
I mean, though they're both in the state of Maryland, they couldn't be on more opposite sides of.
And there's no convenient way to get there.
No,
that's the biggest problem with Bethesda.
Yeah, and the hoses get stuck. Bees, have a great weekend, dude. I'll talk to you.
All right, guys, we're done. I think we're done.
Yeah, we got to go to commercial. That's how this works.
Yeah.
See you guys.
Later,
Have a good weekend.
Later. It's our guy Mike Beasley, MGM National Harbor. If you're on the line and you have advice for me, you get on the air when we come back. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley. baby. In cities, dun, 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 dun. Go on, and I say, ooh, I'm blinded by the light. All right, hose update. I asked Stallion to help me with my hose.
And
I've offered him $25 a day to come every other day while I'm gone. He's currently thinking about it.
he's not gonna come. He'll come back with an offer of $50 a day.
If he does it for $25, I'm going to slap him.
Why?
It
He
should be at
doesn't live
least
far from
50.
me. He doesn't live far from me.
He does.
He doesn't.
He lives in like Alexandria or something.
He lives in Arlington. I live just over the river from Arlington.
So hold on. Didn't you just say you rather drive to Ashburn, which is way farther than you driving here?
He could take Chain Bridge to my house. He doesn't have to mess with the Legion Bridge.
Why? But then he's going through all the other little areas.
That's like right where I live. Chain Bridge, go up Arizona. Bang. Mass Ave. Bang.
Well, I mean,
If you're Stallion,
we call him Dum Dum the Stallion, so he probably gonna accept it.
I mean, I wish anyone at this station lived near me. Nobody does.
I just wish you knew how to do stuff.
That's a fair point. That's a fair counter. My man Nate is on the line and has advice. Hello, Nate.
Hey, how y'all doing, gentlemen?
What's up, man?
Hey, JP, I'm defending you this time, all right? I know B Mitch is strong and stuff. I guarantee you he will go over there and can't turn that thing. For some reason, the old hose that had a brass connection, it can screw right off. But these new ones they make is aluminum or something. You put it up there, it will seize on there. You get the pipe wrench, whatever, it will not turn. So what you have to do, you have to get like a hacksaw, cut it real carefully till you get to the threads and just stop. Put a V in there, pop that V out, and it will loosen up and you can unscrew it. That's the only way you're going to be able to do it.
Nate, I appreciate that.
I would take that bet because I promise you JP was turning it the wrong way.
I want to be crystal clear about something. I am hoping I'll be able to unscrew it, but there's no way I'm getting a hacksaw out and cutting a V in there. Like what you are saying makes a lot of sense. I am physically incapable of it.
And he'll mess around and cut himself.
I think I will either cut myself or I will just cut the hose, like the spigot open and just not be able to stop the water. So
So when you go to the hardware store, you have to buy new hose because that hose you got is no good no more. Throw it away.
That's just terrific. That's just terrific.
I'm telling you, man, he's turning it the wrong way.
I might just let the grass burn out.
He was just turning it the wrong way.
Who needs grass anyway?
That's all it is. All right. Hey, JP, they know you better than I do.
I appreciate you, buddy. That call really stressed me out because if he's a plumber and he actually knows what he's talking about and he's like, dude, you're not going to fix it. It's melded together. I think I'm screwed.
I think he was turning it the wrong way.
What do you think, Landfill? Screwed or wrong way?
I think you screwed because you're going to go screw something else up.
What I realistically hope happened is you were turning it the wrong way, but you turned it so hard that now it's fused together.
I think Toby, hot shot, Toby. That won't come water my grass.
Yeah, I think you screwed it the wrong way.
Breaking news from Unusual Wales. Apple is to be sued by a businessman after he deleted messages he sent to sex workers and were found by his wife on another device, per the Telegraph.
Let me give him a hint. The court's going to tell you to hell with you.
That guy's more screwed than me and the host. I know that one. Listen, man. I think I won the week. Who won the week, Landfill? Pretty sure it was me.
I did.
I think technically it was Jeff, but he's not here to claim the win.
When you're not here, technically he's not here.
So it's me.
No, it's me. I hit my what you call last night.
B, you know what? B won the week because he had a hole in one. Done. I declare it.
I won because Jeff's not here.
JP, we all won because Jeff's not here. JP lost because of the hose.
I also had an extremely rare hamburger. I just thought I should let the world know that. We'll see how it goes.
I told you.
Thanks.
B did say to put it back in. I said,
and you don't like to listen.
It tasted good, but I don't know if it's the cayenne pepper in my stomach or the extremely rare hamburger.
And I think the burger you had most of it.
Chris Russell needs a new air fryer.
Chris Russell, we might need to start a GoFundMe to get Chris Russell a new air fryer.
Yeah, 'cause that thing is tiny.
It's gross and small.
One burger,
and I hope
per
that's
time.
I'm only describing his air fryer. Now, everybody make a U.S. Open pick.
I'm going to go with, as I look at now, I'm going with my man's going to break it, Oberg.
Yeah, I'm going Oberg too.
Tobo?
Let's go with Bryson.
Damn, I was going to take Bryson. You know what? I'm going to speak it into existence. Rory frickin' McIlroy. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to John Keim. No thank you to Steve Wino. Thank you to everybody that called in. Thank you to Mike Beasley. Grand Danny up next. You made it this far. I owe you a beer.
Yeah, Friday. What's up? Welcome in June 14th, 2024. We're Grant and Danny. You are listening to The Fan at 4 o'clock in 2 hours. We've got a 4-pack of tickets. They could be yours to the giant barbecue battle in D.C. If you want to go, you better listen. 6 o'clock, before we get out of here, the Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag, a Friday staple here on G&D. The weekend looms. The Nats are back home. It is very hot. It's a good Friday in the nation's capital.
Summer's here. It's the heat. That's really the takeaway from being outside for a little bit today, the heat. Some people will talk about other stuff, and that you're allowed to, the heat. This is not our time. We have to take a back seat and let all the in-shape people, let all the Instagrammers, let all the fitness people, they have to go and shine. This is their moment to overpost and talk about their vacations and drink their tropical drinks. You and I will hibernate. We will wait. We'll bide our time about 3+ months from now when the fall hits. Then it'll be our time. And they have to go away, then we get to come to the forefront.
I'm trying to be introspective.
Yep.
I want to be thoughtful about this. Is my disdain for summer based solely on the heat and being outside, two things that I hate? Or is there also jealousy? Is there also animosity? Because attractive, skinny people get to show that off. And I'm left to be resentful wearing clothes, hoping no one sees my skin.
Wow. Okay. Let's unpack that. So I think I now despise it for it's being sweaty in work clothes. Now, we're not wearing suits or anything to the office here. We're not doing button downs, but trying to do a job while being hot and sweaty and miserable sucks.
I agree with that. And that's a big piece to the puzzle.
That's my biggest thing.
But can you tell me with a straight face that if you were 6 foot and 179 pounds, sculpted, looking like you're ready to get in the octagon and be interviewed by Joe Rogan after you win a bout in the UFC, that you might not enjoy going to the pool a little bit more?
I'd enjoy it more.
Of course you would.
Yeah.
I think a good portion of my hatred for being at the beach, being at the pool, is this shirt's probably staying on.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Less fun that way, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just workshopping something internally out loud.
I think that makes sense. I could see that.
Because the summer is great if you're young and good looking.
Yeah.
The summer's fun.
It's their time. And they just I don't know how these young, attractive people are always on these incredible vacations.
You're reaping the benefits from your hard work, too. You've been out running. You've been in the gym.
That's right.
While a lot of people were hibernating in the winter, you were grinding to make sure when it's warm out, you can go outside without wearing a whole lot.
When I had that metabolism, that was fun. That was a hoot. Those teenage years, I'm extremely early 20s. That was the best. Day drinking, I could drink alcohol during the day. Can you imagine that?
So hot outside.
So hot.
I went for a quick walk today. We did strollers and dads.
Sure.
My buddy's home for paternity leave.
Yep.
Paternity.
Paternity.
And he's in his house with his baby. And so we're going to get him out of the house on Fridays. We're going to do a little strollers and dads walk. Hit a spot, go for breakfast, whatever.
Love it.
And so we did that. And it was just too hot. Even though it was the morning. It was gross.
Toasty.
So we're back in the air conditioning where we belong in our Half Street studios. I'm excited because the College World Series starts today. This is my sneaky non-mainstream, if you could say that. I mean, it's a beloved event. It's my bucket list to go watch this thing in Omaha.
Gotten to do it. It's great.
To be there and enjoy the entire field of 8 get whittled down. But on television, it's gotten better and better. ESPN does a really good job covering it. And in terms of summer programming or non-mainstream, like the 4 big sports or whatever, this has probably become my one seed. It gets going tonight. Got a little local flavor with the University of Virginia, and basically only 2 conferences, the ACC and the SEC, left standing with 8 teams competing for the national title.
If you played in a different conference, sorry about it. You're watching on television like everybody else. Quite literally, 4 ACC teams and 4 SEC teams. That's it.
I am reminded whenever I think of the University of Virginia.
Of course.
No.
I know.
You don't know what I'm about to say.
I 100% do. Go ahead and do it. Get out of the way. Go ahead.
You're jumping to conclusions.
Oh, I'm on the conclusion, Matt. I know exactly what you're about to do.
You have no idea what I'm talking about.
100% I know.
I am reminded of all of the great players that have gone to the University of Virginia.
Oh, yeah.
Is all I was going to say.
That's all you were going to say.
And what a great program they have.
Mm-hmm.
But now that
Anything
Danny's
else?
brought it up,
Yeah, anything else?
I wasn't going to say this originally.
Yeah.
But because you went there,
go ahead.
Also, the time when on the Beltway Blitz, we were going to talk about the University of Virginia trying to win a national championship, and a guy named Channing Poole.
Channing Poole. I'll never forget it now.
Channing Poole came on the show.
I know that name now.
And what's funny about this was Danny, despite our producers telling us who it was and us then writing it down in front of us theoretically, I guess he didn't write it down.
I wrote down the person's name, except instead of Channing Poole, I wrote down the name UVA baseball. That's not a person's name. So you can't talk to a UVA baseball. That's not a human being. That's not a person. And I panicked like you'll never hear ever.
So Danny, in the middle of the blitz, you go bing, bang, boom, 3 sports. We're talking Commanders. That time it was still the Redskins. We're talking the Nats. And next up, let's talk UVA baseball. UVA baseball. And then you would say typically, Channing Poole, broadcaster, play-by-play, Virginia baseball. Tell us about the game they've got coming up tonight. Except Danny drew a blank.
Total blank.
Didn't know who was on the line.
Yep.
And this happened.
Hey, let's talk who's here.
It gets a little worse than that, but that's the highlight.
Yeah. I don't know. Does it get worse than that? I mean, that's pretty bad.
Let's talk.
It's pretty bad. I think it hits the bottom.
And the great show debate.
And then it sort of stays down there.
If you were listening in real time, it was very obvious. Danny didn't know who was on the line or what we were supposed to be doing. But the great show debate that waged on for a long time after that was Danny saying who's like the Virginia Cavaliers are the Wahoos? So he's shortening Cavaliers to Wahoos and then Wahoos to who's. That's a few lily pads for a guy that's not really in on the program necessarily. Or was he asking who's here? Was he actually asking?
Let's talk who's here.
Who's on the phone?
Who has ever asked a question? Who's here? Again, it doesn't make me look better. This is the part that I've been so irritated at you guys for so many years about. It's not like it's better that I'm like, hey, let's start with the Wahoos. Like I'm an insider. I didn't go to UVA. You know what I mean? That didn't happen. Like that's not cooler, but that's what happened.
Channing Tatum or Channing Poole?
Oh, that's a good one.
Who's your favorite Channing?
It's Channing Tatum.
Or Channing Frye. I'll give you that one as well.
Tatum 1, Frye 2, Poole 3, no disrespect.
So you're out on Poole mainly because of that day.
He's minding his business, just waiting he's like, I'm not sure if I'm on or not. I don't know what this Yutz is doing. But yeah, I'll never forget it now. Channing Poole.
Nice night planned for the Grant and Danny radio program. We are going to dinner with a local DC dignitary.
This is cool.
With a local DC sports celebrity. We will be wining and dining tonight. You know what? I'm going to save who it is till later in the show. I'm not even going to tell anyone yet. But there is a DC sports dignitary / celebrity. Maybe it might even be worth a guessing game on the phones.
That'd be fun.
Who are we going to dinner with
Who
tonight?
are the boys and wives, by the way, going to dinner with?
It's true. We will have a table for 5. You and your better half. Me and my better half. And this very important legend when it comes to DC sports.
Now, this is one of those things where younger version of me would not be able to believe it. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Like,
I'm still psyched, though. Like, even though I can believe it because I've become friendly
absolutely.
over the years and text interact with this person, I am still over the moon excited about dining with this very sharp, impressive man for the evening. I'm very excited about it.
That's the way to put it. It's like I had actually like conversation with my wife this morning. She was asking me about the logistics. And I like had a moment where I was like, yeah, we're going to meet the person. Again, I'm not spoiling it. And I was like, oh my God, is that like, that's really happening. That's a thing. And it's not crazy that it would happen. Like, I know this person now, you know what I mean? Like that was a pinch myself moment.
Dinner will be served.
Dinner.
We'll give you the deets a little bit later on in Grant and Danny. Did you watch Commander's Log last night?
I caught a lot of this. And there are tons of clips making the rounds, by the way.
Commander's Log is the YouTube show that the team produces puts out. We don't need Hard Knocks if they're going to give us 50-minute episodes like this of Commander's Log. Now, no issue, but I'm going to make an issue. The issue is we don't get one of these a week.
Yeah.
And that's asking for a whole lot. I mean, they don't have the staff of HBO Films, probably. NFL Films, HBO Sports, whatever. They got 3 or 4 people editing, producing, directing, shooting, all that stuff. I want to, if you don't mind, Danny, as a show, put our hands right now together.
Here we go.
This is the Grant and Danny radio program. Darius, can I get a clap into the microphone? I need more applause, please, if you don't mind. Thank you. The Washington Commanders, I don't know who it is, digital team, media team. Wow.
Whoever's in charge.
What a great production this was. So don't do this between the hours of 2 and 6:15 today, because I need you. Danny needs you.
Mm-hmm.
Little Reagan, little Truman, they need you. Okay? I'm putting a lot on you, but they all need you. On your own time, sometime this weekend or in the evening,
later,
go watch Commanders Log on YouTube. It is tremendous what they've done. But it's Hard Knocks. It's a 50-plus minute, 1 hour episode. What is it? It's a behind-the-scenes, all-access pass to the Darryl Green jersey retirement. Afternoon at the park where he found out he was getting his jersey retired while reading the teleprompter. We've seen the video.
Yep.
But you get a lot more access into that. And then, frankly, it's the NFL draft episode. So you are in the war room for several minutes, sometimes like a minute or two at a time, unedited, where they're just shooting and you see Adam Peters and Josh Harris and Lance Newmark and all the coordinators. It is what I crave as a fan, and the kind of thing you talked about, as a kid, what it would be like to find out you're going to dinner with our guy tonight. But as a kid, all I ever wanted to know was, what is it like in the war room for an NFL draft? Or what's it like when a GM's on the phone trying to make a trade during the first, second round? The questions are answered.
Yeah, we have it now.
And we've seen it now over the years with other teams, so there's a little less guessing. But to me, that's the whole ideal want as a sports fan, is remove some of the curiosity, allow me to be a fly on the wall. And that's what this programming does.
Yeah, you take away some of the mysticism, right? Where it used to be, of course, this is just a different time altogether, what you read about in the paper the next day. You know what I mean? Or sometimes they'd have it on the nightly news, like the 3 minutes for sports before they did a wacky story about a squirrel on a ski jump. They would go and a trade was made.
That squirrel can water ski.
Right? Like before they did that, they were like, and Bobby Beathard made a trade. And you go, whoa, what the hell? And you'd find out that way. Or some sort of rumor would happen before sports radio was really that ubiquitous. Just now, again, the world has changed. Taking away the mysticism of it is awesome. Right? Where you just sort of hear about the results, but it's like finding out how the sausage gets made in that regard, where it's like, hey, we like 50 and 57 for pick, 60 and 124, and then next year's 112 or whatever. And it's like, now we don't like that. Going back and forth. You're like, they're just like us. They're just like me and my pudgy idiot buddy doing a fantasy trade, except so much more is on the line.
Yeah, they're looking at the chart.
Yeah.
Dan Quinn's asking Adam Peters, how'd this come out on the value chart? Now, I don't think they're using the Jimmy Johnson chart on Google. It's probably part of what they're using, but my guess is Eugene Shen, who you could see in the background at his own table, really not involved, by the way, in terms of interacting with Peters, which I found interesting. Maybe a lot of his work was already done, but the R&D guys were in the room kind of doing their own thing off to the side in the background of what we get to see. But I'm sure they built a database and put together all the charts and then the team's own value, however they see it, and crunched all those things together for their own Commanders value chart. But just to go through some of the specifics from the show that I found really interesting, some notes I took, rapid fire here. In terms of the Darryl Green jersey getting retired, I love everything about the way they handled this. This ownership group is so classy. Mitch Rales was obviously the mastermind behind this. Rales has been very big in kind of the alumni portion, it seems like, of this ownership group getting on the same page with some of the stars. Green was so emotional. At one point, he said, like, the 20 years I spent here meant so much to me, but I'd put that to the side. And you kind of get the sense as he's talking about it, like he had decided that part of my life is behind me. It's over. That's not going to be a big part of what I do anymore. That organization, burgundy and gold, the Redskins, Commanders, whatever it is to him, it's over. But you could just see he's overcome and he's emotional and he's crying, and over again, the players and coaches and anyone in the building who will listen, he's pointing at Rails and talking about how great the group is and how decent these men are that are running this team, and how excited he is about it. So I found that awesome. But also the fact that they got his entire family bust in, without him knowing it, and that they sent these probably party buses or whatever to the houses.
So cool.
Picked up all the grandkids and his children and had them all there, and the surprise. Just a really well done thing that when you do things, do them well, right? When you go the extra mile, and how you do those little things, like a video on Darryl Green having his jersey retired, you could have just called him and said, "Hey man, we're going to retire your jersey on this day." And he goes, "Oh my God, thank you so much." And then you send a press release. That's how they did it for a lot of years. This was not that. And if they do everything this way, this well, we're going to be really happy.
Little more Darryl Green retirement, little less porta potty picture. You know what I mean? Like there's a pretty good contrast in the not too distant past with a no and a big yes.
In terms of the draft content that we see, Adam Peters runs this entire show. This is Adam Peters' operation, and there are no ifs, ands, or buts about it. When the Commanders are on the line, you don't have to wonder who's calling. And he's delegating well. He's got other people doing things. Rob Rogers, who's still their contracts guy. Hey, Rob, call this trade into the league. Lance Newmark's next to him. Lance, where do we have this guy ranked? You know, he's asking questions of him. He's talking to coordinators as need be. But Peters is the one making the calls, doing the talking, making the decisions. I love that. Dan Quinn is at his side by side, literally and figuratively. Those guys are pretty much inseparable in these videos in terms of Quinn riding sidecar. I wish there was a little more disagreeing where it seems like Quinn is just referencing, you showed me the film on him and I've loved him since that moment. And it's kind of just like almost like
we're affirming.
Exactly. Yeah. Like it's just two guys that seem to see everything similarly. And again, we're just getting a small look into this, and maybe they do occasionally disagree, butt heads. But it seems like those two guys are so tight. You've heard Peters talk about that's what he wanted in his head coach. You've heard Quinn talk about that's what he was desperate for in his second chance as a head coach with his next general manager. And they clearly have that. I like that they would call over the coordinators for their opinions. At one point, Peters says to Quinn when they're getting ready to draft Johnny Newton, he's like, what did, how would Joe feel? Does he? And he's like, well, let's ask him. And Quinn's like, Joe, come over here. Like Joe Witt comes over and Peter starts asking him when they're about to draft. I think it might have been Luke McCaffrey or Ben Sinnott. It was. He calls over Cliff Kingsbury. He goes, Cliffy, get over here. And Kingsbury rolls over and he's like, what do you think? How will you use him? I just think it's a healthy, really good setup in that draft room. The roles are very clearly defined, but he was asking for other opinions. I thought it was awesome.
Yeah, so it all roads lead to Peters making the decision, but you're involving everybody. It's collaborative until it isn't. And that's what it should be, as far as I'm concerned. The days of we think this one person's in charge, but if Dan wants something or if Bruce is speaking for Dan, that's what we're doing. Enough of that nonsense. This is the structure that you have to have. Now, doesn't mean they're going to be right more or less the same. We don't know, but that process is infinitely better than anything that's been here for decades.
You get to see a trade he makes with Howie Roseman, where Roseman tries to get one over on the first-time GM, and he's like, yeah, we don't want to do that. How about the next round? He's like, no. He's like, how about your pick later, earlier in that round? He's like, no, we're giving you the late round. And he tries to change the numbers they're trading, and mostly doing shtick, and Peter's just kind of laughing it off. The other thing is Josh Harris is right there in the middle of everything. Now, he is not in any way dictating like Snyder would or telling him what to do. In fact, I actually really liked it because he's super present, but kind of quiet. He's almost just like a little bird on his shoulder, like at times actually standing over him, looking at his laptop and just around. But he'd occasionally ask a question, like right before they draft Ben Sinnott, Peters calls over Kingsbury and they're talking about taking the player. And Harris says, would he get on the field now that we've signed Zach, meaning Zach Ertz? And they answer his question, and that's kind of it. And, then they're on to making the pick. But it's questions, not comments, which is different. This, to me, felt like an owner who's trying to learn the game, trying to learn what's going on, first time in a war room. But he is very, very there.
He is there.
He is sitting arm's reach away from Peters and asking questions and involved, just as basically a bystander.
A very interested bystander.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's $6 billion worth, I'd say.
Yeah, there's a good amount of interest there.
Kind of want to get this thing right, maybe. But tremendous content. Kudos to the Commanders. Definitely worth a watch.
Here.
How about Trevor Lawrence getting paid? Got a couple of takeaways from that. Danny, how high up do you rank him as a quarterback? We're going to figure that out next. Where does he rank among NFL QBs after he just got $55 million a year? We're Grant and Danny.
Meanwhile, a first down from the 41. Lawrence with time, throwing deep, has a man, and he's got a touchdown.
As the exclusive sponsor of Grant and Danny, the law firm of Condori and Murad can guide you and your family in the right direction by helping you draft a will, set up a revocable trust, or creating a medical healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you to get a discount. kmlawyers.com. Darius and Ryan with us today. Grant and Danny live from our DC studios on The Fan. And it is a good day to be Trevor Lawrence, who signed an extension yesterday in Jacksonville with the Jaguars. He broke the bank. Lawrence getting $275 million over 5 years. And I always say this because people will react the same way. $275 million is too much, or that's a crazy number for Trevor Lawrence. That is an irrelevant number almost. I mean, really, truly, it's almost borderline insignificant. The 275 doesn't matter. The annual average value matters per year basis, and the guaranteed money matters. What's now confusing about these contracts is even sometimes when you hear the guaranteed number, it's not the actual guaranteed number. It's like guaranteed if you're on the contract. So there's like a legitimate, true guaranteed at signing
There's
number.
guaranteed and now there's guaranteed.
So it's getting harder and harder to really know what these deals mean, especially for the quarterbacks where all the monopoly money gets thrown in. But 5 years and $275 million, $200 million in guarantees, according to Adam Schefter. The contract ties Joe Burrow's deal to make him the highest paid quarterback in the NFL in terms of annual salary. And I was getting a lot of tweets. I'm sure you were as well last night, talking to buddies, texting all over the place. And basically it was the same rhetoric. It was, he isn't on that level. He shouldn't get paid what Joe Burrow gets paid. He shouldn't get the top of the league money. And it's funny because it's kind of the same thing we've been saying since 2016 with Kirk Cousins.
Have we done that dance before? Has anybody been invited to that one?
Somehow people still don't grasp this. They still can't figure out that there is a threshold you have to clear, like a bar you have to be above. And I've kind of whittled that down for me to top 10 to 12, top 13, 14, top half the league QB. That is the definition in some ways of like franchise quarterback. If you are a starter every single week who's not at risk of being benched, who makes teams better, who you can win with, who's someone that, you know, if they're on your team as your quarterback, you got a chance to win a division. They'll play well enough that they're not a liability. If you're in that bucket, so I'll just say the top 13-ish, 15-ish in the NFL, when it's time to get paid, you get a market rate. And the current market rate for an NFL quarterback is $50 million per year or more. And because Lawrence has been in the playoffs and had success in the playoffs, won a playoff game, because he is a number one overall pick, he even sweetens the pot a little bit. So just getting to that 50 million-ish to get you in the vicinity of a Jalen Hurts or, you know, Justin Herbert isn't where he's going to be. He's going to be closer to the top of the market, 55 million per year, which is where he landed.
Here's the thing. I think two things can be true. One, he's not the best, or he shouldn't be paid like the best. I think that's probably right, but it's also not the reality, right? The thing that you just laid out very, very well, it's his turn in line as are you a top whatever pick? The answer is yes. Proceed to the next step. Have you shown well enough to deserve an extension? Yes. Proceed to the next step. Okay, this is the new cost. The next guy's going to have even more money. Then the next guy after that will have even more. We're going to do when CJ Stroud takes his turn. We're going, oh my God, he's not better than Mahomes. He's not better than Allen or whoever, but he'll make 300 some odd million. I mean, this is how this goes with that position. If you have one, you don't let them go.
Yeah, I don't care about win-loss record. A lot of people have been throwing around that the Jags are 20-30, that he's 20-30 as a starter. That doesn't take into account the disaster that was the Urban Meyer season, where as a rookie, I thought he got really screwed over. They went 3-13, hit an NFL high 17 picks. So if you take that first season with Urban Meyer basically trying to get himself fired, it would appear from the outside looking in, then it was 17-17 was the record, you know, for him at this point, a 500-ish starter, which again, I don't do win-loss record, but if you're at 500 or so, that is about that threshold where now you're a win-with type quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
68% completion percentage, 58 touchdowns, 39 picks. They're not just paying him for what he has done so far, but also, he's only 24 years old.
Yeah, because he's been on the national stage since he
Forever.
was 17 or 18, whatever it was, right? When he was ripping the secondaries up as a freshman.
I think they think there's still a lot of room for growth. There's still a guy that can play a lot better with Doug Peterson. And the bottom line is you have to ask yourself as an organization, can we win a Super Bowl with this quarterback? And with Trevor Lawrence, I think the answer is yes. He is good. To me, Trevor Lawrence is guilty of basically the hype that other people created for him. He was this beloved prospect, as you just said, at Clemson, one of the most hyped QB prospects that we've ever seen. And he has not lived up to that level. See, like Steven Strasburg at number 1 overall. But he's pretty good. He is very solid. I don't think there's a GM in the league that wouldn't be intrigued to have him be their starting quarterback. That's not to say you'd take him over Mahomes or something
right.
If you're Brett Veach in Kansas City. I'm just saying that when you look at his size, his arm, his attributes physically, his intangibles, his resume, you would go, hell yeah, that guy's my starter. Sign me up for that. It's a really enticing package, and he's a pretty solid player. He has been good. I'm sorry that he hasn't been number 1 in the league. I'm sorry that he isn't elite or on a Hall of Fame trajectory, but he's a really good quarterback, and really good quarterbacks get paid top of the league money. You just got to deal with it.
You got to get over that. Yeah. So it's interesting. I'm not as high on him in terms of his deposits in the bank or where I'd have him ranked. I suspect that maybe a lot of people would, and I'm curious to see where you have him. But I actually tend to co-sign everything you said. Like, I think he's pretty good. He's a victim of, we thought he was going to be, an Andrew Luck type prospect, hit the ground running, be on this Hall of Fame track. And part of my case that I'm going to bring up here in a second, he's had one good year. It was a good year. He's had 3 seasons. One was good. One was a disaster. You put some caveat on that. That was the Urban Meyer regime you referenced. Last year wasn't particularly special, and it didn't follow up the year before. And you're kind of going, where's my excellence? There's a lot of guys who have turned in much better homework over the last couple of years than he has put together.
Fair. I think that that's true. I think that him, when he's played well, that ceiling is higher than a lot of guys' ceilings.
Mm-hmm.
And that's probably why he went 1-1, frankly. But yeah, I think that, look, he's had 3 years and one of them's been really good. What I am annoyed by is the idea of, like, because they went 9-8 that year or 8-8 last year, there's this thought of what he is. Like, to me, those are irrelevant to how he's performed. Tell me that you don't think he was that great. That's fine. But let's break it down statistically from his own perspective. I did think last year was a big disappointment because you've got year 2 of an offense with Peterson.
Mm-hmm.
First time you're trying to basically repeat offensively. He didn't have to learn a new offense because his first 2 years he had 2 different offenses. And I thought he disappointed. 21 touchdowns, 14 picks, about 4,000 yards in 16 games. Like, I expect more. But a year before that, he was just outside of the top 5 in the MVP race.
Yep.
He had an excellent season. And he was 23 years old doing that. There aren't that many guys who at 23 years old have had that kind of year. And that's why he got paid what he did.
Agreed. Yeah, it's still on the upside.
So I'm curious where we would rank him among all the best quarterbacks in the NFL. And I think we should do that next. Also, we can open up the phones, the MGM National Harbor listener lines at 800-636-1067 for you guys about this contract. One other takeaway, and we could drill down on this later in the show at 5 o'clock. The Dallas Cowboys are screwed in the Dak Prescott situation. Absolutely lambasted.
You hate to see it, too.
Again by this deal. And it's the first thing I thought about. If you're a Commanders fan, you should be so happy. Burrow at 55, which is where Lawrence is about to be. Goff came in at 53. Jared Goff. $53 million. Justin Herbert, $52.5 million for Herbert. Lamar Jackson, 52. Jalen Hurts, 51. So here's your market. Dak's going to play this year. And then after another season of 4,000 plus yards and 30 touchdowns, put his hand out as he's about to hit the market. He's going to be due basically $60 million a year.
Mm-hmm.
And the Cowboys are now between a rock and a hard place where they're going to have to pay him $60 million a year or let him walk. And I don't know which one's worse for them. Both are terrible options. It's Argo. What's your best bad idea? and it's fun to see from
In the
afar.
delight.
They have misplayed this, bungled it. He's got him over the barrel, Cousins and Bruce Allen style, but the money is way different.
Yeah.
For a very similar QB.
It's pretty much triple what it was when we were talking about this less than a decade ago.
All right, but let's see where we rank Trevor Lawrence. We'll do that next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. I had a hard time putting my quarterback rankings together. I'll be honest.
My criteria are so inconsistent.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's like I just kind of went on feel several different times.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Where does Trevor Lawrence come in for us? So where did you have him without going through the list?
13th.
I had him 14th.
Yeah.
So similar, I would say. By the way, that gets you paid for the record.
That's exactly right. You're above the threshold.
Especially when you were drafted, developed 1-1 in that organization. But I'm curious how similar our lists look. Who did you have the hardest problem ranking?
Rodgers.
Same. I didn't know what to do with Rodgers because I think Rodgers, had he had been healthy last year, would probably be top 5 for me. I've told you he's my number 2 quarterback all time behind Peyton Manning in terms of just performance on the, playing the position. I love Aaron Rodgers' game. I don't know if he can play anymore.
Yeah, I have no idea.
He had a couple MVP seasons in a row. Then he fell off a little bit, was still really, really good. Still would have been top 10 for me. And now, after missing last year, he's old. I didn't know what to do with him.
Yeah, his fall off year was still pretty damn solid.
Totally.
Just it wasn't MVP stuff, but it was still really good.
I have him on my list ahead of Lawrence narrowly. We'll get to that. But yeah, I really struggled with him. I also struggled a little bit with CJ Stroud because I am a CJ Stroud mark. And I was like, how high can I put him already after just one season? My criteria for the record was not based on age or how much runway you have in front of you. It was like this season, starting right now in September, who do I want on my team as my QB1? That's how I did it.
Yep.
It's a 1-year contract this year. Who's going to play the best at the position for me?
So I would have added like these addendums, like where Stroud, I have him one spot behind Lawrence, for example. I'd rather have Stroud than Lawrence, and the arrow is trending up for Stroud, obviously. That's like that
you
green.
Think Trevor Lawrence is better than CJ Stroud?
Right now, this minute, a little more deposit in the bank.
Wow.
Right. For example, but I'd rather have Stroud. I think so. It's like part of it is not fair. It's not CJ Stroud's fault. He's only in the second year. You know what I mean?
They're going to look different. Sounds like. All right, let's get to it. Number 1,
Mahomes.
Patrick Mahomes. Number 2,
Lamar.
I have Josh Allen. Number 2. You have Lamar Jackson second.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Number 3,
Allen.
I've got Joe Burrow there. Kind of my unquestioned top 3. Number 4,
Burrow.
I've got Justin Herbert. Number 4 on my list, which I think is higher than a lot of people would. Number 5,
Herbert.
So we have the same top 5. I've got Lamar 5th. 2 MVP awards. Obviously unbelievable as a playmaker. You saw it, though, in the game they lost in the playoffs. I still think there are major shortcomings when he's got to stand in the pocket and you can keep him flat-footed throwing the football. Misses too many throws for me. But he's the 5th best quarterback in the league because of what he brings. And I would like to have him.
I'd like to have that.
And maybe Washington will have a version of him. We'll see. All right, so top 5, Mahomes, Allen, Burrow, Herbert, and Lamar. You've got a similar group.
Mahomes, Lamar, Allen, Burrow, Herbert.
So we use the same guys.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's go 6 through 10.
This is when I'm kind of doing that thing where I'm grinning at you, sort of, and I'm making a scrunchy face.
There is kind of a big drop off.
I put Rodgers there, and I'm uncertain about that. I'm still a believer because his game wasn't based on moving around and athleticism and stuff. That'll come back from the Achilles and be stationary and still just sling it so accurately and put it on back shoulders and throw for 4,000 yards and 35 touchdowns again.
So it could work out that way. I have him 13th. I moved him down.
Yeah.
He's complete unknown.
I get that too, by the way.
But if you're saying, if you're telling me Aaron Rodgers comes back and is the guy this season that he was before the injury, then he probably belongs at 6-ish. You could even put him at 5. I could put him, him, Lamar, Herbert, kind of put him in a blender. 6 for me is where I put CJ Stroud. Love CJ Stroud. He is a pocket passer with an incredible arm, who's very smart, who sees the field, doesn't try to make a lot of plays with his feet, but when he needs to, he can be an athlete. I've got Stroud 6th. My kind of guy. Stand there and make every throw.
7 for me, Hurts. Again, that was even after the disaster of the second half of last year. The outplayed Pat Mahomes in the Super Bowl. Could have been the MVP 2 years ago. Was off to a pretty good start last year, again, before the wheels kind of came off. I've still got him in the second half of the top 10.
I think that now that we're going to go separately, let's just go down our list. So you've got
Hurts 7, Matt Stafford 8. I'm still high. I'm still a Matt Stafford guy. Dak Prescott 9, Kirk Cousins 10, Jordan Love 11, Brock Purdy 12, Trevor Lawrence 13, Stroud 14.
Okay. I've got Stroud 6th, as I said.
Mm-hmm.
I've got Dak 7 coming off of last season. Kirk 8, sitting at number 8 for Kirk O'Chains. I think wherever Dak is, Kirk and him should be side
They're
by
right
side.
there.
They're basically the same dude. Stafford 9. I think I would have Stafford ahead of Dak and Kirk if he was more durable. The only reason I have Stafford below those guys is because my list
Always
was
beat
who
up.
do I want quarterbacking my team this year? And you'll notice I'm a little more of a pocket passing guy. That's just my proclivity. But Stafford gets hurt all the time. 10, I've got Jared Goff. You didn't name him.
No, I did not.
Okay.
He will not. I have 10, 11 more quarterbacks to go before I get to old.
11, I've got Jalen Hurts. He had a terrible year last year.
He did.
Now, I root for him. I think he's one of the best dudes in football, but he did not play well last year. Jordan Love is 12 for me. Aaron Rodgers is 13. And then I've got Trevor Lawrence 14 and Purdy 15. So Lawrence 14th on my list. You had Purdy where?
I had Purdy one spot ahead of Lawrence at 12.
Okay. So we're both he's 15th for me, kind of middle of the pack. I just think he's a lot of weapons around him and a Kyle Shanahan influence. And he's a good player. People that try to make him, everyone tries to make this Purdy thing like
he's either great or stinks.
Right. He's the best in the league and you're sleeping on him, or he's terrible. He's really good. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. But I've got Purdy there. So we both think Lawrence is kind of a 10 to 15 guy.
Yeah, in there. So I have trouble quantifying him. I mean, Stroud with only the 1 year, arrow trending up. He'll be way ahead of him if we did this again next year. I couldn't figure out where I had him in relation to kind of that Purdy, Stroud, Tua tier, right? So I ended up putting him 13th. But if you made an argument to me, Tua had a way better season last year. You're 100% right. So you could flip them. Or, hey, wait, Tua's been injured a whole bunch too. You could flip them back. It's all kind of in that same tier to me. It's like that third tier of quarterback.
I had a tough one with the Jordan Love because he came on like gangbusters.
Mm-hmm.
And I could see Love supplanting like Dak, the Dak Cousins Stafford tier, Goff as an example. Those guys are a little lower ceiling, but so dependable, reliable. You know, they're going to make every throw. Somebody's open, they're going to drop it in the bucket. I could see Love moving up into that Stroud range, 7-8 in the league, and those guys slotting down. Rodgers, if he shows that he's healthy, I just don't know what to expect, would be above those guys. But, the arrow trending up on a Love or a Lawrence in their young 20s, whereas Dak and Cousins and Stafford, these guys are in their mid-30s.
Yeah.
Right? So they're not going any higher than, back-end top 10 where I've kind of got them slotted. But fun conversation. The moral of the story is Trevor Lawrence is good enough that he's going to break the bank when it's time to get paid. And he happened to come up to get paid at a really good time.
Who's going to do it? Who's going to be the team that's like, you know what? This isn't worth it. And even though we have one of these guys that's in this tier, that's above the threshold of acceptability, that's going to go too rich for my blood.
I don't think a team is going to, with a really good quarterback, do that.
It won't be like the Burrow Herbert tier. I mean, like
those guys have been paid
in the
Dak
teens
and the
tier.
Cowboys, maybe
that may be it
because 60 is more than 50.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what they're doing. If they're going to pay him, then what they're doing makes no sense. Maybe they let him walk, as crazy as that seems. It's possible. But I think it'll be years before it happens, especially with the cap exploding.
Yeah.
Next on G&D, Dan Quinn, very, very high on a couple of the Commanders players. Who's going to have the biggest unexpected year for Washington? We've got tickets to give away today ahead of the Beltway Blitz at 4 o'clock to the Giant Barbecue Battle in D.C., right here on The Fan. As the exclusive sponsor of the Grant and Danny radio program, the law firm of Condori and Murad will guide you and your family in the right direction. They're going to help you to draft a will, set up a revocable trust, create a healthcare power of attorney, schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. You're going to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Darius, do we have an Is It Weird theme available, please? One came to our attention today that I think is worth a quick batch in studio of Is It Weird here on Grant and Danny. So we're going to have a two-person panel. If there's a tie, Ryan's going to have to go find whoever's closest in the building and bring them into the studio to break the tie. The questionable behavior from this afternoon right here in this very studio.
It was right here.
Danny, you walked upstairs.
Yep.
Did you take a shower?
I did.
Okay. So you went and played pickleball.
Yes.
Because it's a day of the week.
Yes.
How was it? How'd you do?
Not great. I felt nauseous, overheated. I thought I was going to puke a couple times. I was like, I got to stop. This is not good. And I was like slugging around here, barely moving. Not great.
Too hot to be playing.
Yeah,
pickleball.
it was. I learned that lesson.
So you came upstairs from your shower. You always look like you just sweated a lot for whatever reason, even though you got out of the shower.
You sweat right through the shower.
I can't really figure that one out. But you came up here.
Yep.
And you said what to me?
I don't have my keys with me. It's a long story. And I can't get into my locker, which has my little DOP kit, which has stuff for my hair and deodorant.
Your
I don't have
Jake
a deodorant.
Locker,
Yeah.
who went 8th overall inexplicably. Should have never
Should
happened.
always remember that.
Jake Locker from
Washington?
Correct. Attaboy.
You dub?
Jake Locker drafted by
Tennessee.
You're on it today.
And Fuego. Where was I? Oh, yeah. So I don't have any deodorant because it's in my little DOP kit. I got to go get deodorant. That's what I said. I declared that to you and to CK.
And I assumed that meant you had to go to like 7-Eleven.
Yeah, just went down the street to CVS.
CVS. And I thought that's a big pain in the butt. It's hot and gross. And I
Danny
said
looks
to Danny,
terrible.
I said, Danny, no pressure, no harm, no foul if you don't want to do this. I've got a stick of deodorant in my bag. If you want to use my deodorant, I don't care if you don't care. And Danny said, I don't care. No problem. And I tossed you the deodorant. And as this was happening, our boss was in the room. He couldn't believe it.
He couldn't believe it.
He thought it was disgusting. He thought it was the most ridiculous thing he'd ever seen. He, dry heaved a couple of times. Like he thought it was absurd. It wasn't a spray deodorant or anything. It was just a stick of my silly Old Spice. Now, Danny, upon my boss and Danny's boss seeing this and being so upset, all of a sudden didn't want to use my stick of deodorant.
Now, here's what I'll tell you. Old Spice is a perfectly fine brand. In my personal experience, I don't know if you guys have ever had this. You know those little red rash bump things?
Of course,
sometimes
it's
an
the
allergic
worst.
reaction. Old Spice gives me that. I don't think there's anything wrong with Old Spice. It's just something about me and Old Spice. We're not friends. This is historic. This is since I first started wearing deodorant as like a 12-year-old.
Do you know what gives me that? I don't know if this is an Old Spice offshoot or not. Do you know the all red stick of deodorant with blue?
Yeah, the blue top.
with
That's
the
an Old
blue
Spice.
top. So but it's like, no, that's the nubbiest version. It's like when you get to middle school and they're teaching you how to smell okay after gym, they hand those out. You know what I'm talking
Yes,
about?
of course.
Those, to this day, when my wife will just buy like 8 of those for 14 cents and put them in my bathroom or something, if I use it once, my armpits are pummeled.
So I've had to take that responsibility away from my darling wife who do so much. I'm like, I'll let me handle this part
But
for me.
what I gave you is as good a stick of deodorant
No,
as you're going to find.
it's a very quality deodorant.
Old Spice Fiji. It smells incredible. Smell
It
this.
does. It is a great smell.
I want you to smell it.
I'll smell it again.
Tell
Give it
the
to me.
people what you smell.
Do a little smell-o-vision.
Let me
Toss
get
it right
this
over here.
out. I'm going to show 1067 The Fan YouTube the type of deodorant I use.
I do. This is a very pleasant scent.
This is Old Spice Fiji with palm tree. Now, I'm a bigger guy and I've got my faults. I always smell pretty good. Is that fair?
100%.
I
It's
think
true.
I do. This is antiperspirant.
When people ask me, what's it like sharing a room with Grant? It's one of the first, 10, 11 things I say.
All right. So get a sniff of that.
Yeah,
I
this
think it
is the
smells
Fiji
silly.
palm tree. Oh, that is so nice.
It's nice, right?
And
I've never, as a guy that has the issues with the red tube, sixth grader
Yeah.
like situation with the blue top. This is a white top, by the way, very important. I don't know why, but it doesn't. I've never had issues with the armpit. So I tried to help my guy, and Danny goes immediately like, actually, I'm having second thoughts. And
no, so you're making it seem like I turned my nose up at your deodorant.
You said it's because you were afraid.
Yeah. Again, it's
our boss was looking over your shoulder, scoffing, and then you did it.
What? I didn't realize it was Old Spice until I saw that it was.
Gotcha.
Actually, this gives me
so you would have
little
just done
underarm
it right in front of
I would have had no hesitation. Again, I'm 40. What do I care?
I agree.
I'm 44. Who am I impressing?
Which brings us back to, is it weird?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's weird. I'm going to let him use my deodorant, and then if I'm going to put it back on 5 minutes later, who cares? Danny didn't think it was weird. We're both going to just share a stick of deodorant. What do we care?
Now, I wonder what this is something I was, Christian, pondering while you were discussing this. Having been in a locker room with teammates and just, everybody's so naked and in a really close proximity.
Yeah.
Every day for years, we're borrowing everything from everybody.
Of course.
You know what I mean? Like do you have any athlete's foot powder? Do you have jock itch this? Do you have a deodorant that? Do you have this spray? Do you have hair? It became very normal to me. And it's like, that's not a problem. If today I'm using Ron's, Mike's using mine tomorrow, whatever. Not a big deal.
Maybe a factor, but I don't think it's like your paradigm comes from that.
Mm-hmm.
You're either super into germs and stuff, or you're probably not.
Right.
Like yesterday, you and I, we shared a toothbrush. And CK thought that was weird.
He thought that was weird.
And I didn't think that was weird at all.
Grant needs to brush his teeth. I need to brush my teeth. There's one toothbrush. You figure it out.
We didn't actually share.
We're kidding about that part. Yeah. I don't know if that was clear.
Just to be.
Was that clear?
Let me be clear. But this is not a toothbrush. It's a stick of deodorant. It touches your underarm. Who cares? So we turn to our panel of two, Garris and Ryan. I guess if we want to squeeze in a couple of calls, we could do that at 800-636-1067 for an is it weird determination here. Garris, us not caring about sharing a stick of deodorant, is it weird? And is the act of sharing the deodorant weird?
I am going to have to go on the side of this is weird, boys. I just don't think that sharing a stick of deodorant is necessary, especially when there's a CVS within walking distance. Not that far. It's literally right at the next building.
That's where I went.
That's a pain in the tuchus.
It's really not.
You want him to go
it's right there.
Down the hall.
Yes.
Walk down 2 flights of stairs.
Correct. Yes.
Go out the front door. Go a block down in the heat. Buy deodorant for $6-7.
And the cabinet's locked.
Come back. Yeah, exactly.
That is the worst part.
I got a flat. I'm like,
locked.
Excuse me.
We're
Can
in
I
DC,
open this?
So A, that you have to hope that there's deodorant, and B, it has to not be locked.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But then someone will go get it for you. It all takes way too long. He's going to come back down the street, up a couple of blocks, all that stuff. You're fine with that?
Totally fine with that. Yeah. I think you have to ask, at least for me, you have to ask so many questions like, do you only use this when you get out of the shower, or do you use it when you need a quick pick me up?
Why does that matter at all?
Because I wouldn't want somebody else's potentially dirty deodorant stick rubbed on my armpits. I just don't think
so.
That's not for me.
If you were smelly today,
yeah,
and I'm like, bro, something's not right.
And you're like, oh my God, I forgot deodorant.
I forgot deodorant, and I'm like, here you go. You would not take it.
No, I would go and I would take 5 minutes to go over to CVS and go grab my own stick.
Unreal. Ryan, is it weird?
Unfortunately, I do think it's weird as well.
Wow.
How about that?
And now here's my kind of reasoning. Think about it like a bar of soap in the shower. Would you share that?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, because the thing that you're using to put on yourself is the decontaminant. So in other words, like, you know what I might do, honestly?
It's not decontaminating anything, though. It just makes you smell better. That's just what it is.
No, but what I'm saying is, like, your concern when you're putting it under your armpit is like, oh, what if it's gross? The thing that you're rubbing on the armpit makes it less gross.
It's the degrossifier.
Like it's the degrossifier. So here's what I would do, honestly. If I was using soap and I was like, this is, I'm in someone's house or whatever, and they're like, the soap and shampoo's in there, and it's just like a bar or whatever, I would probably take a washcloth. I guess if I had one, I would use that. Like something, or I would rub it on the wall a little bit to like get the top layer off.
What I do is I let the water run over it for a 5 count.
Of course.
You know what I mean? Just like a little, whatever the first layer. Then I'll do a little lather for my hands,
Yeah.
rinse that, and then go to town with the soap.
Yesterday, you made us clary casserole. With your hands, you were touching all the chicken in the pan. The pan and the heat is going to make that not matter. Nobody cared that you were touching the chicken with your hand because it cooks. Just like the soap is going to take care of itself.
So if Grant had a beverage today And he was like, this is delicious. I've never had anything this tasty. I'm not taking a sip.
I don't do that.
This is very different.
I don't drink after people. I don't eat after people. I'm actually super weird, like half Howie Mandel style. I won't even eat after my own kids. I won't after my own wife. I won't eat at like, and I've kissed her before.
What?
Like stuff.
Whoa!
Yes,
Whoa!
I have. It's true.
It's a family show, dude.
Like her mouth's been open, my mouth's been open.
Grant, are you kidding me?
At the same time.
What are you talking about?
But if she bit a sandwich,
oh my God,
and then was like, "Do you want this?" and it's my favorite sandwich, I bet she would never do that.
Right.
I the idea of that is appalling to me. So maybe it's different for the mouth. I don't know.
It's
But,
definitely is.
So
no, I would finish my wife's sandwich.
You would?
Yeah, of course.
You guys finish each other's sandwiches.
Sandwiches. Yeah, I get to do all the time.
It's a Frozen reference. You don't get it. You don't get it.
She eats like a bird. It's great.
But you eat the part that she bit?
Oh yeah.
That's disgusting.
Not at all. I mean, it literally is not at all. That's a you're being weird thing.
I
wife,
agree
man.
that I'm in the minority.
Yeah, it's your wife. It's not a big deal.
Disgusting.
Like if I'm not eating. I mean, we spend more time
but
together in a week
how far do
than
you take that? If Ryan ate it?
I'm not doing that.
Okay.
And I love Ryan. I'm not doing that.
Darius?
No.
So you got something personal against Ryan and Darius?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Now, if you ate it, no. I think I like my buddies. I'm not eating their
What's
sandwich.
so great about your wife that you'll eat after her?
Whatever she's got, I got too, dude. You know, look, we're in that one together.
Yeah.
Like when people think about spreading germs around, it's up. They don't say like they say stay home. You know who's home? My wife's home. We're not home. See what I mean?
Dad.
My dad?
Yeah.
No. Now, when we live together, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So when we
you live there, so if you live with someone, you do it. What about your kids?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
That's nothing.
Not in a million years.
Oh yeah.
I just can't do it.
They've already coughed on me. They've already given it to me.
Same with drinking.
Drinking is a little bit more direct. I don't do that. There's a backwash factorial in there, especially with the kids. Like if they've got a juice, if they want, you want the last 1/3 of my juice, it's like, well, that's now 1/10 juice. The rest, like juice that was in your mouth that you know how to really not handle real well.
Totally. So you both think it's weird. That's 0 for 3 because our boss also thought it was weird. Let's go to Doug and Ashburn on Grant and Danny here on the Fan.
Getting
What's
Doug
up,
back.
Doug?
Grant, I almost slid off into the median. You started talking about open mouth kissing.
Shocking.
Oh man, freaking me out.
Is that shocking?
I got to be honest, not very often. I'm just saying it's happened before.
Isn't that shocking?
Hey, listen, I'm married. I'm over 50. It doesn't happen at all anymore.
Well,
Trust me.
I mean, it's been a while. So,
So 2 layers to this dilemma here. First of all, when it comes to the shared use of the deodorant, you know, the two of you have passed the 10-year mark together. So I like to think that you're at a level of affection for one another where special relationship. Number 2, in an F. Lee Bailey kind of judicial review capacity, I'm on Team Danny. I believe him on this. I have to use a special speed stick, talc-like stick, because of the fact that you use some other stuff and it's a show. Your arms turn into sandpaper. So I'm inclined to say Danny is being on the level with you here.
do you know?
Thank you, bro.
Is there anything worse than a deodorant that has bothered your armpits? The discomfort, the burn. I actually get, I don't know how to describe it, but everyone kind of knows what I'm talking about. Like the discoloration.
Oh, yeah.
Like
It's-
like not bruising, but it almost looks like chapped lips under your arm.
It's like a red rash and
It
it's
is
bumpy. And it's
disgusting.
like you sit like you're doing a permanent chicken wing kind of thing.
Jamie's in Annandale, home of the Adams. Hello, Jamie.
What's up, boys?
Hey, dude.
So while I was on hold, I'm laughing. The fact that Grant with his open mouth kisses like the other dude. And then Danny with the sandwich. I will not eat my wife's sandwich after her unless I cut where she has started.
Yes! Yes, I do that too.
What?
If she my wife will all the time, she'll do, we go to restaurants and we'll both order something to split. So
Yeah.
like she'll go burger, I'll go ribs at Mike's American the other night.
And she looks at me like I'm an animal. She's like, "What's
Same.
wrong with you?"
I'm like,
It's
cut that. Cut where you bit
Right.
around your teeth mark.
Right. But as far as the deodorant goes, yes, it's a bit weird. I, like Danny, I've been in locker rooms for the past 10, 15 years. And one night I forgot my soap at home. And one of my buddies goes, "Here, just use mine." And he tosses me a bar of his soap. I'm like, "I don't have a washcloth." He goes, "Oh, I don't use washcloths."
Here we go.
Hey, run that hot water over it for a little bit.
I tossed that soap right back to him and said, "No, thank you." I'll go
One of my,
home
that's
soon."
amazing. One of my
Jamie,
best.
have you kissed your wife?
Open mouth?
Yeah.
Like the other gentleman, it's been a bit.
Jamie. He has, though.
Yeah, I bet you has in the past.
He's a naughty boy.
My buddy John has the best joke about, he was like, hey, can somebody give me a ride home? And this one guy goes, yeah, I can. And he's like, great. And they go outside and he has a little tiny crotch rocket bike.
That's pretty funny.
And that's how they have to go home.
Let's go to Dan in Fairfax on G&D. What's up, Dan?
Hey, boys.
What's up, buddy?
So I don't think it's weird. It may be a little awkward if other people are present when it happens, but I think a better move would be to have a backup stick at work or something.
No, I normally do. I couldn't get into my locker, my Craig Laughlin. I couldn't get in. I normally have that. I have it all packed
That's why
and prepped.
I had it in
and
my bag.
Mhm.
I've got a stick of deodorant in my book bag at all times. There's not a whole lot that I like less than being the smelly kid in class.
Mhm.
And frankly, I'm not trying to pat myself on the back or gas myself up, but I will pump my own tires here. I smell pretty good. Like I'm a good smelling guy.
Because you're a couple good things going for you. Number one, clean. Two, the deodorant you choose, like and other products that go on. But three, you're not sweaty.
I also shower all the time.
Yeah, and you just don't sweat very much. I am a disgusting, sweaty beast.
I shower on average twice a day. I'm a morning and night guy at some point. And there are plenty of days if I'm doing something where I'll shower a third time. Not great for the water bill, but silly for smelling good.
Mhm.
You don't know who just called in. Old Chucko Chains.
What?
Charlie Slows. Wants to play a little Is It Weird with
Charlie.
his pals. Back in D.C. for the homestand. The voice of the Washington Nationals, ladies and gentlemen. What's up, Charlie?
I'm driving along, and it's maybe the greatest non-sports topic conversation ever on all sports radio.
He wanted to talk about kissing your wife, huh, Charlie?
No, well, first of all, I'm going to solve your deodorant problem.
Okay.
If you use antiperspirant and you use too much of that, that's your
Is
problem.
that where it comes from, you think? The antiperspirant thing?
There's a difference between deodorant and antiperspirant.
Mm-hmm. So I have to mix it up. I have to keep my body guessing. I mix and match between a couple different ones.
See, that's the problem.
If I get too stuck on one, then I start sweating again.
I don't know.
One is clogging your pores because it's preventing you from sweating.
Mhm.
The other one is letting you sweat but smell okay.
Yep.
Charlie, what's your preferred stick of deodorant?
Old Spice, Musk.
Oh, okay.
Musk.
That's a good one. See,
No,
he's an Old
I-
Spice.
They have a variety of them.
Yeah.
There's a few different ones that I like.
Have you tried the
But
Fiji?
anyway,
Like the tropical
No.
The
one?
Fiji's delightful, Charlie.
It smells beautiful.
Yeah. They've been around the house.
What does Dave use? Do you know?
I have no idea.
Well, you guys are such close proximity. I feel like
no. It's once we go our separate ways, we don't know these things.
Now, here's a question. You can relate to this because a caller was just saying it's the 10 years that we've been a common law couple here on the air. I mean, if you were out of deodorant, would you use Dave's stick of deodorant or vice versa?
I've never thought of that, but I tend to think he would not allow me to.
Okay.
I think that too, by the way.
Would you allow him to use your stick?
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right?
Okay.
Yeah.
We got to confirm this
Right.
with our sources.
No, you
Jay.
could always just wipe it off on something else, and there you go.
Very good.
Well, think of it. Most people put deodorant on after they come out of the shower, so they're already clean.
Agreed.
Yeah.
That's even if they use somebody's loaned soap at the process, right?
But the second time you would put deodorant on, most likely, is when you're barking a little bit, when you need it.
I'm usually once a day, and that's all I need.
Yeah, I mean, I was immediately post-shower. Now, I'd clothed myself, Charlie. I wasn't rolling around in a towel and shower shoes. That'd be inappropriate for the office place.
That's right.
But I came up, and I had my clothes on. It's like, hey, I need this deodorant, and then we were going to work it out. That's fun, right?
But the other thing you were talking about food earlier, the amazing thing to me is when you have little kids, babies, is the amount of disgusting things adults will do with their babies' food that's left, eat their sandwiches, eat their food, things you would never do before you have kids. And once they're grown up, you'll never do again.
Exactly right.
It's so true.
Your threshold dips to subterranean, and then it goes back up again.
So their uncle.
Well, and then you're seeing somebody else when you're out somewhere doing that, and you're going, we did that, didn't we? That's disgusting.
Not your boy. I will never do that.
He steered clear somehow.
So my brother-in-law who's a great uncle, right, over with the kids all the time. He'll come over like right after dinner and they haven't finished stuff on their plate, and he'll just go around cleaning it up. And I'm like, I don't know how you, like, no, thank you. I don't know how you do it. I will never, unless I cut away from what they've eaten, I'll never do that, Charlie. Can't do it.
No, my wife's like, we're going to split something. We're splitting it before we start eating. That's it.
The pre-split.
That's the way to do it. The pre-share.
It's pre-split.
Call a win tonight. I expect to hear this. You and Dave get to the bottom of this in the third inning, Charlie.
You know, sometimes the things that we veer off during the game end up being the best things we ever talk about on the air.
It depends on the
like
game.
this.
Yeah, it depends on the game.
Try doing it for 4.5 hours a night, buddy.
Thanks, Charlie.
Well, before the pitch clock, we almost did.
Yeah, I was going to say at times.
There's plenty of those. No doubt. Appreciate you, man.
See you, brother.
See ya.
Listen to the Nats tonight. Charlie Slows, Dave Jagler. They're back home.
That's funny.
6:45 first pitch. Great to hear from
That's Charlie Slows.
Let's go.
Charlie Slows, buddy.
Now we got to confirm with Jags. Text him. Would he allow Charlie to use his deodorant if Charlie forgot deodorant? Let's get to the bottom of that. Next, Dan Quinn. Very fired up about one of the young commanders. Is he the guy to look out for as a breakout candidate? We'll get to that on the Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Friday means we're closing in on 3:45, and in lieu of a double play, we're going to win off the field. Friday also means G&D's Tony's Mailbag at 6 o'clock, our Ask Us Anything. You can get us to talk about the thing that you wish we would have all week long, and we didn't. That's coming up at 6 o'clock today, right here on the Fan. But Dan Quinn, lengthy, nearly 20-minute press conference with the media yesterday out in Ashburn. And he brought up a few different players that he's really been impressed by. Heaped a lot of praise on Bobby Wagner, not surprisingly. I think they really like the impact he's having organizationally, off the field, as well as how he's looked on the field. He's in great shape. He's aging like fine wine. He also is very, very happy with Frankie Louvu.
Mm-hmm.
I think Louvu is going to be a star. And this was my favorite move of the offseason. So I'm not surprised to hear that he loves him, because to me, Louvu exemplifies everything that they talk about wanting. Arriving violently, being physical, being a dog, being aggressive, being an alpha. Like, Frankie Louvu checks every one of those boxes. The other guy that has gotten a lot of run from Dan Quinn is a little bit more interesting. Quan Martin. The DB at the play of minicamp with an interception, with his hands kind of behind his backs, acrobatic play. This is what Quinn had to say about the second-year DB drafted last year out of Illinois.
I thought he was just a really good tackler. And so at safety, there's probably even more communication that takes place from last year. He was featured a lot playing nickel. And so for a guy that can do both of those, that's a really big push. But man, I'm really excited about what he is, what he can be. And I just feel like he's one of those people. I'm feeling this momentum take place for him to ride this big wave in, because he's just gaining confidence in this new system. And that's really important to do that this time of year. So then the month of training camp, that he's really ready to apply it.
Danny, I would go as far as to say that he is on the short list of guys as far as talk of camp chatter. Like, few guys have gotten as much positive pixelage as him outside of Jaden Daniels.
It's been interesting, right? Because, and this happens so often in sports, both good and bad, right? Bad when it's your early sample is disastrous. Nobody updates their file, or it takes a long time for people to kind of, reevaluate that thing. Conversely, if your early sample is amazing, like your first 5 games, 10 games, whatever is great, people will sort of say, yeah, but that's more real, despite almost no matter how much you do over the next 6 weeks, 10 weeks, couple of years, et cetera, if they saw something great early. His early sample was so bad where he wasn't on the field. He was basically inactive for months at a time. They could, even last year's group, the worst defense in the sport with a terrible secondary, he couldn't crack the lineup. Then as the year progressed, he started playing more and more, and actually I thought handled himself pretty well down the stretch of the season. But still, the narrative was kind of written there. So it is interesting that a guy that was a second-round pick of the old regime now sort of stepping into a role potentially that maybe they saw him doing, but it sounds like Dan Quinn and Joe Witt and company are going, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. The versatility they're talking about, being able to do both. You heard Dan Quinn mention it, being able to play nickel and then, some of the demands of the safety spot, that it's a helpful thing for a defense.
Maybe Quan Martin is the guy I should put the eggs in the basket of as the breakout candidate for this staff. Because to kind of circle back to what you were just getting at, I said this a couple days ago. This staff, more than any other position, is best suited, I think, to help defensive backs. Dan Quinn's secret power as a coach in this league, before he was a head coach, was taking okay DBs and making them good, and good DBs and making them great. Joe Witt has never been a coordinator. He's been a DB's coach. But he has been a whisperer, it seems like, at least on his watch and his secondaries, for guys to have awesome seasons, ball hawking, interception laced, playmaking seasons. So when you have this staff set up, like my point with Emmanuel Forbes and Benjamin St. Juste more so because he's longer and looks a little bit more like what I project as a Dan Quinn DB, is they should be the beneficiaries probably, because they play the position where Quinn and Witt excel coaching at. Maybe Quan Martin's the guy that ends up getting the love.
Well, my thoughts for breakout candidates, or whatever you want to call it, are all centered in that area. Because last year, again, they were 32nd in any category that you want to find that had to do with defense, whether it was yards allowed. Basically, if you were an opposing quarterback of Washington, you were the league MVP. If you got to play against them 17 times last year, you were setting Dan Marino style passing records. It was astounding. So anybody that's improved to average or improved to decent, it's a market upgrade over last year. So all the guys that I started thinking who might have a breakout or who might play really well, that area was very concentrated in the secondary.
You in on Quan Martin? Are you buying some stock here? Don't forget, by the way, as the year went on, he went
played
from
much better.
basically not playing at all to this was not like Emmanuel Forbes, right? I mean, he was actually helpful and pretty good. He made some plays on the ball, intercepted passes. He had the clinching interception. Was that the Patriots game, I think? Kind of going down to the ground, making the big pick.
Sounds right.
As they were driving to try to win it. Quan did some good things last year.
No, he did. I am not buying it, not because of Quan Martin specifically. I think it's a little crowded, right?
He's starting right now when they have their safety situation. It's Quan Martin and Jeremy Chin basically
ahead of Forrest.
He has been.
Yeah. I don't know. I think there's too many guys who've put in more deposits in the bank for me to feel comfortable than to say that I buy this breakout. But again, what does a breakout look like for somebody that was not getting any snaps for 2 months at a time last year? Is he a regular player? Does he contribute? Then that could be considered a breakout compared to where we were at one point last year. I mean, that's always so hard too, is how to quantify it. Like, does breakout mean Pro Bowl? Probably not. Does breakout mean, hey, this guy can play in this league, whereas for a half of last season it looked like he couldn't? Then that might count. But I'm not thinking of him in the what a great season he just had. If we're looking back in January of next year at the end of the road, going, who had an unbelievable season? Who deserves an attaboy? Great credit. I'm probably not thinking Quan Martin's going to be one of those guys.
All right, give me the name of a not talked about breakout candidate that you would buy stock in before Quan Martin.
So I'm wondering if this is cheating because he's done too much already. But I think St. Juste is going to be the beneficiary. Is that too high?
Yes, I would say
Okay.
so because he's their number one corner.
All right, because I think to me he's like, do you look like you played for the Legion of Boom back in the day?
Exactly.
He does. So I think he'll be a stud.
He could have a big year.
Fair enough. Then again, maybe Jeremy Chin's too high as well. He's never done anything special other than 2 fumble returns for a touchdown as a rookie. But I think that versatility,
that's a good one.
I think he's going to be a stud in this system.
Of the young guys, yesterday we talked about the former first round picks. We talked Dotson, Forbes, Jamin Davis. I think Quan Martin, if you're going to put him in that category as an early rounder who hasn't really made the leap, maybe he'd be at the front of that list. But I do like his chances to thrive with this coaching staff, to be clear. Next, let's get you winning off the field segment. We're going to count up our moral victories. These are your little teeny tiny wins that nobody else would care about. It's made your day better, put a smile on your face. 800-636-1067 is the number. At 4 o'clock, we're giving away tickets to the Giant Barbecue Battle in D.C. right here on Grant and Danny. And then something happens.
It remains right there.
Time to figure out how you're winning off the field on Grant and Danny here on the Fan in lieu of a double play. The double play every day, driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealer. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today. Off the field win is something that nobody else would care about but made you happy. We do it because there was a time many years ago when the great Goose Allen said this.
We're winning off the field, but we got to start winning on the field.
Here's mine for today, Danny.
Go ahead, please.
My buddy and I go on our dudes and strollers walk with the kids, with his baby and my baby. We get to a little spot where he wants to go and have a little breakfast. I wasn't necessarily going to get anything, and he's like, hey, I got you.
Oh.
And I'm like, oh, really? He's like, I get a free breakfast sandwich. Hooks his boy. I get a little bacon, egg, and cheese breakfast sandwich on him. Didn't expect it. Very nice gesture. And I sat there and enjoyed an unexpected breakfast sandwich. Didn't see coming.
Delicious.
Didn't have to spend a penny. Therefore, I was.
Winning off the field.
I trying to be, Operation Less Fat as usual. It's ongoing. I'm gonna make myself a sandwich for lunch today. I had some ham, which is not that exciting to me, honestly. I always like it when it's like a cured meat. I'm looking more of the salami family of things, but whatever. I got a little ham.
Not a big ham guy.
Yeah, I got some ham, and I got the cheese. Or excuse me, I have the bread, and I got like a little mayo, a little mustard, whatever. There's no cheese.
You doing like a low carb bread?
Yeah, hero bread. It's real cheap too. Oh wait, no, it's not. Any hoodles. I realized we got no slices of cheese. We got none. We don't have a block of cheese. We got no slices. Am I going to have a cheeseless ham sandwich? You can just have a ham sandwich. Like, what are we talking about here?
Not going to do it.
This is society. We had one string cheese left. I used the string cheese. It's not my proudest moment, but I de-strung the string cheese, you follow me? So I made 3 pieces of cheese out of the one string cheese. And there was some cheese on my sandwich. Is it ideal? No. Did I get some cheese on my ham and cheese? I did. Therefore, I am.
Winning off the field.
Rich is in only. Rich, how are you winning off the field?
What's going on, boys? Happy Father's Day weekend to you.
Hey, buddy.
And
You too.
to you.
So, as dads, we're all trying to kind of be heroes in our very, very small moments. And right at this second, I'm actually telling my son that he does not know that in 3.5 hours, we're going to see Messi in Argentina at FedEx Field. And the look on his face right at this moment is priceless. Therefore, I am.
Winning off the field.
Let's go.
That's pretty dope.
The live announcement.
That's awesome.
He's going to see Messi at FedEx, do a little tailgating.
Use the Grant and Danny show to look cool. I'll take it.
I love that. Very, very nice announcement. You know his kid was fired up, too. Soccer-loving kid. Going to see Messi in the big stadium. That's a friendly tonight. I believe it is Argentina-Guatemala. Is that right?
I couldn't tell you.
Confirm that for me, somebody.
Now, I hope that my son's not listening because I wonder why we're not doing that. Ew.
Brian's in Herndon. Hello, Brian.
Hey,
How
Brad.
are you?
Grant, Daniel, happy Father's Day weekend, boys.
You too, buddy.
And to you.
So last night, I coached my boys' 10U All-Star team. Long practice, just been practicing all week. So I said, you know what? I'm going to surprise the boys. We're going to cut practice just a little early. Brought them a couple pizzas for doing so well practicing this week. My son looks at me and goes, Dad, I had pizza for lunch. Okay. Shoot. So he's like, can I have Chick-fil-A? I'm like, yeah, we'll have Chick-fil-A, no problem. I'd already eaten pizza, right? So, you can't go to Chick-fil-A and not get something for Chick-fil-A.
That's
so
right.
I got myself a number one with the sandwich. And obviously pizza, you're not going to eat Chick-fil-A at the same time. So I put it in the refrigerator last night. Came home from work this afternoon. Had completely forgotten I put the Chick-fil-A sandwich in there. Opened up the fridge. There she was.
Watch.
Had her for lunch. Therefore, I am.
Winning off the field.
That's an air fryer. Crisp that up. Let's get after it.
It's so good.
By the way, he had pizza and Chick-fil-A.
That's a day.
That's a good little run.
Uh-huh.
Let's go to Eric in Springfield. Your kids might want to get some ice cream for all that good practicing they've been doing too, Dad. Eric, what's going on?
Grant and Danny, how are you boys?
Good, buddy.
Good.
So happy Father's Day. Speaking of Father's Day, I decided to go to Costco and get some tenderloins, like the premium cut tenderloins that are like $97.
Oh yeah.
Whatever.
The good stuff.
And the good stuff. So it was like $3.65 per pound. One of them got mislabeled as $3.65 total. So I bought 2 because I didn't want to, get greedy. But therefore, this boy is
winning off the field.
So you could have gotten more, but you left them for other people. That's a hell of a gesture.
I would have gone supermarket sweep on those bad
You
Jacksons.
just start throwing those in the cart. Yeah, how many are there? That's how many I'm buying. Well done.
And I'm doing self-checkout too. I'm not having someone else scan
No.
it and notice that price.
And we definitely did self-checkout. That's a lot. I'm impressed by him kind of thinking about others there. Little karma being paid off for later.
I would think about the others how they didn't get what I got.
Damon's in Oxon Hill. Hey, Damon.
How's it going? Thank you guys for taking my call, and happy Friday to you.
You too, buddy.
Same to you, buddy.
All right. I got 2 of them. The first one is yesterday. I was on my way home from work. I got off early, and so I get in the car about 5 minutes after 10. I hear B. Mitch and JP Finley broadcasting from the practice facility, and so I went down there to go seek an autograph from Mr. Mitchell. Well, when I get down there, they tell me it's family and friends, family day, and they wouldn't let me on over to the practice field. And so I took that long walk back to the parking lot, and who do I see sitting up under the shade broadcasting? Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Finley.
There you go.
I was able to get a picture, an autograph card, and that's how I am.
Winning off the field.
Boom.
Well done. I love the idea that he thought he could just show up and get into the park. That is not how that works. However,
it
paid
worked.
off. Yeah,
it worked.
Just because of the awkward situation where we're not allowed to broadcast on premises, so they're like out by their cars doing a live radio show, which isn't how it's supposed to work. It worked out very well.
That is cool.
They should be allowed to like broadcast at the facility. Now, I will say like the team is very nice to deal with and does a good job by them. I think they're doing some construction right now in the annex or something. So there's all kinds of weird stuff going on. And B. Mitch, especially, like he's involved so much now with all the alumni stuff, and they have him on all of their pre and post shows. So I'm quite sure they'd let him do whatever he needs to do. But for the moment, based on some weird circumstances,
for so many years, you guys don't know what it was like, man.
But I'm saying they were just out there in this weird area, and he saw them. But that 99% of the time isn't going to work. So good for you. That is a very fortuitous winning off the field. Vance is in Annapolis. What's up, Vance?
How you doing, boys? Thank you for taking my call.
Yes,
so earlier today, I don't know if you remember from 1996, Deion Sanders came out with a pair of shoes, Air Max DTs. They were super looking. I originally had them. Today they dropped at 10 a.m. on the Foot Locker app. Sold out immediately. Well, I was bummed. I went on there about 4 hours later. They dropped some more sizes. So I got my size 11.5. Therefore, I am
winning off the field.
I didn't know about these shoes, but I'm looking them up now, and I definitely saw them back in the day a bunch.
You try to let me see?
You could recognize these. These are nice shoes.
I remember those.
Almost looks like a Nike Tiger.
Yeah,
print
it's
type
like a Bengal
shoe.
Tiger sort of print. Yeah, I remember that.
I definitely remember those. I don't know. They dropped them again. That's cool. Andy, Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania, I believe. What's up?
Hey, Grant. Hey, Danny. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate it. I have 3 kids in college, and my eldest just got out. She took her MCAT, and she got amongst the top 84 percentile to go into medical schools. So I am winning off the field.
Congrats.
Winning off the field.
Pops. Well done.
Way
That's
to
a
go.
good feeling. That'll make you feel really good.
I like that. It's one of those things where you just bring it up awkwardly at parties.
Yeah.
Like you swung by a park. How are you guys doing? Let me tell you what happened with my daughter.
I got one more. This past weekend, I went to a new ice cream joint that I hadn't been to. It was fantastic. I really liked it. I'll go back very soon. Over in Kingstown, there's like a Brewster's, I think it's called, but it's near Wegmans. And I don't really have a file on Brewster's, but it's scooped. If there's such a thing as somewhere meeting the middle between like soft and scooped ice cream, it's that. That's how I would describe it.
Okay.
Really, really good. Darius, you seem like you know what you're...
A lot of toppings going on in there? What are you doing?
You can do things like that. You know what I do, which is order chocolate ice cream.
You get chocolate ice cream,
Thank you.
Mhm.
And it was delicious.
Yeah, I'm familiar with Brewster's. There's a Brewster's in the Bowie Town Center out in Bowie. So yeah, it's fantastic.
So good, right?
And it's great with toppings on your ice cream, but you don't like that. But everybody else in the world would like that. So
my kids got
would
some
totally
sprinkles.
recommend.
For some reason, my son was crying that he didn't want ice cream. Then I got my daughter ice cream, and my son wanted ice cream.
And you'll be surprised to know that he then wanted ice cream.
So
isn't that weird?
Luckily, I already had ordered him some ice cream, knowing he was wrong about what he wanted and didn't want. You just got to know them a little better than them.
Whatever that is, by the way, I don't want it. And then we go through the line and like the first couple of times that happens with your kids, you're like, we were literally, why did you?
Then you just have to prepare.
And then you just do it.
The mind change.
Mm-hmm.
It's worst case scenario, as we talked about earlier in the show. As long as he hasn't eaten it yet, someone's going to have to eat that ice cream.
Who's someone?
I don't know yet.
You're someone.
Could be anybody.
You are.
But not if he's put that spoon in there a few
Oh,
times.
no, you can't have that.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. If you want to go to the Giant Barbecue Battle, we're your guys. We got a 4-pack of tickets we're going to give away at the top of the hour next. Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067 as promised. Congrats, you're winning a 4-pack of tickets to the 32nd annual Giant Barbecue Battle. Annual? Annual? Nolan Shanawell. June 22nd and June 23rd, historic Pennsylvania Avenue. Family fun for everyone with over 100 free food and drink samples, giant corks to caps, tasting tent, Monster Energy, Extreme Sports, live music, Pepsi Taste, summer stage, and a lot more. Go to thefandc.com/events. It is time for our Beltway Blitz. We'll be covering the Nats, the NBA, and the Commanders. So, Dave, before we talk baseball, earlier in the show, we got into a conversation playing a little Is It Weird? Danny forgot his deodorant today. I was going to give him my stick of deodorant to use. He was okay with it. Our boss thought it was really weird and gross that we were going to share a stick of deodorant. And then your partner, believe it or not, Charlie Slows, was listening and called in to discuss the matter. My question to you, Dave, is would you offer a stick of deodorant to Charlie or use Charlie's deodorant in a pinch?
How can I say this in a clean manner? Heck no.
That's what I thought.
That's a hard no. That's a hard no.
Mm-hmm.
In fairness, Charlie did predict that you would not allow him to use your deodorant, and he also said
he knows me well. Then
exactly. Yeah. He said he
Easy
would
call
offer
for
you,
him.
he would offer you his deodorant, but he doesn't think you would take it.
I definitely wouldn't take it, nor would I offer it.
So you're on team. It's weird.
I'm on team no chance.
Gotcha.
I mean, we've been together for 10 years.
These are personal hygiene products. Personal is the key word there in that sense. Personal.
All right, then what about this one? Yesterday, Danny and I shared a toothbrush.
Even worse.
That we're joking.
We're joking about that one.
That one's not true.
Okay.
All right, how about this one? Tonight we're going to take a bath together
because we want to save water. All right, look, Dave, one more. I promise you we have baseball questions.
If you're a Seinfeld fan, we take a steam together. All right,
get in there for a steam.
No steam.
I couldn't even get it out. Just picturing me and you in a bathtub.
That's tough. I'm having a tough time. A lot of water displacement.
Is there a rubber ducky in there?
There is a rubber ducky. There's a couple of
a lot of foam.
Yeah.
Okay, so this one I think is utterly bizarre. So you have children now. I know obviously they're older now, but when they were younger, let's say you guys were out at a restaurant and the kids order off the kids menu. They got like a grilled cheese. They took one bite because they're kids and then they leave the rest.
Mm-hmm.
Would you eat any of their food? Like not because I mean you don't eat very much at all, Dave. You have like one fig bar a month.
Yes.
But like if you were hungry,
Let's
would you
assume
eat any
it
of
was
that?
lettuce. If they bit the lettuce.
Yeah, they bit a piece of the lettuce.
Yeah, I'd eat off the other end. Absolutely.
But what about the part they bit?
No, off the other. You know, if it was the grilled cheese you talk about, I'd eat the butt end of the because they wouldn't eat the
All right,
crust.
last
That's
one.
why they made Uncrustables. I would eat the crust.
All right, so let's say it's an Uncrustable. Your wife is taking a couple bites. Would you eat after your wife, like the teeth marks?
For my wife, I might. Do
there we go.
I'm not.
I know.
See, I'm a hard no on that.
He
Hard
won't.
no.
Dave. His wife
and Danny's
for
all
my
in.
wife, I would. For my wife, I would. My wife and I have shared a toothbrush before. I will say that, but she is the only one.
All right, how about Charlie?
Hard no. Hard no.
All right, we'll give it 16 more years for you guys
Let's see.
together.
And then
Let's
we'll
see where
see.
you're at. All right, baseball stuff. Mackenzie Gore tonight.
Are we out of time yet? No.
We're
getting there.
Mackenzie Gore tonight, Dave. I'm wondering, was that like a blister thing or something different? Because he's had blister issues in the past.
I mean, I asked Davey Martinez that question because that was the first thing I thought of. Was kind of last season. His season got really kind of cut short at the end, and they had the innings limit on him anyway. But it was a blister fingernail kind of issue. But this was not a blister issue, but it was just an issue with the nails. So they had to kind of cut the nails short. So he just said, he was good, but they said let's give him another day. So I'm sure there will be a close eye on him. But the fact that he's on track to make this start hopefully means this is kind of just no big deal.
So, Jags, I was thinking about these last two games in Detroit, and it's easy for fans to kind of tune in on a nightly basis, and a lead gets blown or it doesn't, or they win a game or they don't. But a lot of times, what happens the night before affects what happens the following night, especially in a series.
Sure.
And I thought you did a great job chronicling this. Multiple times, Nats had runners. I think were on third base with nobody out, didn't score. They end up winning the game, and that's great. But The night before, they had to lean on Hunter Harvey and Kyle Finnegan for multiple outs. Then you have to do it again. So now you don't have access to your A bullpen pretty much, and you end up losing the finale to Detroit. Just kind of a nice case study about how one game isn't just one game in the grind of a major league season.
Yeah, and that's happened to him a couple of times, and they are leaning heavily on Hunter Harvey in particular and Kyle Finnegan as well, and really Dylan Floro. I mean, Floro's kind of the veteran of the bunch, and as of yesterday, he was leading the league in appearances, not just the team, the league. So this is a guy they're leaning on heavily, and for good reason. He's pitched very well. But over the course of the season, you're going to have some days where, hey, simply we can't use pitcher A, and yesterday was A, B, and C. So definitely, even though game 2, I think you point to game 2 more than game 1. Game 2 when they had the 5-1 lead, and you're sitting, it's 5-1, and they had chances to really break that game open, make it 7-8-1. Maybe you're using Jacob Barnes or even a Weems or a Rainey to close that game out. And then when Corbin gives you a decent start, pitching 1-run ball to the 6th inning, then you go to your A bullpen there, and you can hold the line. So that I think, credit to the offense for getting the men on base in those couple of games, because yesterday they didn't have much going on at all. But it was a missed opportunity. Now, still a good series. You win 2 out of 3, you'll take that. But the chance to sweep really what was cost by what happened in game 2 in those later innings.
Jags, tell me why I'm dumb. I'm annoyed by Lipscomb not playing. They've called him up. I understand there was an injury to Gallo, and he could play both corners. But this will be the 3rd day in a row where he hasn't played, while Joey Meneses, who doubled twice but never hits extra base hits, is at first, and Senzel, who's been hot, is at third. If you're going to call someone up to sit, it shouldn't be Trey Lipscomb.
Yeah, I'm not going to call you dumb. That would be rude. I mean, if you're going to use someone else's toothbrush or take a bath with someone, that might change my tune on that. But as far as the baseball, I think that Lipscomb was out here earlier working in left field. He's actually out in left field right now, taking some fly balls during PP. I think that might be a spot where you see him get some reps here. When he was up here the first time, he was pretty much playing every day. That hasn't happened yet, but I'd like to think he'll be in the lineup tomorrow and Sunday, as the Marlins are going to throw a couple of lefties. So maybe not in there today, but you might see him either in left field or somewhere on the infield tomorrow, I have the feeling.
Jax, what's the latest on Josiah Gray?
Supposed to be a rehab assignment tonight and get out to 4 innings. So I think after this one, potentially 1 or 2 more. I mean, for a while he was lined up on Hers Day, but with Gore being flip-flop, Hers moves to Saturday. But if it's within a day, then obviously you have a built-in move if that's the one you want to make. I just think they've obviously been ultra careful at this point with Gray, building him up with simulated games and side sessions. They're not going to rush through a rehab start and say, well, hey, all of a sudden you're back in the big leagues. He only threw 3 innings his last time. Command was a little bit spotty, so I think they want him to work on a few more things before he is here pitching on the big league mound.
Last one, Cade Cavalli. How close is he?
Well, Cade's going to throw a 2-inning simulated game tomorrow, so they've kind of backed off on what seemed to be progressing. Now, I don't know if there seems to be nothing physically wrong. He did kind of spray the ball in his one rehab appearance with Wilmington. He had some strikeouts, but a few walks in there. So he's going to throw a 2-inning simulated game to hitters tomorrow, and then they're going to ramp him back up again to continue his rehab assignment. So it seems of Cavalli and Gray that Gray is much closer to returning than is Cavalli at this point.
Jags, thank you as always. Have a great call tonight.
Okay, and I'll be using my own toothbrush after the game.
And your own toothpaste.
Take a bath by yourself and everything.
And deodorant.
Dave Jagler, boys and girls. 6:45 first pitch for the Nats and the Marlins at home. Let's talk hoops.
Our pal Ava Wallace with us. And Ava, don't worry about what you just heard. It made sense in the context of the conversation. I promise you. NBA Finals back on our way tonight. Just before we get to Boston and sort of what feels like their coronation, can we talk Brian Windhorst and Luka Doncic? Did that seem like a lot to you, or am I crazy?
It seems like a lot, but it's the finals. Everyone's getting punchy, and that's kind of the gig at ESPN. You got to be a lot, and that gets people talking. So it was definitely a lot, but I wasn't too surprised. But yeah.
Speaking of surprise, are you surprised it's 3-0 Boston?
I am surprised, actually. Yeah. I thought Dallas's defense was going to handle this a little bit more, but I'm also surprised that Jason Tatum did not take the bait from Dallas's coach there, and I thought he was absolutely going to explode after Jason Kidd said Jaylen Brown is the best player on the Boston Celtics. But Jason Kidd is looking more and more correct day by day. It has been so fun to watch Jaylen Brown this final series. And, listen, I guess we should have known when Boston got such a big lead in the Eastern Conference that, they actually mean business here. Like, they're just tearing through this thing. It's been really fun, actually.
Yeah, they are terrific. I mean, I was trying to quantify this the other day. I think, you obviously have to include Luka and Kyrie Irving in this. But I think of the next, 7, 8 guys, all of them play for Boston in terms of if you're ranking folks in this series. And I underestimated that, I think, kind of coming in here. I thought Boston was the same team that should have lost to Indiana a couple times and fritters away leads in certain moments. They've been unbelievably good in these finals. And I feel stupid now in retrospect thinking that Dallas would make it competitive.
Yeah, I mean, this is not good radio, but I literally have been watching these games saying, wow, I really can't even find anything to nitpick. Like, Drew Holiday's been so good. Sam Hauser's been incredible. Like, he's just everyone is doing exactly what they need to do. I am interested about the kind of discussion about Porzingis after this and kind of saying, the guy just needs one title, and then he can go be as injured as he wants to be for the rest of his career. But it's interesting that they haven't even, missed a beat without him in there too.
As injured as he wants to be is kind of hilarious. You mentioned Jaylen Brown and what a great series he's had. I mean, where are we in that discussion? Like, he's clearly more so than even I realized. When they need someone to give a speech, he's the alpha. When they need a big bucket late in these games, they look to him. I don't know if he's better than Tatum or not. I don't know if that matters. Tatum would probably be drafted ahead of him in like a fantasy draft for all NBA GMs. But Jaylen Brown's that guy for them.
Yeah, and it's a perfect 1-2 punch. It's like Jason Tatum is the guy who you draft to build this kind of group and craft this team around. But then, one guy can't do it. And it's really hard for one person to kind of sustain, especially in a final series like this. So it's like, yeah, you have your foundational guy, and then you have, to me, who is unquestionably your finals MVP. And it's been really fun to just see him kind of take a lot of the weight off of Jason Tatum's shoulders too. Like, I can't remember which crazy 3 it was in game 3, but they showed the bench reaction, and it was just a fantastic bench reaction. I think it was one of Brown's, and Jason Tatum was going insane. Everybody was up off the floor. It was really awesome. And it was just kind of one of those moments where I was like, oh, this is going to be like a team we cite when we're talking about historical things later, like when I'm writing NBA games later in my career. It's going to be really fun, and it's just awesome to watch. This is not good radio. I don't have anything interesting to say. It's just good basketball. It's so nice to see.
Very good radio. We're
into it. We're having fun.
Also, we do need to get your opinion. We need a lady's opinion on this, I think, because we have been asking our guests. So earlier today, Danny forgot his deodorant. I offered him my deodorant stick. I was fine with it. He was fine with it, but our boss thought it was disgusting. Is it weird to share a deodorant stick?
Okay. It's only weird if the state of your underarm is like really disgusting, which is something, no offense, I don't really want to think about. But otherwise, no, it's not like you're sharing like, I don't know, like mascara or something. Like, you're fine. But,
we have shared that in the past. No, but I was immediately post-shower.
Danny had just showered.
It was immediately post-shower.
Fine.
It's fine, right?
I think that's fine. But also, like, I don't know, I've played sports my whole life. Like, we've all shared grosser things.
Exactly. You get it.
Say the quiet part out loud.
Ava gets it. See, you're on our team. Thank you. We appreciate you.
Thanks, guys.
Be good. There's Ava Wallace, Washington Post, covering the Wiz and the NBA Finals. Let's talk football. It is official. Signed, sealed, delivered. The team 10 minutes ago making it formal during this segment. Jaden Daniels has signed his rookie contract. Mitch Tischler joins us now. Monumental Sports. Mitch, not a surprise. Like, this was inevitable and a formality, but I love that all systems are go here. Still 6 weeks out of training camp.
Yeah, I mean, he was always going to sign the contract, and NFL contracts are slotted, so there wasn't really a ton of negotiation to do. But certainly, as you saw other first rounders around the league sign on the dotted line, it's nice to have our guy signed, sealed, and delivered, and ready to go.
Mitch, are you buying this Quan Martin thing?
I'm buying it. I think he's certainly played well. I mean, that interception was probably one of the single best plays that I've seen in my 15 years covering the Commanders in a mini camp, which, says whatever it says. But I do think that the player that's kind of sliding under the radar has been Percy Butler, who's been playing a ton of the 1 reps with alongside Jeremy Chin. I mean, I think that both of those guys, Quan and Percy, are players that are going to benefit greatly from this new coaching staff and kind of a more aligned vision for for what they're going to be doing. But that's going to be one of those fun training camp competitions because we don't really know who that free safety starting player is going to be.
How confident are you in a bounce back year for Jahan Dotson?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think you got to throw out a lot of the stats and thoughts about your players from what happened last year. Honestly, kind of on both sides of the ball. But Jahan is one of the big question marks because he did have a good rookie season, and last year was just so bad that it's hard to forget about that because it's recency bias for us. But I do think that he should have a good role in this offense. I think the way that Cliff Kingsbury likes to get the ball out quickly, the guys in space where they can go make plays, I think that plays into what Jahan does well. And so I do think, he'll certainly have a bounce back better season this year than last year, pending injury. But, kind of what his ceiling is yet to be determined.
Is Brandon Coleman the left tackle?
No, not yet. He did get some first team reps later in camp during the last 2 days of minicamp. But when he was playing left tackle, the left guard that was out there was Michael Dieter, and that was because they were trying to get Cornelius Lucas some reps at right tackle, and they're trying to get Nick Allegretti some reps at center, so they could kind of round out their roles a little bit. I do think he's going to push Cornelius Lucas hard to start early in the season, but as we go into training camp, it's going to be Cornelius Lucas getting the first team reps at left tackle, and it's going to be up to Brandon Coleman to take that job from him.
Percentage chance that Marcus Mariota starts in week 1?
The same percentage chance as his jersey number.
That's a 0 for people who haven't looked at the roster. I love the answer, which is why I'm looking forward to hopefully very soon Dan Quinn ending the charade and naming Jaden Daniels the starter.
This is the way every NFL team works.
I just hate it. They don't have to.
The
The Bears have already named Caleb Williams their starter, Mitch.
Listen, it's going to happen whenever it happens. It happens, and it's good radio fodder for the next 6 weeks when there's not a whole lot of Commanders news coming out.
What's the running back touch share going to look like?
That's going to be an interesting thing. Austin Eckler the other day was talking about the fact that he likes this Cliff Kingsbury offense because he gets a chance to line up kind of all over the field. He talked about lining up on the outside, in the slot, in the backfield. They've lined up with 2 running backs in the backfield with both B-Rob and Eckler out there. So I think that you're going to see Brian Robinson get the lion's share of the carries, and it'll be, I would say pretty close in the carries breakdown, but the same that Antonio Gibson and Brian Robinson had last year. But Eckler, I think, will have a bigger role in the passing game than B-Rob. So I think you're going to see plenty of those guys on the field, and even some packages where they're on the field together.
Soft serve ice cream or scooped?
Depends on the mood. I think I'm generally a soft serve guy, but if I'm at the beach kind of hanging out on the boardwalk, I can go for a good scoop. Give me a good cookies and cream scoop, and I'm a happy man.
Cone or cup?
Oh, 100% cone. Are you a child? Who would choose a cup when you can have a delicious cone, when you can have an edible cup with your ice cream?
You're not going to like this.
He's a cup guy.
Big cup guy.
Because you know why?
But
Mitch?
I don't do soft serve. I mean, I do, but I'm a scooped ice cream guy. I think that's a perfectly fine answer.
Mitch, the risk that some ice cream might get outside his lips, like it happens to human beings, it melts a little bit, it gets maybe a little bit out on the outside.
Eating situation.
He can't handle it.
I mean, that's just a rookie. That's a rookie ice cream eater. How can you get to this life and not know how to clean up the edges so you don't have any spillage?
Well, I would never have that problem. I am a fast eater, and I am so good at.
He's got a spoon.
And
he's going.
Cream kind of in the cone.
Me too. There's no chance I would let a single drop hit the ground.
Mitch gets it.
He does get it. Where does gelato fit in for you? Now that I'm just actually curious.
I am headed to Italy this summer for the first time in my life, so I've certainly had gelato around here, but getting the real thing out there, I'll have a better answer for you. I think I got to go scooped, and then gelato ranks below that.
What about sherbet? I'm just kidding.
How do you feel about the fake stuff, the frozen yogurt?
Mitch, thank you, buddy.
I'll tell you what, anti-sherbet. I'm not a sherbet guy.
I am also anti-sherbet.
Sherbet stinks.
You and I in lockstep on that. Be good, man. Thank you, buddy.
I'm happy with that.
Mitch Tischler, Beltway Football on Grant and Danny here on the Fan, Monumental Sports. Elevator pitch me.
Okay.
Gelato. How's that different than ice cream?
So there's a process that it goes through. I don't know what it is. I know it's fancier.
I think I could taste the difference, but I don't know the difference.
It's a higher quality ice cream. Now you're going to be out on that because you don't care. You want the cheapest ice cream possible with freezer burn and ice chips in it.
And freezer burned ice cream.
I love gelato. I don't know what it is about that's a little bit different. It's like, again, it's a more elaborate process. It's like folding out all the air or some other kind of stuff that sounds made up, but apparently it's real. I think it's delicious.
Let's go to Clary very quickly. I believe he's got something on this.
Yeah, I do actually. And gelato is basically just less dairy overall, and it's kind of churned more directly. So it actually technically is a little healthier for you. So gelato, I mean, if you want something a little less than ice cream, get
So
some
Skinny
gelato.
Clary's a gelato guy.
I'm a gelato guy in general. I love gelato.
I love gelato.
So
seems like gelato is very popular with this show.
Mhm.
Who are me and Danny and our wives going to eat dinner with?
You guys don't know.
Tonight, it is a DC sports dignitary, a DC sports celebrity. Who are we eating dinner with tonight? We're going to play a little guessing game. 800-636-1067. Next on The Fan. The exclusive sponsor of the Grant and Danny Show is the law firm of Kandori and Murad. They're going to guide you and your family in the right direction, help you draft a will, set up a revocable trust, create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com and be sure to tell them that we sent you to score a discount. kmlawyers.com. All right. Coming up at 4:45, we're going to talk to the gentleman we're going to have dinner with tonight. I'm looking forward to that conversation. But we figured we could have a little guessing game first. We're excited about this meal.
Mhm.
That's hit number one.
Yep.
This is a DC sports celebrity, DC sports dignitary who we'll be dining with. It'll be our wives, ourselves, and this person at dinner tonight. We are going to allow you guys to guess as to who we're having dinner with. So call in now if you want to play the guessing game for absolutely nothing. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067.
The way I thought we could do it is we can ask you can ask us a question and then you can guess. So presumably someone that goes a little later might know more than someone that went earlier, right? Is that fair? Because we want someone to be able to get it eventually.
Sure.
Right? So you can ask us a question.
One question, one guess for each person. So in studio, we can start with our producers, Darius and Ryan, just to get things moving. And then we'll get to the phone. So dial us up now if you've got a guess as to who we're going to have dinner with tonight at 800-636-1067. So Darius, why don't you go first?
Let's see. So you guys said gentleman, so that made it obvious that it's.
Did we say that?
Not a woman.
I have said that it is a gentleman.
You have.
Yes, we have said that.
Okay. Would it be too easy to ask what sport this person covers?
I think it's got to be a yes or no question.
Oh, okay. Yes or no questions. Okay.
And I also, I think it's got to be
let's go yes or no question. I should have specified.
All right.
Yes or no.
Does this person work? Because I feel like it's got to be somebody silly. Does this person work in a front office for a local team?
Great question.
That's a great question.
We'll say no.
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 Okay. Well, then my question, I'm gonna, you know what? It's mini camp season. All the coaches are in town. Is this someone that has to do with the football team?
I'll say no to that.
No.
Nobody that has to
No.
do with the current iteration of the football team.
I mean,
There are other teams in town?
There are other teams in town.
All right, focus on that for a moment. Darius, would you like to guess?
Sure. Let's see. It's baseball season. Maybe you guys are sitting down with somebody from the team. I'm gonna say you're sitting down with, I don't know, somebody from the Nationals front office. I don't know. I don't have a name.
But they don't work in the front office,
They
this
do not
person.
work in the
No.
front office.
Remember?
It's not that. Let's go to Ryan, who's in South Riding, who I believe would like to ask a question. Ryan, you are on Grant and Danny. Do you have a yes or no question first, or do you have a guess?
It has to be a yes or no question?
It does.
Oh, crap, because I was going to say, what sport is it? But is it hockey?
Hockey related,
It
yes.
is hockey.
Spencer Carberry.
That would be very cool.
That'd be pretty neat.
But we are not having dinner with Spencer Carberry.
It is not something we're going to be doing right now at this time. Obviously, I don't eat for 362 days out of the year. It's something that Grant and Danny both do so much of. They focus on carbs.
Where do you think we would go with carbs if we were having dinner with carbs?
Like a farmer's market to pick up 2 leeks and like a picnic.
I think carbs, to me, that screams like Italian for some reason. I think we'd go to like RPM Italian. Maybe we'd get some lasagna, something delicious like that. Let's go to John, who's in Chantilly on Grant and Danny. John, how are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Doing very well.
My question for you is, has this person ever worn the number 28?
Number 28. I don't know the answer definitively, but I would say not to my knowledge.
Like, yeah, I can't commit 100% that this person never in their life wore the number 28. But so I'm going to say no, but I'm going up at the end when I say no.
You have a guess?
I was gonna guess Daryl Green. That was gonna be my guess.
It is not Daryl Green. Let's go to Kenny in Greensboro. Kenny, how are you?
Hey, it's Kenny in Greenbelt. And you know what? Kenny is signing off because he stole my guess.
You guys are sleeping on the part where it was hockey related. Kenny is signing off pretty good. Yeah,
and Danny is signing off.
We already established that this is a hockey-related person based on some previous questions. Let's go to Dan, who's in Warrenton on Grant and Danny. Hello, Dan. How are you?
Greg and Dave, I'm good. How are you guys?
Hey, Bob.
Doing very well. Do you have a question for us?
No, I got the answer. I got the answer, boys.
Oh, you do?
Got the answer? Who is it?
Yeah.
Who we having dinner with?
The dapper and well-heeled Joe B.
That is correct.
You are correct,
That is correct.
Dan.
That is correct. Well done.
How do you know? How are you on this so well?
Just listen to the show over the years. I've heard a little bit of banter back and forth. And I did a little deductive reasoning, and there we go.
Well, you were all over it. Joe Beninati.
Joe B.
Me, the wife, Danny, the wife. Fine dining this evening. A lovely experience. I'm looking forward to it.
I'm excited. He is this is Joe's wheelhouse. I don't think it's like more fun for him than calling hockey. I think it's like a 1A.
Oh, it's pretty close.
There's
going to be wine.
He's like, here, guys, here's the wine. This is a Port Merlot from 1972 in the Chateau. Is it really? I mean, whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, there will be wine tonight. He's going to get us to try a bunch of different things and little
flutes, flight of flute,
jazz flute. I believe they're jazz flute.
Aqualung,
something like that. That guy was all over it.
I know. Yeah. Can we just open up the curtain real quick and say that the first call that we get is the guy guessing the actual thing, and I was just kind of like, okay, well,
I dodged him for a little while. I went to some other people first because I'm like, we can't go to the first guy who's got his all over.
Then we'd say, Grant and Danny signing off.
That's a good, you know what? It's a good listener because
seriously,
we gave some context clues earlier when talking about the event. Joe B, when he's on, has talked about getting together, having dinner, having wine. So he listens to the show, I bet. He's no dummy. I like that guess. Jaden Daniels has indeed signed his rookie contract. I want to get into that next. Plus, we'll track down Joe B to get a little itinerary for tonight. You're listening to The Fan. Jaden Daniels signing his deal with the Commanders is basically a formality, but I don't know why. I feel good about it today. It just, you get it out of the way. You don't have to worry about it. Drake May signed a couple weeks ago with New England. And at that point, I'd put it on the clock of, hey, I'd like this to happen now. He was the 3rd overall pick right after Daniels. Same situation. Let's do this thing. And he has indeed signed 6 weeks ahead of training camp. All systems are go. All the more reason now. It's not like it's going to go into camp or the eve of camp or the day after it starts and he misses a practice or anything silly like that. No reason to assume this guy's not going to start in week 1. It's
100%. I mean, the freight train is barreling down the tracks here at this point. But yeah, it's one of those things it's a nice moment, right? Obviously, it's cool for the player. I mean, this is a lifelong dream fulfilled. You are official now. There's no dancing around. There's no like extra thing that has to happen. That's it. That signature's on the piece of paper. You're a professional football player. And by the way, lots riding on you. Good luck. But yeah, it really is a cool moment.
Look who's on our hotline, our buddy, Joe Beninati. He is the face, the voice of Washington Capitals hockey. And tonight, he is a gentleman who will be dining with a couple of his pals. Joe B., how are you?
Gentlemen, your humble servant. May I take your order?
I'm excited.
We're fired up. This is going to be good.
Yeah, looking forward to it, guys. And I mean, for a long time, you guys have entertained and informed me. And, friends can be work colleagues and colleagues can be friends. And I've had so many of these nice dinners at my house recently where I get to show off a little bit of my cooking skills and a little bit of the downstairs wine cellar. And I wanted desperately to have you and your wives over my house today and tonight for dinner that I was cooking. And as it turns out, the air conditioning issue now requires specialists. So,
never good.
You
get a referral.
It's going to get even more interesting. Oh, yeah.
So you still don't have AC right now?
Minimal, Grant. Good enough for me, but nowhere near good enough to entertain the 4 of you and cook in the kitchen and all. It would definitely be a mess. The chef would be in a puddle in the middle of the kitchen.
So there's a Daniel Day-Lewis movie, There Will Be Blood. What about will there be wine? There will be wine, I'm being told.
Oh, yeah. I've already started to prep that. So there's one particular wine that I'm bringing tonight that can be a little fussy, a little finicky. So I've opened it some 3 hours in advance of when we'll be drinking.
A little decanter?
And it's definitely cool decanter. Guys, I'm breaking out the boa for you guys, the snake decanter. I'll send you a picture.
Oh, good.
But the wine is behaving well. There are a couple of white wines that are being extra specially chilled.
What does it mean if the wine doesn't behave well, Joe?
What happens when it misbehaves?
If the wine misbehaves, fellas, it goes right down the sink.
Oh.
Sad but true. No, I'm not bringing you anything that's not going to make it. But this particular wine I love very much. It's an Italian wine. It's a Tuscan wine. And I think your better halves will love it as well. It's behaving fine right now. If it improves like I think it will, with some air in the next hour or so, it's going to be it'll be a crowd pleaser.
Joe, here's what I'm worried about. You telling Grant and I that it's casual, and then you look like Joe Beninati. You know what I'm saying? Like when you decide to put on an ensemble, you make us look like peasants.
Yeah. How Joe B? How turned up to 11 are you going to be?
No. I said jacket and jeans, and the jacket only because it can get chilly in there. That's why I don't think you're going to get away. Well, you could. I mean, I don't think this is not, this is not tuxedo. This is not top hat and tails tonight. No
dinner jacket.
And jeans is fine. And I guarantee you will probably take the jackets off. This is not jacket required. It's a great spot. Though.
Are you going tie tonight?
No, hell no. I told you no. Negative.
Yeah,
no tie.
but then you might though.
No neckwear. I wouldn't do that to you. Why would I do that to you? No.
Because you can't help but look incredibly nice. You have a reputation.
All right, get the tuxedo ready. Full formal wear. No, not yet. Not yet.
I like it. All right, and then what type of food are we thinking?
I've seen the menu, and the folks at Evelyn Rose do a beautiful job, and they're only 2 weeks into taking ownership of the restaurant that's formerly Basin's. And Basin's was fabulous for a long, long time on Church Street here in Vienna. And I expect a good smorgasbord. I think you guys will enjoy what's on the bill of fare. And everything from And last week I enjoyed dinner there. Everything from an incredible ribeye steak, so flavorful. The halibut was fantastic. I think both of those are still on the menu. On and on and on. And then I'm thinking in lines of what you guys might be ordering. And I hope, fingers crossed, I've paired up the wines well.
Look at Joe B.
Because you have to know what somebody might order in order to pair wines right. Wow, that's amazing.
I'm guessing, and the time of year and the temperature too, right? So, I mean, I love Syrah and big Cabernet, but you're not going to really drink that when it's 90 degrees out.
It's ridiculous.
So, of course not. Pshaw, how dare you?
Yeah, the nerve to even think that someone might do that.
A Cabernet in June, Joe.
Come on. This is our guy, Joe
Cabernet.
Beninati.
Really? Are we going to really do that?
I remember my first time.
Joe B, I'm wondering, so off-season Joe Beninati, no hockey to call. Presumably you're watching the Cup. You got the Cats who are up 3-0 on Edmonton. What else has your attention? Are you binging shows? Like, what does Joe B do in the off-season? What are you watching?
We're a month away now from getting back to work for me. So my summers are short or shortened when I start doing the Women's Pro Lacrosse League on ESPN in about a month. That rolls right into college football on Big Ten, and then the Caps are here, and it's another 8 months again before we do this. But right now, again, I've been watching. I do watch the Stanley Cup playoffs. I'd be lying if I said that I wasn't. My bracket had Florida and Dallas in it. I love what Edmonton has done to find their game all the way to the final, but to me, Florida has been the best team cover to cover, and I think they're showing that they're going to have a pretty good party down in Sunrise pretty soon, you would imagine, commanding that series 3-0, and so many of the same storylines, guys. The brilliant goaltending that they're getting from Bobrovsky, the Devontae Smith-Pelly-like performances of Evan Rodriguez, and there's always that player who emerges. The great captain play from Barkov, where in the world did Gustav Forsling come from to be, a prime top pair defenseman, all that good stuff. And marvelous coaching from a man I go back some 35 years with. I mean, I go way back with Paul Maurice all the way to the American Hockey League. If they do get it done, I'll be incredibly happy for him. It's a fun series to watch. I thought McDavid and Draisaitl would take over at some point, and maybe they will, to keep hope alive in Game 4. But Florida's just too good.
Joe B, you remember the event we hung out at maybe what was it, last month? Whatever it was, the Lachlan Family Foundation there in Annapolis, and it was a great night, so much fun. They were doing some like fun social media stuff, right, where they had somebody come around just do some interview questions, and we kind of played around, had some fun. Well, one of the questions was, who's going to win the Stanley Cup? And I was sitting there, I was like not expecting it. And I'm sitting there going, I think Vancouver. I think they lost 20 minutes later to Edmonton. Like it was almost like perfect because like by the time they finish editing it and putting it online, like making the montage of the evening, it's like everyone else had either Edmonton or Florida, or I think one person had Dallas, but I'm like Vancouver, and they lost about 7 seconds later.
Joe B, have you followed the Bears at all? Hershey's back in the Calder Cup.
Yeah, I do keep an eye on that, and there's part of me that's sitting there going, geez, the players who I think, Grant, have some NHL future time, especially, guys like Lapierre and Miroshnichenko, it's time for them to have an off season. I mean, we're 10, 12 weeks away from them getting back into the rink in Arlington.
That's a great point.
I'm thrilled for the team in Hershey. I'm thrilled for the fans, their coaches, ownership, everybody like that. It's fabulous. You get a chance to be a back-to-back champion in any league. That's something special. But there's part of me that's sitting there selfishly from an NHL perspective saying, hi, those guys need some rest. They need time in the gym. They need work with skating coaches, et cetera, et cetera. It's just, I can't believe we're in mid-June and you still haven't handed out the Stanley Cup or the Calder Cup. It's a bit too long.
Joe B, we can't wait. Going to be fun tonight. We will see you soon.
Fellas, I'm looking forward to it. Sharpen up those top hat and tails.
We got you.
Sounds good, my friend.
That is our man. What do you call him? The
sartorial sultan.
There it is. He's a mensch. That's what he is.
That's true.
Very classy. Joe Beninati with us on Grant and Danny. Jaden Daniels has signed. We're hearing a lot of positive things out of minicamp this week on Daniels, but we heard those about Wentz. We heard those about how. Do you find yourself having any issues buying in because of that, or is this different because of how much better a prospect Jaden Daniels is? Let's get into that next on Grant and Danny. At 6 o'clock in 1 hour, Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag. If there's something we haven't talked about today or this week on the show that you'd like to hear us discuss, it's your chance to put it on the itinerary. The exclusive sponsor of this show is the law firm of Condorian Murat. Guide you and your family right now with their help in the right direction. They're going to help you draft a will, set up a revocable trust, create a healthcare power of attorney, schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you. Score a discount, kmlawyers.com. Danny, noodle this conversation here. You came up with this idea. I think there's something cooking. I think there's meat on this bone.
So we've had numerous conversations where you and I have observed, and we've asked folks that cover this team and are kind of in and around the fan base, et cetera, sort of being the reflecting boards, if that's a term I just made up, but from fan interest. And there's not as much buzz as you would think for a number 2 overall pick, Heisman Trophy winner. Nationally, there's buzz. You got Louis Riddick on television saying he's, will stake his reputation. I'm putting words in his mouth, but on Jaden Daniels, he's going to take the city by storm, et cetera, et cetera. We haven't seen that obsessive level of interest that we saw, say, 12 years ago with Robert Griffin. Understandable, a lot's happened, but still we haven't seen that. This is a separate conversation. This is we're in the time of year where everyone's in shorts and a t-shirt and everybody's getting the praise, right? A guy that wasn't good enough to be on the field for half of the games last season, and Quan Martin is now the buzz of minicamp, et cetera. Well, he might be good. Who knows? That's not the point. But we did this dance at the quarterback spot last year with Sam Howell. To a degree, we did it with Carson Wentz. We did it previously with other quarterbacks over the years. How good somebody looks in these kinds of situations where, quite frankly, they're meant to look good. The ball shouldn't be hitting the ground an awful lot, right? We should be able to throw it and catch it and those sorts of things. And the praise for Jaden Daniels sounds different to me, but I was reminded that it sounded different about Sam Howell. It sounded different about any of the other quarterbacks, frankly, over the years. Taylor Heineke caught some of these great bits of praise, although not as much because he was sort of viewed as the backup each and every time. But it got me to thinking, as that first thing I brought up, aka the interest, versus the second thing, they are connected in some way. Meaning, there may not be the buzz because everybody's heard all this before. Everybody's heard the offseason praise. Everyone's read the offseason article about the greatest shape of your life, about the private chef the guy hired, about he spent the offseason bulking up, spent the offseason losing weight, spent the offseason doing jujitsu, spent the offseason doing ballroom dancing, ballet, whatever it is, you've read the story before and you've been let down. We've been let down an awful lot around these parts. And I'm wondering if the offseason praise that we're getting for Jaden Daniels, which seems warranted, 5:45 in the morning, saying all the right things, asking all the right questions, very humble, hardworking, seems to have a good grasp of the offense at this stage. Ball's coming out of his hand well. Terry McLaurin's gushing praise about his deep ball. We're adding all these things up. It feels different to me, but at the same time, it felt different to me before.
Yeah, and maybe this actually answers the other question that we've been asking a lot, which
I wonder if they're connected. Yeah.
Like, where's the hype or the excitement? Why is there less juice? Well, the answer might be, yeah, there's less juice, and it's because people aren't buying in to some of these amazing things we're hearing about Jaden Daniels, because it's a boy who cries wolf situation a little bit. And this is nobody's fault, but it's the time of the year where everyone was telling you how great Carson Wentz is this time of year. Oh, man, wait till the season starts. We got Carson Wentz. He's the man. We love him. He's awesome. He's a leader. We solved the quarterback position. And you sit down, you get ready to eat, and then they pull the tablecloth off, and everything on the table comes with it, right? Or Sam Howell, right? A year ago, everyone's saying nice things. This guy's the real deal. He's awesome. Just wait till you see him. The arm strength's elevated. He's more athletic. He's going to be excellent. And then you sit down to eat, and they pull the tablecloth, and everything falls. Heineke even had a hype train where he's a gamer and he's scrappy and the guys all love playing for him. And every offseason, if whoever the quarterback is gets that same treatment, now it might be real. It might be authentic. Obviously, Daniels is way more talented than all those other people. Heisman Trophy winner. They weren't. Number 2 pick other than Wentz. They were not. Had a season in the SEC nobody's ever had before. All these things make him more interesting, more high profile, probably more high upside. The skill set is better than all those other guys, but maybe you don't have the energy to get invested or to invest yourself because you've done it. And it is the boy who cried wolf. It is the last 5 times I've showing up at the comedy show, it wasn't good. I'm not coming for the 6th time. The last few times I've tried to eat the cookies that you baked, I thought they were disgusting and I spit them out. And you might be turning down the best cookies now. But this was Terry McLaurin this week talking about the quarterback situation.
Well, everybody knows, this is a quarterback-driven league, and everybody's looking for their guy. And, if you look at the guys who've won the Super Bowl and been consistently in the playoffs, they have that guy that they've been relying on for some time now. And, obviously we're still looking for that guy. I think we've had success. I think we've had guys come in here and help us win games. And I've learned from all the guys I've gotten to play with. But, obviously we just want someone who's going to be consistently out there and continue to grow with us as a group. And, I'm confident in the quarterbacks we have in that building right now, that hopefully that's going to be happening. And I think, like I said, done a great job of being a leader at such a young age. But he has a confidence about him that is you can't help but to notice. So I'm excited to work with him along with the rest of our group and our offense.
Except that was 1 year ago, and he was talking about Sam Howell. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, that cut is not from this week. That cut is from last year. And he's talking about Sam Howell the entire time. Tricked you. Right?
See?
Like, we literally edited out the one part where he's like, Sam. And it's like, okay, well, it's just, and I'm not, Terry is awesome. Like, he says the right thing.
This is not anti-Terry.
He's a pro. It has nothing to do with him. It's just the point. Like, do you have Terry this week talking about Jaden? Now let's hear. I do think that there's more praise, and
it does feel like there's more
extreme and obvious that guys are smitten. And let's see, maybe Terry is also going a little further in his praise.
He's very charismatic. I think he's really personal when he walks into the building. He just has a calm demeanor about him. He's very approachable. So guys have no problem whether you're an offensive lineman, receiver, running back, talking to him, communicating with what the objective is of this play or what he's seeing or what he's thinking. And he came in really prepared. I feel like when he was getting ones reps or where he's working with the twos, like he does a great job of getting the most out of the reps that he needs to accomplish. And I think he's going to be a really good player because of the time and the work that he puts in. Like, I don't think I've had a young quarterback that really has come in and within the first week, he's like, hey, can we get this route or let me get this rep after practice? And so it's exciting for me because, that opens the door where they got a lot on their plate. But at the same time, when there's that open door of communication and he's not afraid to get that work in before or after practice.
So to me, that does feel like it went a little further.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not juxtaposing just those comments because there was probably a comment from last year that we weren't playing where
Sure.
It was such a pro Hal thing where he loves him or whatever. But he compared there and he says, I haven't had a young quarterback that did these things. That means Taylor, that means Sam, that means whoever else he's worked with. And there's a difference between just, I'm saying something nice about a guy who I like working with and who might be okay, and someone who I think, wow, I'm really impressed. This is blowing me away. And it sounded like there was a little bit of a difference there, whereas maybe this is a little better, a little more interesting to him.
Now, I think there's a difference, but I'm also very aware of the possibility that I might just be wish casting. I might just be hoping there's a difference because I like Jaden Daniels and I wanted Jaden Daniels. I was willing to see Sam Howell. I thought Carson Wentz was going to stink. I didn't believe in, the multi-headed monster of Smith and Allen and company. I actually was more intrigued about Dwayne Haskins, come to think of it, going back a few years ago.
You were a Dwayne Haskins mark.
Yeah, I mean, I was like, I want to see it. It's a first-round quarterback. Do 50 touchdowns at Ohio State. Let's see what happens. But anyway, I'm also, again, I guess what I'm saying is I'm open to the possibility that I want this to be different, so this one sounds different to me. I guess that's my point here, is I think there's a lot of fans, or I wonder if there's a lot of fans, 800-636-1067, that are like, I've heard all this before. I've done all this. I've done the hype. I've done the positive attention from the coaching staff. They're running their stuff. These guys are in t-shirt and shorts doing the stuff that the coaches want. So they're going to sing their praises
but
there.
That might not be a Jaden Daniels thing. And I want to clarify really quickly. We have done the topic of like, where's the buzz? This is different. Yeah.
This is different than that.
We are essentially, to cut to the chase, I guess, what we're trying to ask and to really delve into, whether we get thoughts from callers on this specifically or not, is, are people less inclined to get excited, or do you find yourself and your interest, excitement, your willingness to buy in hindered by how many times before you bought in and it didn't work out? Because this one is different in that Daniels is a better prospect. Howell was a 5th-round pick. Daniels went 1-2. None of the other guys were anywhere near what Jaden Daniels is, but it might not matter. It's like I'm trying to think of the line from The Departed when he talks about someone holding a gun. Knows he a good guy or a bad guy or whatever, and he's like, "You're on the other side. It doesn't really matter." Remember what
I know what you're talking about. Yeah,
like, when you're looking at a gun, it doesn't really matter.
What's
Whatever.
the difference? Yeah,
That's kind of my point with. So one's a Heisman Trophy winner, one's not. It's just it feels like people are reluctant to be hopeful that they got a superstar. And I just think it's 100% related to how many times, like, it shouldn't have been this way, but when they were selling you on whether it was Wentz or Heineke, like, you should do it when you draft Haskins at 15 because he's a first-round quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
You should probably do it with Howell, but you don't have to do it every single time, and I feel like they did. Do we have anything from Rivera last year on Sam and, like, putting him over in a sense, that the sell job? I don't know if this will be the exact cut, but they're all the same. Like, let's hear something.
Honestly, I'm really pleased with his overall growth and development. I mean, his command of the offense really has come along very nicely. You know, when you first watch guys get into the system, and I know how hard it is to learn and grow within it, but you see it. His decision-making is probably one of the really good things that he's done. You know, he protects the ball for the most part. He understands how important it is to protect the ball. That's one thing. One thing that I know I talked about a lot last year, especially with you guys, was about his footwork, and I think his footwork has come a long way. I really do. I think he understands the importance of, you know, proper footwork, proper timing in your footwork. You know, if you got a 5-step drop and you can't get there too quick, because if you're there too quick, now you're waiting on the guy. If you're too late, you're going to deliver the ball behind him where we can't make a play. So he's understood how important that is to get that down, to get that timing down. You know, he's got a terrific arm and he knows how to use it. That's the thing that's been really interesting, is in terms of, you know, he can zip it in there, he can put a little touch on it, you know, he can put a little more arc on it and hang it out there, or he can just put it on line. So
I should have given people a disclaimer. You're about to hear audio from Ron Rivera.
Yeah, it's jarring.
Oh, PTSD there?
But I did a little chuckle there to myself when he takes care of the football. It really does. Who led the league in interceptions last year?
But this is my
Sam
point.
Howell did.
You know, last summer, that it was all that.
Exactly.
It was and we were all hopeful, I think, to some extent. You used a perfect phrase. Like, I was willing to give him the benefit of the doubt, and he's not terrible. To his credit, he is a fringe starter. He's a back-end starter in the league. This is not Heineke, who stunk. This is not Wentz, who's not a starter anymore for good reason. Although I think Wentz in the right situation could maybe be a back-end starter similarly. But it was an improvement. He did a lot of good things, and a bad offensive design with a play caller that didn't help him and a coordinator who couldn't get a coordinating job in the league. He threw for 4,000 yards and 20-plus touchdowns. Like, that ain't nothing. I don't think Sam Howell stunk, but that was what it sounded like last summer.
Yep.
It was, the sell was on the entire time. And obviously, like, they drafted him.
Yeah, so it behooves them.
They're selling.
Yeah. And Rivera's already, has pulled the final lever that he can to go with the young quarterback. So if he was like, yeah, it's not going great, not that he ever would, but you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make you look good either. So of course everybody in the building at the park wants this to work. They're, as you said, they're the ones who selected him. They're the ones that stuck their neck out and said, this is the thing. And if it wasn't going well, we would know that, I think, to a degree.
I don't think we would.
If it was going poorly?
Absolutely. How would we know that? There's no chance we would know.
You'd be able to discern, I think.
How?
You'd hear.
We're not in practice.
Like Ben Standing a couple years ago was like, yeah, Carson Wentz is spraying the ball around a little bit. That seems bad.
I don't
we
think
would hear
anyone
something
would be, after a couple of practices for a rookie, doubting him or saying he's inaccurate or anything.
Well, let me rephrase. You would find out that it wasn't all roses, that normal struggles.
We'll disagree on that. I don't want to argue about the one tree in the forest. But I actually think, to me, it's an important part of the conversation. I don't think that's true at all. Like, there would be no way to know. If you listen to what New England's saying about Drake May, super positive. What Chicago's saying about Caleb Williams, it's super positive. And that's with, by the way, their reporters one day saying it was like so bad they had to sit him out at a practice or something like that. And they've already named him the starter and they're telling you how good he's going to be. Because I think this is that time of the year where we're just heaping praise. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think anyone comes out and
not from the team, but the reporter would tell you. Like there'd be reports. I haven't seen any negative reports. But again, you're right. It's semantics.
Are you going to be the reporter that's being negative about Jaden Daniels? Good luck with that. I've been on the wrong end of that. It's not that fun. You get called a lot of things you don't want to be called.
I'm sure. Yeah, if you're reporting factual information, people don't like it.
Early in the Dwayne Haskins era, I was hearing things that weren't good behind the scenes. I was seeing things I didn't love, and I wouldn't. I kind of shoot it how I see it, call balls and strikes. But I'm not going to make myself a hero. But it ain't that fun. I wouldn't advise someone early on. Just ride the carpet ride right now with Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, enjoy it.
Talk about the good stuff.
So yeah, I mean, I don't know. You've heard, and again, you go back to 2013 Griffin coming back off the knee injury. Everything was how miraculous everything was. Everything's ahead of schedule. And the unbelievable excitement. People that have been covering football in this town or talking about football in this town for decades were casually predicting 12 and 13 wins coming off the 2012 season, just assuming everything would be fine. Like, we've done this offseason praise thing so many times.
I think people are kind of getting what we're putting down, but just to drill it home a little more.
All right.
Danny earmuffs, buddy.
What's this?
This is Rivera on Carson Wentz.
Oh my God.
Everybody keeps wanting to say, I didn't want anything to do with Carson. Well, I'm the f***ing guy that pulled out the sheets of paper, that looked at the analytics, that watched the tape in the freaking, when we were at Indianapolis.
That's funny. I was expecting like training camp audio.
Yeah.
Darius just wanted to hit the well one more time.
Thank you.
Darius is guffawing.
He's doing
That's a good time.
I mean, can you imagine, by the way, that he was bragging that was his evaluation.
By the way, after a lot of games.
Yeah.
That was
week 6.
That was after a 98-yard passing performance.
In Chicago on
Thursday.
Like
one of the grossest games ever. Now he was hurt. Part of the reason he played that way. So what's the question? What are we hitting the phones on?
Are people not inclined to believe the praise because so many quarterbacks before have been praised?
And I would just add, don't you get that Jaden Daniels, even if it doesn't work out, is such a better prospect that none of the other stuff before this should even matter? But maybe, and I understand, like your point is, I've been burned too many times. I don't care how much better this one is. I'm not going back up there and touching that.
I'm wondering if people are feeling that way because I'm in. I'm excited, but it seems I'm wondering because it goes from our conversation about lack of excitement and buzz, and it's kind of part 2 is, are people not believing this?
If their quarterback right now was Jacoby Brissett, they'd be selling the heck out of it.
Yep.
Like it's that time of the year. They're going to just spin the hits and tell you all the good things. And maybe that is why people are not feeling as excited as I think they probably should be. Like there is a chance they just hit the jackpot. And I don't know that it feels jackpotty around here.
It doesn't.
800-636-1067 is the number on Grant and Danny. Do you find yourself struggling to get excited about all of the hype coming out of the park and all of the selling of Jaden Daniels because other staffs have sold other quarterbacks for years? He got in and he got burned. Even though we can tell you, we can remind you, this is different. This guy's better. Still a crapshoot. You still don't know for sure. 800-636-1067 is the number on Grant and Danny. Max is in Kensington. What do you got, Max?
Hey, guys. A long-time listener, first-time caller. I love the show.
Thank you very much.
Very nice to say those words. Thank you very much.
I think I'm like a lot of people. It's sort of with regard to the young quarterback, and I wish him well. I hope he does really well. But I his cautious optimism, I guess. I like the direction the team is going, but there's still that uncertainty. That's kind of my take on it.
Now, smell what you're cooking. I think that's, by the way, in general, I think a lot of people are that way. I don't think that's unreasonable for the record. I know a lot of folks get upset when you're not. They're selling you this so you buy it all in. Otherwise, you're not a fan. I don't believe that for a single second. I understand a little wait and see. I'm sort of feeling that way about a handful of things, just in terms of putting my heart on my sleeve again. But in terms of this position specifically, because the importance is so outsized, I don't know. I do think it's a huge factor here, Jeeps, is why people aren't getting anywhere near as into this thing as they're going, yeah, they said that about Howell. The previous regime said that about this guy or that guy. I heard this about Case Keenum at one point. Colt McCoy was this. I've done this before.
For sure. Let's go to Anthony and Chantilly. What's up, buddy? How are you? Anthony, you there? You're on Grant and Danny.
Yes. Hey there. Hey, guys. Love your show.
Thank you.
I love Jaden. I think he carries himself a lot differently than RG3 carried himself coming in. I think the only two apprehensions would be him staying healthy and the Cliff Kingsbury offense, just helping him develop and grow. It doesn't seem like it's going to be the best tool for him to go on the trajectory of a good young quarterback, but I want to be wrong, and I'm hoping that he does well.
Thank you, dude. Yeah. I mean, I don't think anybody's rooting against it, but I see your point where it's like, I think there's more weight than you normally associate with the number 2 overall pick going someplace who won the Heisman Trophy and was as prolific as any college player ever.
Even though we're talking about the recency of the sell jobs, kind of dating back to the Rivera era or whatever, I also think the way the Griffin thing went inextricably is going to be linked to Daniels here. That was the number 2 Heisman Trophy winner, and it started so well, and people were elated. It's almost like having been through a horrendous bottom falling out divorce or something, and you're almost afraid to love again, to be overly dramatic. Yeah. But that's really, in a lot of ways, I think what we're dealing with is, people have just been burned. And even in this case, the only comp to Daniels, and I don't even know if it's a perfect comp, because to me, Daniels is a better prospect coming out than Griffin was, oddly enough. But the only comp is Griffin. And while it was splendid early in 2012, it was also the most devastating, detrimental end. And it fractured a lot of people's love with the team.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, in the years after that, probably nothing has shaped the fan base more than the Griffin falling out with Cousins taking over, and then the infighting within the fan base after. Yep. And God forbid you thought Cousins was good and what a jerk you were. And I mean, years later, people still making excuses for Griffin or against Cousins. And the whole thing got so ugly and terrible. Like, you can't tell me even 12 years later in 2024, when you hear can't miss number 2 pick, Heisman Trophy winner, just had an unbelievable season, that 12 isn't a factor in whether or not you're willing to jump into the water again.
I've done that. I shared the YouTube videos with everybody about draft night. Yeah.
And it's just not fair to Daniels.
I know.
Like, that's the part I feel for, is all this kid's doing is all the right things, seemingly putting in the work, getting here early, going through all of the correct motions, saying all of the right things, being a pro, but he's going to pay for a little bit of the prologue. Let's go to Bill in Lorton. What's up, Bill?
Hey, Grant. Hey, Funny Danny.
Hey, buddy.
Give me about 20 seconds here, gentlemen.
Go for it.
If we were all excited about Robert Griffin, let's get more super duper excited about Jaden Daniels, who can throw better than Robert, who already was pro ready coming from out of SEC, who has all these weapons now, more than McLaurin and Dotson We got McCaffrey. We got Eckler. We got Ertz. Come on, y'all. I'm super excited, Grant, about Jaden Daniels.
You should be. Look, there is no such thing as a sure thing. Okay. We can go back to before the draft, still have major concerns, nerves, reservations. But I think it's a matter of what do you choose to look at?
Mm-hmm.
Do you choose to look at the things that are problem areas for concern, things that make you nervous in terms of some of the peripheral numbers? Or do you choose to look at what is a really special and unique skill set that has a chance to make him a very special, unique, amazing player? And I've just flipped the switch to kind of focusing on those things. The others are still there, and we'll see if they rear their head or not. But every player's got those. Like Patrick Mahomes has these areas where he's going to do some stupid pass that leads to an interception or whatever. And if you focus on just that week to week.
Yeah, you could do a cut-up of the best quarterback maybe ever to play and all the screw-ups. I think it's well seen. Yeah, and the other part is these guys, their season ends, and then nobody plays any football for months and months and months, and every day spent dissecting them. So we feel like there are no surprises left. Feels like we know everything, and we've parsed up all the weaknesses and all the perceived slights and things that he doesn't do well. Like the casual fan now knows he never threw over the middle. Now we don't know what that means exactly, whether they just didn't choose to or he can't or otherwise. But you know what I mean? Like everybody knew that now leading up to the draft. So that's a big part of it too. Is that we have all the excitement of the football, watching the highlights, and then him doing something nobody else has done in the SEC. And then no football gets played, and it's now we're finding all the different weaknesses and the holes and the problems and the all the bad stuff as we parse up and evaluate. I think that's natural too, as part of our cycle.
800-636-1067. You want to hop in on Grant and Danny. D is in DC. What's up, D?
What's up, gentlemen?
Hey, bud.
Hey, look, I've been listening, and I'm just trying to say, like my last call, I'm with him. I think we have a lot of reasons to be excited about this. Look, 2012 was 12 years ago, roughly. It was exciting, but that was the emphasis on one player. Now the emphasis is on general manager, the players we brought in. I'm excited. I'm a huge Eckler fan. Come on now. Like my last caller said, come on, we got the weapons. And this kid coming out, yes, he's more accomplished than Robert. I'm not taking anything away from him. He's just better. And on top of that, if this was not exciting, I've been here. I'm 41. I've grown up in the city. I've been through it all. Yesterday, gentlemen, I'm very excited to tell you, went out to FedEx, took the tour. You are looking and listening to the first-time season ticket holder club level.
Hey,
Well,
now.
how about it? There we go.
Let's go.
Nice, dude.
He's going to be enjoying the club level. How you get a couple? How many seats?
I got 2 seats, baby.
Let's go. All right, let me know which game I'm coming to.
2 seats for me and my boy.
All right.
Is his name Grant, your friend?
No.
Hey, tell Danny what time to get there. You just got to wait for him.
Don't wait for me, though. You go ahead into the stadium.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate you, buddy. Congrats. That's very, very
nice.
Cool. I wonder what kind of tickets, merch they're pushing. I'll bet it's we just got my mom a Jaden Daniels jersey within the family.
Oh.
Yeah, for Mother's Day. Matter of fact, it was my nephew's idea, like my brother and his crew. So she just got a Jaden Daniels jersey to rock this fall. She's
very nice.
Commanders fan. So she is the first person in the entire Paulson family and the only person to this moment to have a Commanders.
I was saying any Commanders gear there.
Otherwise, it's all Redskins and kind of generic burgundy and gold stuff.
It's not Commanders.
So she's got a Jaden Daniels kit now, as the kids say. He got me thinking about something. I actually think this is really interesting. He is sharing the spotlight. Maybe that's a big part of this that we're not thinking about. The Robert Griffin 2012 hype train, it was all Griffin.
Like it fixed the rot.
3 years into the Shanahan regime, right? There weren't really major changes or anything like that within that coaching staff. They had some new additions, to be sure. Pierre Garcon coming in at wide receiver and some other guys. But like the Griffin thing, it was him. He's now sharing the spotlight with an ownership change, which is a massive deal.
Mm-hmm.
And this is still in its infancy, and this is their first offseason. It's like off-season 1 of Harris and the Hogs with Adam Peters, who in and of himself is a white knight and a star. He comes in here. He's a celebrity. He is You think his line for autographs and pictures wouldn't be pretty long if he was over at the convention center at a Commanders only event or something? Then you've got a new head coach in Dan Quinn, who's very likable and people really enjoy because he turns his hat around backwards and says cool things you can put on posters. So people are in on Dan Quinn. So it's owner, it's GM, it's head coach, and they signed 20 plus guys. Now, of them, only a few are kind of stars, but I would say Bobby Wagner is like a Hall of Fame type. Austin Eckler, everybody is had in their fantasy league that they drafted in the top 3. I mean, there are a lot of people to share a spotlight with Jaden Daniels, and that was not the case for Griffin. That actually could be a relevant factor when we're talking about like a little less juice. In addition to the fact that just 12 years ago, the fan base was bigger, more passionate, and cared way more, which cannot be underscored enough.
Totally. I mean, I think it's a smart point. I mean, this is a pretty complicated dish. There's a million things that have gone into it. I mean, we talk about this all the time with whether it's the fan base, stadium attendance, a million different things where everybody has their own reason. Their own fandom is very personal to them, and whatever broke them or didn't, it kind of goes into a big bowl of ingredients, then it gets served. I think there's something to that, though, for sure, that this is the overhaul of overhauls. Owner, GM, coach, those are enormous things. And also quarterback. Obviously pretty huge too, but it's not just one of those 4 things. We never had that kind of transition.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. You're listening to The Fan. The phones are open at 800-636-1067 on whether or not you're having a hard time buying the hype on Daniels because of the past. Why are you kind of slow to come around, or have you jumped all the way in 2 feet into the deep end? The G&D's Tony's Mailbag still today at 6 o'clock, right around the bend. Danny, Team USA Cricket was supposed to play today. They didn't. The match was abandoned without a ball bowled.
Oh.
Against Ireland.
Okay.
Sounds like weather or something like that.
They abandoned the match.
They beat Pakistan. We talked about that on the show last week. Then Wednesday, they played India. It looks like they took them to the mattress. It was a tough game. But India did beat the Americans.
Okay.
They won by 7 wickets with 10 balls left.
Was that a close game? Not a close game?
I think 7 wickets with 10 balls left is probably close.
Yep.
The score was 111/3, 18.2 in parentheses, to 110/8, 20 in parentheses.
So that was 20?
20 in parentheses.
Okay, in parentheses, yeah.
But maybe it's golf where 18.2 is better than 20.
So I looked this up. I not kidding you. Last week when they beat Pakistan, which is a huge deal.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen. Pakistan's awesome at the crickets.
That was after we beat Canada. I mean, we pummeled them. Canada had a 194/520. We had a 197/317.4.
Yep. And I read everything I could read. Like Cricket for Dummies, explanation of what all the rules.
By the way,
100%. I was curious. I didn't know anything. I hate not knowing stuff.
Now you're Mr. Cricket.
Nope.
We call Danny Jiminy Cricket.
And I still don't know. I read the words. They went into this brain region here that I'm pointing at, and they were there for a little while, and now they're gone. I don't understand anything. I may understand less.
India won by 7 wickets. What do you think it means?
Well, the wicket's the thing that you're trying to protect. The hitters do.
The hitters do what?
Protect the wicket. That's what you're doing.
What is the wicket?
The wicket it's their version of the strike zone. So think about our electronic strike zone.
So then they won by 7 strike zones?
Hold on. The bowler, that's your pitcher.
Yes.
He's throwing the ball at the wicket. He knocks the wicket over. Oh, it just
so the
goes
wicket's
down.
a thing that gets hit.
It's a physical entity that's built like a strike zone.
So they hit 7 more wickets, or they protected 7 more wickets?
Yes.
10 balls left.
Was it 10?
10 balls
but
left.
18 in parentheses or 20?
So they probably had 10 more chances to hit enough wickets. This is my guess.
Okay.
They hit 7 more wickets and still had 10 balls to spare. So they even if they were down 7 wickets, they still could have done it anyway. See what I'm saying?
So that means it's a blowout?
But anyway, we were supposed to play Ireland today. Didn't get to play them. But we're on to the Elite 8, it looks like. Team USA.
We're on to Cincinnati. Love it.
So way to go. USA. USA. USA.
I'm all about it. You put USA on the jersey, I'm in.
Let's go to Jeff, who is in Clifton on Grant and Danny. What's up, Jeff?
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
You bet. You wanted to hop in on the Jaden Daniels subject.
Well, no, it's the whole hype thing. All right. Everybody, you keep asking people why they're not too excited. Well, part of it is we have a 100% professional franchise from top to bottom. And so you don't have the circus that we've had for the last 25 years, all right, which I remember the old days. I'm in my 60s, so I remember what a professional organization run like. And we didn't have all that stuff back in the day, right?
Right, but
now it's,
why wouldn't people be excited for – hang on, but why wouldn't people be jacked up for Jaden Daniels? And what does that have to do with, having a better run organization?
Well, there's not the sensationalism tied to the player. And so, therefore, if they're not going to sensationalize it, it's not going to draw the eyeballs.
Yeah, I guess if we were still, we've had this subject come up in the past for sure. If we're talking about overall attention, buzz, mentions, clicks, whatever, then that would work. Right now, we're more suggesting, has the past taken its toll on Daniels? His point is you might be hearing less about him from fans because fans were more intrigued when there was drama, I suppose. But I don't think individually, player by player, that's the case. That might have something to do with the organization. Like there wasn't drama surrounding Robert Griffin in 2012. It was zero. It was just everyone being really excited.
Yeah, I mean, they put him everywhere always for every purpose to get a million, hits and dollars and commodity things. But yeah, I mean, so that's different, I suppose. Maybe that's his point.
Thanks for the call. It's certainly a good point on kind of the juxtaposition of the past to now as it pertains to coverage, maybe. go to Ra in Bethesda, who's got some cricket knowledge for us, I believe. What's up, Ra?
Hey guys, so yeah, you were just chatting about the rules of cricket, and I figured I'd give Danny a baseball analogy.
Please.
So think of it as the wickets are out, and you get in the T20 match format, you get 10 outs, and so that's like if the bowler hits the wicket, or you get a fly out, or they throw them out when the ball gets hit and they're running back and forth, and you hit the wicket, like that's an out. And then the T20 is 20 overs. Overs are like your innings. And so you get 6 balls per inning, and each hit is, depending on if you run or you hit it to the boundary, you hit a home run, et cetera, is worth X amount of runs.
So 10 outs for the entire game?
Yeah.
So in cricket, everybody has a silly batting average. There's not that many outs.
Guys, it's so many Tony Gwynns.
Yeah. I mean, they're hitting the ball pretty regularly. And, but yeah, it's 10 outs or 20 overs, whichever one happens first.
Okay, so when they say they won by 7 wickets, 10 balls left, that means they still had 10 more chances they didn't even need because they pummeled us?
Right. Yeah, but that's 10 balls if you assume they score about a run per ball, or even 2. I mean, you're not winning by that much, all things considered, but we didn't get out. Like, the India didn't get out that much. Neither did the U.S. U.S. hit their 20 overs, I think, before they got their 10 out. So
what is
110? It was relatively close. If U.S. had scored like 125 runs, it would have been pretty close.
Okay, but so what is, real quick before we let you go, the scoreboard where it says United States 110/8 parentheses 20, and then India 111/3 parentheses 18.2. What does that mean?
So the 110 is the runs. The /8 means 8 outs. So the U.S. got out 8 times.
Oh, silly. So we were only 1 run behind them.
Over.
And what was the parentheses?
Well, so India chased U.S. So U.S. went first, and they scored 110 runs on 20 overs with 8 outs. Okay?
Yeah.
Whereas India was chasing to try to beat 110 in less than 20 overs or less than 10 outs. So India only had 3 outs over 18 overs and scored the one run more that they needed to win.
Oh, so they smashed us.
So I actually, he was a good teacher.
That's very good.
By the way, how does this guy know so much about cricket? What is he? How does he know this? What is he watching documentaries?
Always amazed.
Just came up in the cricket game or something. This guy's like the Mel Kiper of cricket prospects. He's like, you guys got to find out about this dude in Belgium. But they destroyed us. He didn't want to say it, but I mean, they still had 1+ overs.
So
left.
meaning it was like a walk-off. It's like we have so many outs to go. We've already scored more than you guys. We're just going to stop.
It was like the 6th inning. They outscored you in your 9 innings, and they're like, we're good. Thanks. Good knowledge. Next, it is time. You've been waiting for this. We will deliver the goods. The Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag. You can ask us about anything on your mind, sports or non-sports. We will answer it for you. This is a little Ask Us Anything on G&D. You get upset sometimes in our mentions when we don't talk about things that you want to hear us talk about. And so this covers our butts on that. You get a chance to ask us, to set the table, to set the agenda. What do you want us to break down for you? It's the Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag. Phones are open at 800-636-1067. Next. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you back to Grant and Danny here on the Fan. Half Street Studios, 6:15. Nats pregame, 6:45. First pitch tonight. They are home against the Marlins. It's Mike Rizzo bobblehead night over at Nats Park. Stretch run of the show. Reminding you that we're sponsored by Condori & Murrah. That law firm can guide you and your family in the right direction. They'll help you draft a will, set up a trust, create a healthcare power of attorney, schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. Score yourself a discount, kmlawyers.com. We'll get your preview of the Nats coming up at the end of this here segment. But let's get to the Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag. It is 6 o'clock on a Friday, so it is go time.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag. Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
Lovely as always, Darius.
Really good.
Denton Day, producer over on the Team 980 for the Kevin Sheehan Show, says FMK, pancakes, waffles, French toast. So we're going to go, what is a G-rated version of that? Sign, trade, cut, I guess?
Sure, there we go.
So how about that? So I would, now this has changed based on my most recent vacation, like my couple days at the beach, where I found out I liked pancakes. So I will now, I'm going to rank them French toast 1 by 16 miles. So I guess I'm signing that.
You're going to sign French toast.
And then I'm trading pancakes. That's my number 2. And I'm now cutting waffles. They're out. They're third to me.
We're going to sign the pancake, and we are going to begrudgingly give up on the waffle. I do not want, I love the potential there. And we are in a ditch. When I dump the body in the mash, that's for our French toast.
When I tell you to put the body in the mash, you put the body in the mosh.
Don't laugh.
Can I do a quick impression for you?
Go. Do you want me to wake you or? Okay, Grant, wake up. Wake up.
French toast. I'm Danny. French toast. Soundly sleeping.
No, I've had plenty of French toast.
On French toast. Darius, the pipe's warmed up. Let's do this thing.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
Question from Chris, who says, should baseball get rid of the base paths? Would the game be better with no base paths? You can kind of go out of the base paths as you're running base to base.
No, I've heard this before. Because whether it's the collision, whether it's the Trey Turner play or otherwise, we should still have them. Otherwise, you might end up with, imagine a rundown.
Yeah.
Right? Where a guy's basically like almost to the dugout or he's running in left field and other players are allowed to go. Keep the baselines.
Darius?
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
Let's go to Chip in Stafford on Grant and Danny. Hello, Chip. How are you?
Outstanding. How are you guys doing tonight?
Good, buddy.
Doing very well.
So my question is, in your life, whether it was your first car, your dad's car, your grandfather's, somebody's, if you can have one car back in your life just to have it, what car would it be and why?
Oh, I love that question. Chip, killing the game.
Mine would be my manual transmission, little Acura Integra. The reason why is I bought it. It wasn't one of those like I bought it with like someone like my dad helped or a couple of my parents co-signed. The whole transaction, everything about it, start to finish, was me. That thing wasn't that great of a car, but I liked driving the manual, and it was mine.
My dad had a car he used to drive me to soccer practice in. I'm going to have to text him and figure out what it was. It was a white 4-door, almost like old school police car. Is it like shape?
Yeah.
It wasn't that, but it was like this big, giant, like Cadillac type thing. I got to figure out what it was.
But it was smooth, wasn't it?
Red leather seats.
Oh, yeah. Come on.
And just the idea of the nostalgia of being on my way to Barnesfield for soccer, I would probably go with that. A little dated in that sign of the times. Like if you're older, you probably have an awesome car from the 60s or 70s.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really have that. Like we had a bunch of vans and stuff growing up. My favorite car, I had one car from when I was 16 to when I was almost 30 was probably my Toyota Celica, that I had like my first car. But also through my good friends over at Lindsay, I've driven some sick cars. Dodge Challenger, awesome Jeep Wrangler. I don't know. Dodge Charger was pretty nice.
That was pretty dope.
But yeah, I guess I got some to choose from. But I would like the nostalgia of being back in that whip with Dad. But I'd want to be that age again, going to soccer practice.
Mm-hmm. Barely able to see over the dash.
My dad coaching me, with the bag of balls in the trunk.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
Jeff is in Northern Virginia. Hello, Jeffrey.
Hi, Jeff.
Hey, how's it going, guys? So my question is, of the rookie quarterbacks that were just drafted and probably going to start, which is going to have the best upcoming season and best career overall?
Oh, probably lame just to say Caleb Williams twice, because that's my answer. I will say, for the spirit of fun, I think Williams hits the ground running because the Chicago's a good situation. Best career, Jaden Daniels.
Tommy Likey. Tommy wants wingy. I'm going to say Caleb Williams has the best season. Best career. I would have gone Drake May, but I hate the New England situation.
That's my reasoning.
So I will not go there. I kind of like the J.J. McCarthy landing spot. I kind of like the Michael Penix landing spot in Atlanta. I'm going to go off the board and say Penix. Penix, after a couple of years, maybe he takes over next year.
So he'll be 30, then he gets to start.
They flip Cousins. I'll say decent landing spot, good running game. But one of those guys down the board a little bit, McCarthy or Penix, just to have a little fun.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
Carlos and Alexandria on the Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag. What's up?
Hey guys, one of my favorite spots of the week.
Thank you.
If you guys had the one wish, in other words, you could be a pro football player. You got the physique, you got everything ready to go. What position would you play? What do you think it would be the most fun to play, and why?
That's an outstanding one.
Tight end was always my answer. I just like the idea of you could do a little bit of both. You can block, you can catch. I like the idea of not having to be the fastest or the strongest or the twitchiest, but being able to make plays after the catch. It's a glam position a little bit. See Kelsey, see George Kittle. Normally you can have the big personality. You don't have you get some of the stardom, but you don't have to deal with the CEO role of a quarterback. So I would probably go tight end, honestly.
Middle linebacker.
Okay.
Just old school downhill. Did you run into my gap? That was a mistake. You're getting thumped. Just 150 tackles a year.
Pass rusher would be good too.
That's a nice one.
Like just the idea of just stockpiling some sacks and doing some celebrating.
Just rips and stunts.
Doing some sack dancing.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
Andre's in Manassas. What's up, Dre?
Hey guys, hope all is well. Happy Father's Day, guys.
You too, bro.
I've always been curious. What is it about the DC metro area that impedes you guys to talk more high school football, more high school sports in general? I mean, I know Danny, you went to St. Albans, the Junkies, a couple of them went to Big Time and DeMatha, and high school sports in this area is so big. I'm always curious as to why it's not covered as much in regular sports talk radio in this market.
Good question. So my answer would be, I don't want to speak for GP. So let's say you're in Woodbridge. That's in Virginia. Are you that concerned with what's going on in the Maryland 3A state playoffs? Like what is Quince Orchard playing Frederick County or something like that? It's very local. It's a big deal in that county, in that community, but we're broadcasting in a much larger area.
Yeah, we got people listening almost all the way down to Richmond. I mean, we're on in Richmond, but that's in a whole nother story. But like typically you could be down toward Kings Dominion listening to us, and we're talking about a playoff, we're going round and around with the big matchup tonight over in Olney. So there is a broadcasting, not narrowcasting element to this thing where we're throwing a big net. That said, if there's a huge game, basketball, football, it certainly could come up. Certainly with the Junkies going to one of the schools or you or something. It's not like we're told not to or we can't or there's no interest. I just think, to your point, we're generally trying to cast a net where what we talk about is relatable to as many people as possible. So not everybody wants to hear about the Nats, but enough people do. Not everybody wants to hear about the Caps, but enough people do. Heck, not everybody wants to hear about the Commanders, but ideally a large amount of people listening do. And that's the same with everything. If we talk about non-sports things, I always try to think about Are there a lot of people listening that care about this or that are interested in this? If it's a TV show I watch that I know 50 people have seen, probably not going to spend a lot of time on it. But if it's the number 2 on Netflix at that point, and everyone's seeing it when they're flipping through, a little more relatable.
Then it's more relatable.
That's just kind of my mindset on it. But I think also the Virginia, Maryland, DC, 3 municipalities that we service, they don't all like, it's not all harmony. And
right.
If I'm in Virginia, I care what's going on in Maryland. So I think that's all part of it. But hopefully that answers your question. Very good question.
It is a good question.
I like when we can peel the curtain back a little bit, Radio Insider style. Nats starting lineups presented by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free no-pressure in-home estimate at thewindowman.com or at their Fairfax showroom.
Behind Mackenzie Gorling, now playing shortstop. Jake Abrams batting second in right field. Lane Thomas batting third in left. Jesse Winker batting fourth. Your DH, Eddie Rosario, batting fifth at first base. Joey Meneses batting sixth at second. Luis Garcia doing the catching, hitting seventh. K-Bear Ruiz, Nick Senzel is hitting eighth, playing third base. And your guy, my guy, our guy, Jacob Young in center field, batting ninth.
CJ Abrams, 4 extra base hits in his last 4 games. Mackenzie Gore, 3.4 ERA, 68 innings, 81 strikeouts. Looking to go 3 starts out of 4 with 1 or fewer runs allowed.
I just hope Lane Thomas doesn't look at anybody tonight. Don't look at anybody, Lane.
You might get ejected.
Don't look.
That's how it seems to happen around these parts these days. For Darius, Ryan, Danny, Grant saying so long. Happy Father's Day to all the dads out there.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.